The story begins inside a very tall corporate building, and in one of the offices, we see a tired-looking young man clicking away on his computer deep in thought. While at work, he ponders deeply about something strange that happened the day before and is pretty bothered because he has no idea what in the world it was or what it could have been. In a flashback, we get to see exactly what he's been thinking about. The previous night, he was having a light dinner when some kind of hologram popped up right in front of him out of nowhere. It startled him, but after staring at it for a few seconds, he realized that it was some kind of status window, which made him think that he was hallucinating or something. At first, he thought he was just seeing things, but even after a while, the status window didn't disappear, so his curiosity took over. On what appeared to be a shopping window, he noticed the option to purchase some canned tuna that cost 2 coins and clicked on it several times. However, nothing happened after multiple attempts, so it dawned on him that it didn't work because he didn't have any coins. Still puzzled by the whole thing, he also noticed another item in the options, which was a hammer for crushing zombie skulls. The weapon cost 5 coins. And it was a pretty strange thing to see since he had only ever seen a status window like it in Apocalypse webtoons. That's the idea that had popped up in his mind when it first happened, and even now in the office. That's exactly the same thing, making him unsettled. The protagonist finds it hard to believe, though, certain that he's not living in some kind of story from a novel. The mental argument goes on for him, making him wonder if he's starting to lose his mind from the exhaustion. Just then, Song is finally drawn out of his thoughts when his superior storms into the office yelling his name in annoyance. The furious man slams the door behind him and immediately starts beating the MC for spacing out yet again. At this point, Song is still in a daze, and it's only until the boss taps his hand that he finally regains consciousness completely. The man tells him to focus and immediately starts demanding answers for a job he passed to him the week before. Apparently, the MC didn't handle it properly, so now his boss is getting a call from the Hanbial Trading Company. Just when it looks like the boss is about to go off like a bomb, Song explains that the Hanbial Trading Company failed to prepare the documents properly, which required a re-examination to be conducted. Clearly, this isn't the first time the boss is behaving this way, because the MC doesn't look surprised at all. It turns out that this angry man has failed to get a promotion twice due to his own incompetence, and now he's here again, throwing another tantrum for everyone to see. As you can imagine, the man doesn't appreciate Song's tone, even though he didn't say anything wrong, so takes it personal, feeling that the MC is talking back to him rudely. Just when it looks like the situation is about to get out of hand, a lady calls out to the manager. The gorgeous woman offers him some kind of drink, telling him to calm down, and the moment he turns to look at her again, all the rage vanishes from his body. It's pretty obvious that he has a thing for this lady, Miss so he immediately rushes over to her, assuring her that he's definitely going to let Song off the hook for her sake. All of a sudden, the manager starts to get all touchy with her, probably misinterpreting her intentions. He asks her out to dinner after work, suggesting that some grilled intestines and soju would be a nice meal to end the day. But the lady wasn't even thinking in that direction at all. She's starting to get visibly uncomfortable, especially since he says it would be a shame for her to go straight home when she's dressed so nicely. At this point, they're no longer on the same page, but she doesn't want to upset him, so she politely declines the invitation, explaining that she has other plans later. Thankfully, the manager doesn't get mad at her for it. He's just surprised, but since it can't be helped, he lets her off, suggesting that they grab a drink sometime later. The man leaves the office right after that, and the moment he's gone, both Song and Miss sigh in relief. Clearly, they're already used to the manager's annoying behavior, and while some still don't know how to handle it, others have obviously mastered the art. Knowing how much trouble he was able to face, the MC thanks her for helping him out, and she just smiles softly in response. Later that day, it's time for Song's break, but he's so tired already that he just wants to go home. At the moment, he's taking a smoke outside to relax and recalling the scene from earlier. He's not ready to go back into the office right now since his annoying manager Cho is still in there. As frustrating as the job is, Song remains aware that it's pretty difficult to get a new one these days. As such, he knows that he just has to endure it even if it's tough. After all, this is still one of the largest corporations around. While thinking about this, the thought of Miss crosses his mind, and he figures that it wouldn't be a bad idea to get her a coffee later. As if she read his mind, the lady in question suddenly pops up right beside him, acting surprised to see him there on the rooftop. Song, on the other hand, is actually surprised to see her, so he asks her what she came to do here, since he knows that she doesn't even smoke. In response, she just sighs first before admitting that she came up there just to get away from the manager. Apparently, a client disappeared without paying their bill, and now Cho is taking out his frustration on everyone in the office. finding fault with every single person in there. Miss Sion, wasn't ready to be one of the scapegoats, so she snuck out before he could get to her desk. The MC is amused to hear this and simply commends her for making a good escape. At this point, the lady feels comfortable enough to start ranting about how the manager makes her feel. It turns out that he keeps asking to eat out with her when he's not even paying, but the most annoying part for her is how he subtly tries to touch her every chance he gets. Suddenly, she stops mid-rant and starts talking about how cold it is today, but Song can't relate because he actually thought that it was pretty cool for a summer day. However, she does agree with him because the temperature seems abnormal to her. So much so that she even has goosebumps right now despite wearing long sleeves. He's surprised when she suddenly rolls up her sleeves to show him, but then he just teases her for being really sensitive to the cold since he doesn't feel anything. The lady starts to get a little worked up when she sees that he doesn't believe her, so she takes out her phone to show him a video that would change his mind. Determined to prove her point, Son shoves her phone in his face and shows him a strange video of snow falling in Africa. As you already know, that's definitely not normal, so the MC isn't completely sure that it's real. He expresses his shock, and the lady agrees with him because it is indeed strange. At this point, Song believes that there's something seriously wrong going on, and while he's still saying this, Sion's phone starts buzzing from a new notification. They quickly check the phone and are surprised to see a cold wave advisory being announced. That doesn't make any sense because they're in the summer, and the MC begins to wonder if the meteorological agency got hacked or something. They're still trying to wrap their heads around the first message when a second emergency alert comes in. Apparently, the cold wave warning has been issued due to a rapid drop in temperature, so now, all civilians are being advised to prepare thoroughly for colds and other illnesses that could result from this sudden temperature drop. They both stare at the phone screen in bemusement, and because of how strange the whole thing is, they conclude that it has to be some kind of error. As far as Seong is concerned, it doesn't even make sense to joke about having a cold wave warning in the middle of June. However, while he's still trying to make this point, a tiny snowflake suddenly falls on his hand, and even Son starts to feel even colder in that moment. Puzzled by this, they both look up at the sky and are absolutely stunned to see that it's actually snowing already. It turns out that the cold wave is coming a lot faster than they could have imagined. It only takes a few hours for all the rooftops to be covered in snow, and even though it's been going on for a while now, the MC still can't wrap his head around the whole thing. He stands out on the balcony with a cup of hot coffee in hand as he struggles to make sense of the situation. It's literally snowing heavily in the summer, which makes no sense to him. It's almost as if the world has gone completely insane. Despite warning himself with a cigarette and some coffee, it's still absolutely freezing to him, and it's clearly colder than it was when Son was there with him. Looking down at the heaps of snow on the roads, he can already tell that the traffic this night would be on another level, so he figures that it would be wise to pack up and head home right away. With this in mind, Song makes his way to the elevator, but after trying to open the door for a while, nothing happens. Of course, this leaves him puzzled and wondering if the elevator is broken or something. He's still trying to figure out what's wrong when a freezing gust of wind hits him in a flash. The cold seeps into his body instantly, so he starts shivering even more. Now, he's even more desperate to get home quickly to go warm himself, so rather than wasting any more time at the elevator, he makes his way down the stairs. With everything going on now, he still can't help but feel very bothered about that strange status window that popped up in front of him the day before. He clearly needs answers, but right now, the most important thing is finding a way to deal with this strange cold weather. By the time he reaches the bottom floor, he notices that the elevator doors are closing, which means that someone just used it. Now, he's sure that it wasn't broken, but upon getting closer, he hears the machine opening and closing the doors rapidly, which makes him feel that someone might be holding the elevator door. That's what he thought at first, but it still doesn't make much sense because it's way too quiet. If someone was holding the door, then there would at least be some kind of noise around. At this point, the most logical explanation is an elevator malfunction, but our MC is about to witness some even more strange stuff. In the blink of an eye, all the lights go out and Seong is suddenly surrounded by pitch black darkness. Seeing that there's just been a blackout, our MC begins to get pretty nervous and a lot more desperate to get the hell out of the building. He knows that this is not a good situation, so he decides to forget about packing up. He makes up his mind to just leave, but then all of a sudden, he's startled by an ominous sound of metal scraping in the distance. Song can barely see anything, and now there's a strange sound coming from the darkness, so he's really creeped out. His pupils dilate as he carefully makes his way to the dark office to get his stuff, and that's when he gets even more freaked out. The place is completely deserted, almost like everyone left already, which is pretty strange. He could have sworn that a few people were still in there when he went up to the roof, so the current situation makes him even more nervous. Besides that fact that there's no one else around, he's also very creeped out by the sudden darkness. As he slowly moves along the office, he notices how messy the place is, which is very unusual. It's as if everyone else fled in a hurry, so now, Jin Song is sure that there's a problem. Desperate to calm himself down, he calls out into the darkness, asking if anyone else is there. Of course, there's no response, and that's when that creepy metal scraping sound continues. Jin Song's adrenaline levels spike and he immediately gets into flight mode. Bro quickly takes his backpack and starts to make his way out of the building, knowing that he definitely needs to move as fast as he can. Just as he's about to make a run for it, he senses an ominous figure behind him. He can't see it yet, but there's a zombie-shaped shadow right behind him that's already sending chills running down his spine. Our boy doesn't even bother turning to look at it, he just shuffles ahead to increase his pace. He can clearly sense that there's something terrible lurking in the meeting room ahead, and he's not too keen on seeing it for himself, so he continues on his quest to escape, but then all of a sudden, he steps on something. Jin Song looks down to see the ID card he just stepped on, and it's covered in blood. He picks it up and sees that it belongs to one of his colleagues, Kim Hyun-sok. Of course, he's very puzzled as to why it's covered in blood and whose blood it even is. Seeing the trail of blood leaves the MC frozen in shock, wondering what on earth happened in the place. Curious for answers, he decides to quietly follow the trail till he gets to the window of the meeting room. There, he peeks through the blinds and is absolutely mortified when he sees one of his colleagues feasting on the other. They're both covered in blood, which overwhelms Jin Song a bit. The guy is too shaken to even move, and in that split second, the zombie senses his presence and makes eye contact with him. The moment they lock eyes, our boy finally snaps out of his trance, but it's too late because now, the blood-thirsty creature is completely focused on him. The zombie stands up, and in the blink of an eye, our boy finds himself standing face to face with the monster. He's extremely terrified now, but the shock keeps his feet tethered to the ground for a while. Thankfully, this quickly changes when the zombie attacks him. As soon as the creature charges at him, Jin Song turns on the jets and starts running for his life. At first, he didn't know exactly what was going on, but now that he's trying to escape death, it becomes pretty clear to him that this might actually be a real zombie. Bro realizes that he's not winning this race, so just as he enters the office, his eyes lock in one of the chairs. At this point, he decides to fight back by grabbing the office chair. With all the power he can muster, he lifts the chair and hurls it at the zombie. He's hopeful that this would at least slow the monster down, even if it doesn't kill it, and thankfully, it works. With the zombie now a little occupied with the pain, the MC slams the door before the zombie can get to him, and this seems to have bought him some time because the blood-thirsty monster bangs on the door for a few seconds before stopping. Eventually, the zombie decides to walk away, and when our guy realizes that it's no longer trying to get him, he decides to let his guard down by quietly sitting on the floor to rest for a bit. It's obvious that it was definitely a zombie just now, and this is further confirmed when his phone buzzes in his pocket. He takes it out to see the notification of an emergency alert. Apparently, there is an infection suspected to be a variant of the rabies virus spreading rapidly throughout downtown Seoul. All citizens are being advised to refrain from going outside as much as possible and wait indoors for instructions from the government. As you can imagine, the most baffling thing he picked out from the entire message was the fact that this is a rabies outbreak. He just holds his head in confusion and annoyance as he reads the message, because it sounds like a load of shit as far as he's concerned. I mean, you can't blame him for feeling this way. After what he just faced, he's definitely sure that this doesn't have anything to do with rabies. He's certain that it was definitely a zombie, and the fact that people think otherwise makes him wonder what on earth is really going on. Determined to find answers, he goes through the comment section and reads similar encounters from other people. One guy just saw an old man ramming his head into the wall, and another even got bit a while ago. Sadly, some clueless people on the chat seem to have been bit already, but they don't even know what's about to go down. Seeing all of these messages, Jin Song realizes that the chaos is everywhere, so he begins to wonder if all of this has something to do with that status window from yesterday. With this in mind, he tries to search for answers, but he doesn't find any information related to floating status windows. Clearly, that's a dead end, so he ponders on it, thinking of what to do next, but then all of a sudden, his phone screen gets scrambled. At first, he's confused, but then the whole page goes blank, confirming that the connection has been lost. Once again, he starts to panic because he has no idea what he's supposed to do now that there's no signal. Jin Song is overwhelmed and tired of the whole situation, and to make matters worse, the chilling weather is still an issue. The MC is feeling extremely cold, and he's afraid that he's going to freeze to death before the zombies find him if things continue at this rate. At first, he curled up on the floor for a while, hoping it would help warm him up, but that didn't work, so now he needs a new plan to ensure that he doesn't turn into an ice cube or worse. Right now, his priority is to hold out somehow until a rescue team arrives or something. His phone's battery is at 83%, so he's confident that it could last him 2 days at least if he conserves it well enough. With this in mind, he turns on his flashlight and musters enough courage to climb back up the stairs. Once he's on the upper floor, he scans the area with his torch, but he doesn't see anyone. There's no sign of life around, so he figures that this is a good place to lay low for some time. Our boy already knows that he's going to be stuck in this place for the next couple hours or even days, and if that's the case, then he's going to need something to eat. He desperately wishes there were snacks somewhere in the office, or even some clothes he could use to warm himself up, and just like that, the search begins. He rummages through all the drawers he can access, and he's lucky enough to find a long-sleeve shirt tucked away in one of them. Now that he's gotten some better clothes, the next thing on his agenda is food, so the search continues, and after a while, he is delighted to discover a bag with food, water, and even a blanket in it. It's almost like it was placed there for him, and even though he doesn't know who the owner is, he's deeply grateful to them. Now that he's sorted those two problems out, he goes to the next thing on the list, which is a means of protection. He needs something to use as a weapon in case the zombies come for him, so starts looking and is once again lucky enough to find a golf bag with several clubs in it. Jin Song grins widely when he finds it in the closet because he never imagined that his annoying managing director would ever be of help to him. Our boy retrieves all the stuff he found and wraps himself in the blanket. Of course, he's relieved to have gotten them now, but he's not sure if it's going to be enough to help him survive the next 3 days. It's clear that the real problem is whether the rescue team can even arrive by then. He looks out the window as the snowstorm rages on and begins to worry again. The roads are completely overrun by hordes of zombies, and this blizzard is so bad that it won't be easy for a helicopter to come for a rescue. Right now, Jin Song is afraid that a week might even pass without anyone coming to save him. To make matters worse for him, it's getting even colder despite covering himself up with the blanket. He's shivering seriously, and it's only a matter of time before he chips his teeth with the way they're smashing against each other. Bro brings up the status window again and stares longingly at the page with the winter clothes there. He's desperate for them, but he can't afford it, and he has no idea how he can even get coins. His situation is looking pretty bleak right now, and he's truly afraid that he might not make it, so he just sits there in silence. Jin Song sits in the stairway waiting for help, but just when he thinks he's about to get a little peace, he hears footsteps approaching. Without any hesitation, he shoots up from the floor and grabs one of the golf clubs, determined to protect himself no matter what. He braces himself for what's to come, and all of a sudden, the footsteps become a lot louder and faster, as if the zombie is charging at him. The door bursts open in a flash and our boy takes a mighty swing, but just when he's about to land the hit, he realizes that it wasn't actually a zombie, it's his colleague. The guy introduces himself as Kim Ju, Manager Choi's replacement from the sales department, and the MC immediately recognizes him. He's heard about how annoying the guy is, but right now is not the time you get into that. The two get back to hiding and Kim tells Jin Song where he's been. The guy was in the break room when he suddenly heard loud banging on the door from outside, so he quickly locked the door from the inside early enough. Hearing this, Jin Song is curious as to how he got out and made it to this point without being taken down by the zombies. In response, the guy admits that he just burst through the door and ran through all the zombies in his path till he got to the emergency exit. At this point, our boy can tell that this guy is just trying to brag about his strength because nothing he's said so far has been useful. As if being useless isn't enough, Kim is now also about to be a liability because he suddenly starts complaining about hunger, asking Jin Song if he has any food. The food he has is barely enough for him, so he doesn't have any plans to share it with this annoying guy. He bluntly tells Kim that he doesn't have any food, but the guy doesn't believe him at first. Even though the MC isn't going to share his emergency rations, he doesn't mind giving the guy some water. I mean, he's not completely heartless. Anyway, he takes out the can of water and hands it to Kim, who thanks him for it. At this point, you'd think the guy would just take the water and be grateful, but that's not the case. All of a sudden, Kim grabs Jin Song's arm very firmly, and with a twisted look in his eyes, he asks our guy once again if he really doesn't have any food. Now, the MC can clearly see that there's something strange going on with Kim, so he knows that he has to be very careful. While getting the water, Jin Song notes something unsettling about the guy. At first, he thought that Kim was sweating because he had been running, but the guy has been dripping with sweat the whole time, even though it's freezing. Our boy feels that he might just be feeling too paranoid, but just as the thought crosses his mind, Kim suddenly lunges at him like a madman. Thankfully, he's quick enough to notice it, so slams him in the face with the water flask. He disorients Kim with the hit, lands a powerful kick to the side and sends him crashing into the wall. At this point, Jin Song has his golf club in hand, ready to strike because he's clearly facing a zombie now. Kim was fine just a moment ago, but now, the guy is foaming at the mouth and growling at him with crazy eyes. As much as our boy hates to have to do this, he also knows that he doesn't have much of a choice. If he doesn't take out the zombie, his own life will be in danger, so without any hesitation, he buries the golf club in the zombie's head. This is no longer his colleague Kim. It's now a bloodthirsty zombie ready to infect him, so he can't let that happen. Jin Song pummels the zombie until the whole place is covered in blood. He lands repeated blows to the head till it stops moving. At this point, it's clearly dead, so he can finally take a breather. The MC takes a moment to catch his breath, and then all of a sudden, he sees a status window appear right in front of him. It's a notification confirming that he just earned 1 coin. As you can imagine, he's taken aback by this because he has no idea what the hell is going on. After pondering over it for a while, it finally starts to make sense to him. The only place he's seen anything about coins was on the shopping window. So, he pulls up the shop to confirm, and sure enough, he sees several items that can be purchased with coins. Right now, he has 1 coin, so he can't really afford anything since most of the items cost more than that, including the winter clothes he so desperately needs. Seeing all of this, Jin Song begins to understand what exactly is going on. He realizes that he's probably going to get 1 coin each time he deals with a zombie, and frankly, that's quite disappointing to him. He literally just risked his life to fight and survive that, so he's pretty pissed that all he got was 1 coin. It's a really tough system, as he can already tell, and just thinking about it exhausts him. Jin Song simply falls to his knees, thinking about what his fate is, and that's when he spots something intriguing on the zombie. The MC notices the throbbing bite mark on the decreased Kim's arm and just sighs as the reality dawns on him. Kim probably got bit while trying to run through the zombies in the building, and he clearly didn't even know he had been bit. Our guy can't blame the guy for not even knowing, since he looked completely fine when they first met. It's really crazy that one can already be infected and have no idea. So with this in mind, Jin Song decides that he can't trust anyone by their appearance moving forward. The MC makes his way back to one of the offices to have a smoke and relax a little. While he's at it, he can't help but notice how good this cigarette he found earlier is. He remembers finding it when he was rummaging around the building for useful stuff, and he's really glad he did, because it's the only small comfort he has in this crappy situation. After some time, Jin Song figures that he should probably start moving back to his hiding spot soon if he doesn't find any other useful stuff. Just as he's thinking about this, a loud screech disrupts his thoughts. So he looks out the window to see what's going on outside, and that's when he sees the sea of zombies flooding the streets. There are only a few people who haven't been infected yet, but with the hordes swarming them, it's only a matter of time. Some of them try to fight back with weapons and whatever they can get their hands on, while others just succumb and accept their fate. Sadly, in a situation like this, there's really no use fighting, and the last man standing learns this the hard way. The zombies devour him in a flash, and all that's left of him is a bloody corpse. Well, that's before his transformation begins. Our guy watches the horrific scenes down there from the building, and he's truly shaken by it. It's so disturbing to him, but more importantly, it makes him understand just how screwed he is. As if the endless waves of zombies aren't enough, the snowstorm refuses to end as well. The blizzard rages on throughout the night, and our exhausted protagonist decides to just lie down and hope for the best. By the 3rd day, there's still no sign of any rescue team coming to save him, and it's not getting any warmer either. On top of that, his phone battery is now at 3%, which means that he's about to be really hopeless in a while. From the look on his face, you can tell that he doesn't really have high hopes anymore. All he has left with him now is 1 bag of snacks and 4 chocolate bars. As you can imagine, the last 3 days have been really frustrating for him. He's spent most of his time just staring out the window to conserve as much energy as possible. During that time, he saw several people attempting to escape from the zombies, and of course, every single one of them turned into a zombie in the end. Seeing such things can really kill a man's hope, and some might even lose the will to fight or keep living. However, that's not the case for our hero. Despite seeing how the efforts of others ended in futility, Jin Song has come to the conclusion that he has to get moving. As far as he's concerned, there's really nothing else he can do if he wants to live. Sure, it's safer inside the building, but staying here like this will only bring him closer to death with each passing day. He decides that he can't keep hiding in one spot staring out the window till death comes for him, so first, he intends to find some trustworthy survivors within the building. Jin Song still believes that there are others like him and that his best shot is finding them. So, with the little energy left in him, he clears out the barricade in front of the office door, prepared to finally walk out. The MC is definitely afraid, but he knows that this is what he has to do. He must find the others and combine forces with them to get out of this building. For now, his main objective is the 6th floor. This is where he wants to begin his search, and to do that, he needs to check if the entrance is blocked like Kimju Man said it was. For the first time in days, Jin Song opens the door to walk out, and the moment he does it, something shocking happens. All of a sudden, the power is restored and all the light bulbs come back on. As soon as he sees this, he doesn't even waste a second before running back into the office window to check if it's still snowing. Sadly, when he gets there, he's disappointed to see that the blizzard is still very much there. He looks out and sees that all the other buildings don't have any power. It's still very dark outside, but the lights in the building are on, so this can only mean one thing. Jin Song got his hopes for a second there, but the lights inside are still on, which means that someone must have turned on the emergency generator. The last time he checked, zombies aren't exactly cut out for stuff like that, so he is convinced that there's another survivor in the building. This is exactly what he's been praying for, and now he has a chance to join forces with someone else, so he dashes out of the room to begin his search. The MC takes all the stuff he needs with him and makes his way to the stairs once again. He knows that he needs to be quick about this little mission, because the lights could go out at any moment, and he wouldn't want to be in the zombies' territory when that happens. With this in mind, he resolves to find the others before the lights go out and makes his way down the stairs. Jin Song believes that the survivor is likely located in either the management office or the security office, since those guys are the ones with access to the generators. The thing is, both of those offices are on the 1st floor, so he'd have to go down a couple stairs, but it's a relief for him. On the way down, he notices that something is going on with his shoes. As much as it's keeping his feet warm, he knows that he can't risk attracting the zombies with the noise, so he takes off his shoes and continues the journey in socks. Our guy is determined to make it out alive, and he no longer cares what it's going to take in order to achieve this. Soon, he arrives on the 6th floor. Right now, he's pressed for time and needs to find the other survivor before the backup generator fails, but he also needs to check if the emergency exit is truly blocked. So, Jin Song takes a quick stop on the 6th floor to check for it. Our boy stealthily moves around there and eventually gets to the exit, and just like Kim said, it's blocked indeed. Now that he's done with that, he needs to get back to finding the other survivors in the building. That's the most urgent thing right now, so the emergency exit can wait for now since he's confirmed that it's blocked. Not long after that little detour, the MC finally reaches the 1st floor, and upon getting there, he notices that everything still seems normal. It doesn't look like the zombies from outside have been able to break in yet, and that's a good sign. However, considering the usual foot traffic in the lobby, there's a high chance that zombies are roaming about. He listens carefully, but doesn't hear any noise, so he attempts to open the door and is relieved to see that it's not locked. Jin Song opens the door slightly to take a peek, and sure enough, he finds numerous signs to confirm the zombies' presence. There are blood stains all over the place, and he even sees a few of the undead patrolling the area. On looking closer some more, he sees many others roaming about like it's some twisted Halloween party. He's astounded by how many there are and starts to feel that this might even be the entire horde of zombies. Just as he expected, it's practically impossible to escape the building at the moment. There are just way too many zombies in the way. Still, he's glad that the zombies from outside haven't gotten in yet, because that would just make the situation a lot worse for him. Sadly, with the way things are going, it's only a matter of time before those front doors come down. The multitude of zombies outside seem to be looking for a way in, and if the population goes any higher, then they'll definitely break in. As such, he knows that he just has to move fast, so that's exactly what he does. He runs past the lobby when all the zombies aren't looking and successfully reaches the management office. On getting there, he's once again met with a sad discovery. He looks into the office only to find a frozen man. He clearly froze to death due to the cold, and Jin is heartbroken when he sees this, because this man was the one who greeted him every morning. Sadly, now he's gone. Jin had always heard how people who die from hypothermia paradoxically remove their clothes, but he never thought he'd see it for himself. There's nothing he can do to help the deceased man now, so all he can do is pay his last respects. He covers the man's eyes shut and prays for him to rest in peace. There's no point staying here and risking getting caught by the zombies. The generators are also likely to fail at any moment, so Jin gets a move on. He hurries down to the other parts of the 1st floor in search of the other survivors. Clearly, nobody in the maintenance room survived this apparent Ice Age apocalypse, so the only place left to check is the security office. The MC arrives in front of the door and just stands there, desperately hoping that he finds a living person in there. As much as he wants to meet with the other survivors, he's also afraid of how they might react to his sudden appearance. Jin fears that they might have set up traps to prepare for intruders, just like how he would set up a barricade if he was in their position. With this in mind, The MC figures that the only way to avoid getting attacked is to let them know that he's not a zombie or a hostile beforehand. The best way to do that right now is to avoid startling them by making any sudden noises. Unfortunately, that's going to be very difficult because any sound he makes right now will probably attract the zombies. Speaking of zombies, some of them are coming his way for some reason. They mindlessly stagger in his direction, making him a lot more nervous. He needs to think fast if he wants to survive this because these creatures aren't exactly easy to defeat. He knows this all too well since he's spent the last 3 days watching them devour civilians like him who tried to be brave. They might have terrible eyesight, but their sense of hearing is extremely sharp, so he has to be very careful. Our guy starts knocking on the door as quietly as he can, hoping that the survivor in there would recognize that he's human and let him in. But that might not work. And on top of that, the low knocking sounds seem to be attracting the zombies to him. Jin starts sweating a lot and eventually decides to take the risk. He can't wait for those inside to open the door anymore, because he's literally a sitting duck out here. Now, he's made his presence known, so he musters all the courage he can to open the door, hoping that he doesn't get attacked by those inside. So, he slowly reaches for the door and opens it as quietly as he can, but he's suddenly met with a big shock when he does this. Jin Song sighs nervously after knocking a few times on the door. Right now, he's not sure what to expect, but he's hoping that everything will be fine if he just opens the door carefully. With this in mind, he slowly opens the door and in the blink of an eye, he's met with a surprise attack. Apparently, the person inside has been waiting for him to make a move. The man tries to hit the main character with a stick, but our guy is quick enough to block the attack with his golf club. On one hand, he just managed to avoid taking a blow to the face, but on the other hand, the noise created by the impact is so loud that it draws the attention of the zombies lurking around. At this point, both Jin and the other survivor are nervous and terrified because they know just how sensitive the creatures are to sound. Right now, they have only a few seconds to decide what their next move is if they don't want to become zombie food. So, in that split second, the survivor decides not to throw Jin under the bus. Rather than pushing him back out for the monsters to devour, the man drags our guy into the room and locks the door behind him. All of this happens so fast that Jin Song gets pretty confused for a second. After locking the door, the man turns to the MC with an inquisitive look in his eyes. For a few seconds, neither of them say anything. They just stare at each other with their guards up, mentally prepared for anything that happens. Jin finally interrupts the heated staring contest by asking the man with the stick if he's still human, which he confirms before asking the MC the same question. Our protagonist reveals that he's also human, but the other guy doesn't seem to be convinced yet. He still doesn't believe Jin, and you can't blame him for being this skeptical. Seeing this, Jin tries to explain and make the guy understand that they're on the same side. He reveals that he came all this way since the emergency generator suddenly came on because he thought that there might be another survivor. He attempts to go closer, but the N refuses to let his guard down. At this point, Song finally introduces himself as the assistant manager from Sales Team 2, hoping that this would ring a bell. He even shows the man his ID card as proof, but deep down, he's not even sure he can trust the guy. Sure, he's finally found another survivor, but what if the man is infected just like Kim Jute-man? Anyway, after seeing the ID card, the other guy calms down a little and equally introduces himself. Apparently, this is Choi Jae-sung, the development team assistant manager. At the moment, Choi is still covering himself with a big blanket, which is most likely because of the cold weather, but Song can't help but find this suspicious. If Choi wanted to, he could easily hide his own zombie bite by covering it with the blanket. Sure, this is a possibility, but the MC also notices that Choi isn't sweating like Kim Jute-man was. In fact, he looks cold. The man looks pretty chill and well-fed, which makes Song wonder if the guy stopped by the break room at some point, especially since there's a full bag pack sitting in the corner. All those who were infected by the zombies showed an abnormal level of hunger. So, the fact that Choi has enough reason to control himself means that he actually isn't infected. With this in mind, Jin Song concludes that this guy is safe to be around, so he lowers his golf club and attempts to talk to the man. But of course, that's not exactly going to be easy since Choi still doesn't trust him enough for that. He tries to move closer, but the man uses his stick to create some distance between them. Apparently, Choi noticed him looking at the bag and thinks that Jin Song is trying to steal it. Choi Jae-sung points the stick at our guy while shielding his bag, and Jin realizes that he might have made things worse. Obviously, he wasn't interested in the bag, but Choi is way too paranoid to realize this, so now, the MC needs to figure out a way to fix this. Things could get really bad from here if he doesn't lighten the mood right now. He can't make Choi trust him completely in a heartbeat, but the easiest way to show that he isn't a threat is to put his weapon away, so he slowly returns the gold club to the bag, hoping that would work. He lifts his hands in surrender. thinking this would calm Choi down, but the man keeps staring at him with the same look in his eyes. At this point, our guy isn't sure what to try anymore because he actually thought this move would be enough. Just then, an idea pops up in his mind. Whenever things got difficult at work, they used to smoke together to take the edge off, and knowing how stressed out Choi must be after being cooked up in here for days, he contemplates offering the guy a cigarette. With this in mind, he slowly reaches into his pocket to get it out, and of course, Choi finds this very suspicious. The guy watches his movements closely, ready to swing the stick if Song tries anything funny. Thankfully, it doesn't get to that because the MC suddenly reveals the pack of cigarettes in his hand and stretches it out for Choi to take, asking if he'd like a smoke. As you can imagine, the man is still pretty reluctant to let his guard down, but the offer is just way too tempting for him to pass up, so he eventually lowers his stick. Just like that, the atmosphere becomes less tense as Choi calms down and asks if he can have one of the cigarettes. A few moments later, we see that the two young men are now looking like they weren't ready to pummel one another before. From the look on Choi's face, you can tell that he really needed that smoke. He moans in delight, admitting that he finally feels alive again, while Song just laughs in response, because he knows the feeling. Song admits that he knows exactly how Choi feels, and claims that this is one of the few comforts they have in this crazy situation they've found themselves. He makes this confession, but Choi doesn't say anything, which leads to an awkward silence for a few seconds. At this point, our guy starts to feel pretty nervous and then admits that the reason cigarettes are his comfort is because he's only eaten half a chocolate bar all this whole. Hearing this, Choi decides to loosen up a bit and share some of his food with our guy. Choi suddenly starts opening his bag and Song is stunned when he takes a peek. The bag is really full, which makes him conclude that Choi must have gotten that much from the break room. As far as he's concerned, that's the only explanation, and while he's still pondering on it, Choi brings out a pack of raw noodles. He breaks it in two and gives one piece to our protagonist. Of course, in their current situation, there's really no other choice but to eat whatever is available, so Song gladly takes the noodles from him and starts munching on it. He thanks Choi and becomes really curious about something. Choi said that he was from the development team, so the fact that he got here means that he probably cleared out all the food on the entire second floor. In response, the guy in glasses confirms this, explaining that it's no longer necessary to put food in refrigerators, and our guy completely agrees with him. These two new friends enjoy their uncooked food together, and after some time, Song asks Choi what the situation is like on the second floor. Sadly, the guy reveals that it's not good at all. At first, Choi was trapped in the break room with a colleague. Back then, it was just the two of them, so they split the food in two to manage their resources. However, the other guy kept insisting that they had to keep moving. Choi didn't think that was a good idea and suggested that it would be wiser to wait for a rescue team to come get them. Despite his attempts to make his colleague wait there with him, the guy eventually had enough and decided to leave without him. As you can imagine, the impatient guy was infected as soon as he went out, and just like that, Choi was left all by himself. After hearing this story, the MC suggests that there are probably quite a few zombies on the second floor since he passed there on his way down, and Choi confirms this, claiming that he counted at least 4 of the undead himself. Clearly, Choi also has no choice but to come out since his battery was about to die completely. As such, he was forced to come across the bloodthirsty zombies on his way down, and this makes our guy wonder how he got out without being infected. In response, Choi reveals that he drew their attention by throwing something in the opposite direction. So, whenever they were distracted, he simply took the opportunity to crawl out of their reach. Song is quite impressed with the story, admitting how amazing it is that he escaped safely from 4 zombies. Choi just laughs nervously as he thanks our guy for the compliment. Judging by everything he just heard, Song is convinced that Choi was the one who turned on the emergency generator, so he asks just to be sure, and the assistant manager confirms his guess. The MC looks over at the power strip in the corner with several chargers plugged in and figures that it's the reason Choi risked his life to go turn on the generator. Clearly, the guy had to charge his devices so he wouldn't get stranded, but Song is a little confused because he doesn't really think there's a point. Hearing this, Choi is shocked because he can't believe that Song has been surviving without using the internet. At this point, our boy is even more surprised because he had no idea that there was even any signal in the building all this while. Hearing this, the assistant manager informs him that satellite internet is actually available. This response leaves our guy astounded, and that's when Choi asks him if he knows about Spacelink. Sure enough, Song is familiar with this name, so Choi tells him that they still have access to the internet because of it. Of course, there aren't many usable servers left since the zombies took over, but there are a few communities that they can still connect to. Well, our boy didn't have any idea about this, so it's taking him a while to process all the information. It's a good thing he met Choi then. Anyway, Mr. Glasses goes on to reveal that the charger is currently plugged in a fast on, which means that it should be done very soon. That being said, he offers to help our guy charge his phone afterward if he has one on him. Time goes by and sure enough, Choi helps Song plug in his phone. Just like the assistant manager said, the internet is still working and our MC is even able to access his social media account, where he comes across several others who haven't been infected. This whole thing is like a breakthrough for him, so he genuinely thanks Choi for everything. The guy charged his phone, connected him to the Spacelink internet, and even told him about the community, so he is really glad. Of course, Choi is pretty modest about it, claiming that it's nothing. Not long after that, they notice the lights above them flickering and Song immediately suggests that the emergency generator is about to run out of power. Of course, this is really tragic news for Choi, even though he already knew that it was going to happen eventually. Things are about to get a lot more difficult for them, which makes him wonder what Song plans to do in this situation. Before our guy can even say anything, Choi makes his intentions very clear, stating that he will be staying right in the room. The assistant manager doesn't have any intention of leaving the room, and stating this, Song just stares at him with a disappointed look on his face. Clearly, Choi only said this just now because he wants Song to leave. The guy suddenly starts reaching for his wooden stick again, like he's preparing to attack our guy if an argument breaks out. Song doesn't seem to notice this though, but he understands why the assistant manager would want him to leave. The MC knows that he's probably just a burden considering Choi's current disposition. The assistant manager's strategy is obviously to hold out for as long as possible in the safest location, so he truly has no need for a companion who would just consume more of his food while waiting around. Song also doesn't consider Choi a good companion in this situation because they have conflicting ideas. As far as the MC is concerned, he needs to keep exploring in order to find a way out, and this means that Choi would only be an obstacle. As such, he believes that it's only right for them to part ways here and now. After considering all of these factors, our guy finally informs Choi that he will be leaving instead. Of course, Mr. Glasses over here doesn't have any problems with this. In fact, he's even relieved to hear it. Without any hesitation, he goes over to his bag to take out a flashlight and a small power bank. Apparently, he has about 2 more of these to spare, so he doesn't mind giving them to Song as a parting gift. He presents them to our boy, proving that he's not all self-centered, and of course, Song is really grateful for the gift. He thanks the assistant manager sincerely because he knows how incredible these items will be in a situation without any electricity. Grateful for Choi's generosity, our guy decides to return the favor, so he takes out a few sticks from his pack of cigarettes and gives them to the guy as well. Of course, Choi really appreciates it, so he thanks Song as well, and the 2 survivors finally part ways. Our guy makes his way to the door and Choi wishes him luck. Before stepping out, the MC turns to the guy, hoping that they get to see each other alive again. Song exits the room after that, and as soon as he's outside, he's overwhelmed by the horde of zombies flooding the area. Right now, he knows that he has to hurry because the electricity will be cut off soon, leaving him stuck in the dark with the undead creatures. To avoid this, he needs to get the hell out of here. Thankfully, the door is still holding up so he can escape very quickly. Song contemplates his next course of action. If he goes down to the basement, he can easily access his company car in the parking lot. There's a chance he can escape with it, but at the same time, he's not even sure that leaving the building right now is the correct choice. At the moment, he's starting to reconsider his idea, feeling that the time to escape the company building will come eventually, so there's no need to rush. A part of him knows that leaving the company right now could turn out to be a rash decision, so, for the meantime, he feels that it is wiser to go back up and get all the information he can from the company. That way, he'll be more equipped with everything he needs to enable him to escape safely. With this in mind, our guy starts marching up the stairs with his bloody golf club in hand. He's only a few steps in when everything goes dark all of a sudden. He curses in frustration when this happens because it means that the emergency generator finally ran out of power. Thankfully, he still has a flashlight, so rather than freaking out, he's able to stay calm. Song uses the light to navigate his way up the stairs as carefully as he can because there's a good chance the zombies moved when he was downstairs. By being extremely careful and quiet, Song is able to reach the 4th, 5th, and then the 6th floor without being attacked by the zombies. Now, he just needs to move a little higher to reach his destination, but then all of a sudden, he hears a noise coming from the floor above. He's certain that someone is on the upper floor and fears that it's most likely a zombie. Despite being absolutely terrified right now, the MC knows that there's really no turning back at this point. He has no choice but to keep going, so he tightens his grip on the golf club and braces himself for what is to come, confident that he'll break through no matter what. A few seconds later, we see that our determined hero has hung the flashlight in the railing to enable him go face the zombie with both of his hands free. He slowly goes up with his trusty golf club in hand and, quietly closing in on the monster as he prepares to knock it out. By the time he gets close enough, he is finally able to see the zombie fully, and is even relieved that it's also facing the rooftop. With the creature turning its back to him, this means that he'll be able to sneak up on it from behind, so he's even more motivated to use this opportunity before it's too late. Determined to take out the zombie, he moves even closer, waiting for the perfect opening to strike, but things take a huge twist when the zombie senses him. Just like that, the monster's neck turns 360 degrees to look at him, and in that moment, he already knows that he is cooked. The monster growls at him as it foams from the mouth, and before our guy can even think of anything, the vicious zombie lunges at him from up the stairs. At this point, you'd think Song would definitely get infected because of how close he is, but he somehow manages to land a devastating blow to the zombie's head with his golf stick, and the force from the hit is so powerful that it sends the monster slamming into the wall. Of course, just one hit isn't going to be enough to take out a monster this vicious, so the creature gets right back up, even more pissed this time around. The zombie screeches at him in rage and once again, charges at him, so he repeats the same moves a second time. Song knows that this is a matter of life or death, so despite being absolutely terrified, he musters all the courage and strength he can to fight off the zombie. He lands several powerful blows on the monster, desperate to kill it for good. But just as he's hoping that the fight is all over, he sees the creature getting back up. He sees that zombie still moving after everything, and he's already tired of landing hits, but he doesn't have a choice. So, he just hits the zombie some more, begging it to just die, and then he finally kills it. Our guy is sure that it's dead when the familiar blue window pops up in front of him, informing him that he has acquired 1 coin. The shopping window appears right after that, showing him all the stuff that he can purchase now that he has 2 coins. The MC stares at the window in a daze with his bent and bloody golf club still in hand. He's irritated by the twisted system showing him a shopping menu when he literally almost died a few seconds ago, so he angrily waves the window away. But then again, he keeps his frustration aside and decides to be more rational about it. Looking at the stuff on the menu, he realizes that the coins might be useful for something else, so he decides to just take them for now. Song accepts his reward and starts packing up his stuff. While he's at it, he can't help but wonder where this particular zombie actually came from. From what he can see, the rooftop is closed, so it couldn't have come from there, and this makes him wonder if it came from another floor instead. He starts racking his brain about all this, so he starts to think that the 7th floor might not be safe either. Despite feeling this way, he decides to go up there anyway and quickly enters the empty office room there. He shuts the door behind him and sighs in relief, feeling that he should be safe. He takes out his water can to have a drink, and then the memory of the zombie he faced earlier flashes across his mind. He is still hung up on how fast it was. At that speed, he feels that the zombie is probably even faster than when it was still a normal person. As far as he's concerned, it might even be on the level of a wild animal now that it's this lethal. Song is truly shaken by the experience he faced, and he's even afraid that he would probably have been the one who died if there were 2 zombies. With this fear now dwelling in his mind, he figures that he needs to find companions to move with. If he can't do that, then he'll have to create situations where it's always a one-on-one with the zombies. Anything other than that might not end well for him, and he knows this. After quenching his thirst, he suddenly remembers that he should probably check the internet now that he's back upstairs. He feels that there might be more information on the zombies online. Song quickly gets back on the Spacelink internet and starts surfing the web for anything related to the zombies, but he just finds stuff about the weather. One guy is really astounded by the temperature outside because it was minus 27 degrees Celsius when he measured it. Another person from Gangwon province also had a crazy experience with the temperature, claiming that the water froze when he left the tap running. You'd think the last one would be useful information, but it's just still another message from someone talking about how their relatives got infected by a zombie. After scrolling for a while, Song simply gives up because there's really no useful info about the zombies. So, he goes over what he already knows about them. The creatures are sensitive to sound and have somewhat poor sight and smell. They also keep moving until their head is destroyed. And the most obvious fact, if you're bitten by a zombie, then you become one as well. These things online are all stuff he already knew before now, and it's mostly just survivors crying out for rescue on the servers. As annoying as the situation is, it's actually helped him to confirm one thing, which is the fact that the government has now completely collapsed. It's now very obvious that no one is coming to save them, and so now, the harsh reality dawns on him. Song finally accepts the fact that he has to survive on his own, by himself in this godforsaken world. The thought runs through his mind just as the harsh cold seeps deeper into his body, causing him to cough violently. Of course, that's never a good sign. Soon, it's day 5 of survival and our guy is literally shaking like a leaf. The cold seems to have really gotten to him now, because he's covering himself in a blanket, but still shivering tremendously. For some reason, he still thinks that he hasn't caught a cold yet. Bro claims that he can't let that happen when he's clearly sick already. I mean, you can't blame him for not wanting to accept that he's sick. After all, in this situation, a cold practically means death. Song Jin Song is determined to stay healthy, so he motivates himself to move his body in order to generate some heat. This might turn out to be a bad idea since he'll probably need to replenish the lost energy afterward. Anyway, our guy proceeds to do some jumping jacks to generate heat, and of course, it doesn't take long for his belly to start growling. He's clearly very hungry now and tired too, so he goes straight to one of his chocolate bars. Normally, he would have eaten only half, but right now, his body needs the calories, so he throws conservation out the window and eats the whole thing. After eating, Song takes off his shoes, feeling pretty irritated by the cold. He probably thought his body would have adapted to the temperature by now, but after 5 days of this Ice Age apocalypse, he is now sure that he can never get used to this cold. As such, he decides that it's time to go light, feeling that it would just be cumbersome to move with his shoes on. He drops them on the desk, feeling that leaving them there would be better since it makes less noise. Once that's out of the way, he realizes that he needs to find proper food before things get worse. To do this, he'll need to leave the office for his search. According to Assistant Manager Choi's information, half of the food from the break room should still be there, so now, his mission is to make it there alive and find it. He needs to get to the development team floor and find the bag of Choi's colleague, who turned into a zombie. The only problem with this little mission now is the fact that there are probably more than 4 zombies in that area, waiting for their next human victim. This makes things very difficult for him because it's going to be almost impossible to snatch the bag from the zombified colleague without the other undead creatures noticing. The only way to get the bag back now is to take the zombies out one by one. With this in mind, our boy goes into assassin mode. He scans the area to locate all the zombies. The first one is in the Development Team 1 office. There's another in Development Team 2 as well. And then one in the New Business Team office. There should be at least 4 on this floor, but he's only seen 3, which makes him wonder where the last one is. He's confused right now, so he tries to recall what he saw the last time he passed here. There were no bodies on the path from the break room to the emergency exit before. But now, there's one more somewhere he doesn't even know. This makes things a bit complicated, so he decides that the first course of action is to deal with all the zombies he's found. Using his flashlight, he keeps looking around and eventually finds another one in one of the supply rooms. He checks another room and is delighted to see that the non-food supplies are still there, but his quiet celebration is suddenly interrupted when he hears the low growl of a zombie coming his way. Song Jin Song quickly hides to avoid getting spotted, but he also marks the zombie's location. And so, now that he's gotten all his targets, it's time for him to begin the hunt. To set the plan in motion, he hurls a cup across the room to get the zombie's attention, knowing that the mindless creature would run in that direction. Sure enough, when the undead monster dashes toward the noise, Song emerges from the shadows with his golf club and takes a big swing at the zombie's head. The bloodthirsty monster doesn't see him on time, and by the time it realizes that it just got played, it's already too late. The MC buries the golf club in the zombie's head, killing it with a single strike, but the noise attracts the others nearby, and they don't hesitate to come after him. Thankfully, our guy sees them coming from the other room early enough so before they can get to him, he slams the door and locks them outside. Seeing the crazy zombies screaming outside the door, the MC feels so proud of himself because his little scheme worked just as he planned. He smiles with the flashlight tightly held in his teeth, feeling pretty confident. Right now, his hopes of taking them all out are looking alive, but just when he thinks he's winning, a zombie grabs his leg out of nowhere. The moment he feels the hand firmly grip his ankle, he turns around in shock. He looks down at the zombie growling at him, and of course, this leaves him very petrified because being this close to one of them is literally a death sentence. The zombie widens its jaws to do what they do best, and Song's adrenaline level spikes in the blink of an eye. The flashlight falls from his mouth in his panic, but thankfully, he is able to avoid getting bit. Before the monster can get him, he forcefully stomps on its head. He slams it and proceeds to hammer it with the gold club until there's blood everywhere and the zombie stops moving. As you can imagine, even after killing the zombie, he's still overwhelmed by what just happened. It was a very terrifying experience for sure, but it's still not over yet because there are still 2 other zombies waiting outside the door for him. Well, at least they can't get to him now, so he calmly picks up his flashlight from the pool of zombie blood. Now, He's already attracted 2 of them to him, so he resolves to finish this before any more zombies are drawn by the noise. Determined to come out of this alive, he puts the flashlight back in his mouth and charges right out the door. He opens the door and immediately throws a spoon across the office to distract them. Of course, this works pretty well since one of the 2 mindlessly runs toward the noise. The other one is a bit more suspicious about the situation, so if just stands there looking baffled, and this allows our boy to strike. Meanwhile, the other zombie that went after the spoon appears to have a backpack on, and it's probably the one Song is looking for. Our boy attacks the first one and goes after the second one with his golf club like a gladiator. The zombie tries to run away, but of course, the MC is way too locked in to let it escape. He goes after the undead creature with murderous intent, and a few seconds later, we see his golf club bent beyond recognition. The metal stick is completely deformed and covered in zombie blood at this point. The final confirmation that he killed the 2 creatures is the sudden message that pops up, revealing that he just acquired 4 coins. After the crazy ambush he just laid on the zombies, he uses his flashlight to see the bag properly. He almost died while taking them on, but it wasn't for nothing because now he's finally gotten the bag of food he came for. He inspects the dead zombie with the backpack, and that's when he sees how deformed his golf club is now. Looking at it, he can immediately see that he won't be able to use it anymore. It's time to let it go. Song quickly unstraps the backpack and takes it off the zombie corpse. He puts on the bag and is delighted by how heavy it is because that just means there's a lot of food in there. Before leaving, it dawns on him that he no longer has a weapon to protect himself. Going back down to other floors without a weapon would be pretty risky, but he doesn't have a choice, so he figures that it's better to just move quickly. But then again, now that he's cleared this area, he thinks that it might not be a bad idea to search the place some more for something that could be useful to him. Since he's still there, he decides to take a look around. Assistant Manager Choi said that his colleague hid in the break room, which means that the 2 of them probably didn't get a chance to search anywhere else while they were on this floor. Well, our boy has managed to make the place safer for exploring, so that's exactly what he does. He looks around the place, and it doesn't take him long to find some interesting stuff. He finds a pretty good haul, and he's impressed. Just from the desks in Development Team 1, he found a power bank and even nutritional supplements, so he's feeling really lucky. Things are looking really good right now, so he feels that it would be good to also search Development Team 2 as well. On his way there, he suddenly hears something that catches his attention. It definitely sounds like a zombie, so he begins to panic since he doesn't have a weapon on him anymore. This might turn into a big problem for him if he's not careful, so he quietly jogs in the opposite direction. If he runs into the zombie right now, then he'll be done for, so he decides to go back. There's no point risking his life in search of another good haul. A few moments later, we see that Song has found somewhere safe to check out what's in the bag. It's pretty safe now, so he's finally starting to calm down. He laughs in excitement as he hugs the bag tightly. He never imagined that he'd end up feeling safe at the office, especially in a situation like this. After being all ceremonial about his find, he finally decides to open up the bag to see what exactly he brought back from the zombie. Song takes out 3 bags of chips, along with 2 boxes of choco pies. There's a ton of cookies and 5 cup ramens. He also finds a can of cola inside, which takes his excitement to another level. In this Ice Age apocalypse, what he's got in his hands right now is practically a treasure. With his conservative skills, this should be enough for at least a month. As long as water is available with these supplies, Song believes that he can survive for a month without much trouble. Our guy leans back with a look of satisfaction on his face, convinced that this stash was definitely worth risking his life for. Unfortunately, just when he's finally about to feel good for the first time in days, the familiar chills rush back into his body. He starts shivering all over again now that the excitement has died down. His socks are soaked in blood and sweat, which means that his wet feet are making it even colder for him. He doesn't even know how to handle his current predicament. He feels like he should wash up a little to get the blood off. So he takes off his socks and starts washing his feet with ice water. Of course, the moment the water touches his feet, the cold shocks him. It's way too cold and he can't even believe that he's doing this. He never imagined that he would be washing his feet with ice water in his life. After washing off most of the blood, he suddenly comes across something horrifying. It's a wound, and for some reason, it resembles a bite mark way too much. He's shocked because he doesn't remember getting injured during his encounter with the zombies earlier. Song's eyes widen in horror as he thinks back to the time the zombie grabbed his legs. He's starting to think that he might have gotten scratched by it then, because he's certain that he didn't get bitten. From what he knows about these undead creatures, he definitely has to be bitten to become a zombie. He takes out his phone to confirm what he saw online, and sure enough, he comes across the post from a person who was scratched and wasn't infected even after several days. The MC is so excited when he reads this message because it means that he's still safe. The guy is so relieved now because it definitely wouldn't have been easy to deal with the fact that he'll soon be turned into a zombie. Now, he's done washing his feet, so he goes to dry them with his blanket. After cleaning his legs, he can finally see how serious the wound is. Once again, his legs start shivering from the cold and he begins to get worried. At this rate, he's afraid that this wound will lead to frostbite. On top of that, his toes are exposed, and if that continues, he'll be in some serious trouble. He knows that he needs to warm his foot up somehow, so he finally decides to visit that strange shop that's been popping up. He opens the shopping window in search of something to help him get warm, and like always, he's reminded of his balance. The floating window informs him that he possesses 6 coins now and shows him all the necessary items he can purchase with them. He vividly remembers seeing winter clothes on the shopping window, so he immediately starts scrolling to find them. It doesn't take too long for him to get there. Thankfully, they're still there, and they also seem affordable. The winter jacket and pants would set him back 3 of his coins. The winter boots just next to them cost 3 coins as well. This is also the same price for the winter gloves and the winter hat. Everything on this page costs 3 coins each, which makes things pretty dicey for him. He obviously can't afford all of them, so he'll have to choose carefully and get the items he needs the most. He curses in frustration when he sees these prices, claiming that the creator of the system must be really cheap to sell these items separately. I mean, they're all supposed to come as a package, so you can't blame him for being pissed. Besides that, the pricing doesn't even make any sense to him because boots, gloves, and a hat are all smaller than the clothes. As far as he's concerned, they should not cost the same number of coins. He grumbles about the situation for a while but quickly reminds himself that complaining won't change anything. He needs to make a choice right away, so he does just that. Song clicks on the winter boots since that's the most pressing item right now. Without them, his toes would probably be falling off in a few days. Our guy is taken aback when the big winter boots suddenly appear right in front of him in a flash. He finds it strange that the shoes really appeared because it's almost like magic. He holds them up to confirm that they're actually real, and he's even more surprised by the fact that they're his size. He was actually worried that the boots might be too big or too small for him, but somehow, they're just the perfect fit for him. He's still trying them on at this point, and the whole thing just makes him wonder if this means that everything he buys on the shopping window will come out customized for him. After wearing the comfy winter boots, his feet are feeling a lot better, but he knows that it's not enough. Sure, he's saved his toes and feet from the frostbite now, but he's still shaking like a leaf. Song doesn't think the boots will be enough to save him from the cold, so he goes back to the shopping window to look for anything else that can be of help. Determined to heal his wound, fight the cold, and also manage his coins, this stranded office worker scrolls endlessly through the shopping window in search of the perfect item. Sadly, after searching for a while, he still doesn't find what he's looking for, and this leaves him a little frustrated. Just when it looks like he's not going to have any luck, his eyes widen all of a sudden. His gaze locks in on a particular item that we can't see yet. It seems to be that he's finally found what he's been searching for, because he doesn't even think twice before clicking the button to buy it. He purchases this mystery item in a flash, and 1 coin is deducted from his balance. Well, we still can't see what Song just acquired, but what we do know is that it's definitely something useful. Remember that mystery item that Song purchased without a second thought? Well, it turned out to be a hot pack for the wounds on his feet. The MC quickly takes it out of the wrapper and starts massaging his feet with it. Right now, he feels more alive than he's been in the past 5 days. Well, it actually makes a lot of sense since this is pretty much the most relief he's felt since the apocalypse started. Sure, buying a single hot pack with 1 precious coin was pretty expensive, but this young man doesn't mind at all. He rubs the hot pack all over his feet, and the soothing feeling pretty much intoxicates him for a second. The hot pack wasn't cheap, but it was definitely worth it for him because he finally feels like he can live in these unbearable conditions. Soon it's day 7 of survival in this Ice Age apocalypse, and tragedy strikes. Song goes to the sink to get some water and is absolutely horrified when not even a single drop comes out of the faucet. As you can imagine, this is a very terrible discovery for him, and he almost doesn't believe it at first. He quickly comes to terms with reality though, since he actually saw it coming. It was really just a matter of time, and now, in the end, the water has finally been cut off. Thankfully, he's not exactly stranded now because he made preparations for this very calamity. Song was smart enough to keep his water supply full just in case this happened. Bro filled several water cans, but there's only so much water he can store. Despite his best efforts, he was only able to gather about 2 liters of water, which is definitely underwhelming for someone in his situation. Well, our guy knows this too and already has an idea of what he's going to face. The water he stored is only going to be enough for 3 to 4 days at best. Anything more than that would mean that he'd probably have to turn himself into a camel overnight somehow. Just when he started to feel alive in this icy prison, this kind of shit happens. As you can imagine, he's pretty frustrated by the situation, but he can't do much to change it. So he just lies back down on the desk, wondering why this is happening to him. Song takes out his phone to check the servers, hoping to see some good news at least. On the server, a couple other survivors are still communicating with one another. One brave fellow confirms that there are some zombies on the first floor, but still wants to go check out the supermarket across the street regardless. The man takes a frying pan with him as he makes his way out to the street. For some reason, he thinks one metal pan is enough to fight off the zombies. Anyway, he completes his preparation and updates the others on the servers, informing them as soon as he sets out. Song is one of the anonymous members of the chat. So, he asks him if he's really going, so the guy confirms this once again, promising to post again if he survives this dangerous mission. Seeing this, the others just wish him good luck, knowing just how risky it is. Seong remains on the desk after reading all the messages on the chat. Bro looks like he's about to give up any second now, and you can't really blame him. He's probably feeling discouraged after seeing that the number of posts is gradually decreasing. Since he joined the server, the number of messages have dropped quite a lot, so he fears that most of the survivors he met on there are probably now dead. It's a really harsh reality, but he knows that he just has to face it because he can barely see any signs of survivors out the window anymore. Before, he'd at least see a few civilians running around in attempts to evade the zombies, but now, all he can see are the mindless creatures roaming the streets. At this rate, he's afraid that he'll be the last human in the city in a couple of days. This thought lingers in his mind, but at the same time, he forces himself to be positive. Song refuses to think about the worst of his situation, feeling that there might just be many survivors like him in places that he doesn't know about. After all, nobody on the outside knew that he'd been trapped in the company building until he joined the server using the Spacelink internet. The next day, which is the 8th day of him being stuck in this Ice Age apocalypse, Song checks his phone again for updates. He finds 7 new notifications on the server, so he reads through all of them. The anonymous member from the previous day, who was talking to the brave guy, is starting to freak out now. It's been a day since the man set out to go to the supermarket, but he still hasn't posted anything, so it's starting to look like he didn't make it. The zombies probably got him, so when Song sees these messages, he finds it very difficult to remain positive. He had a little hope that the man would actually survive, but the mission proved as difficult as he thought. And now, he's completely certain that there's no way to survive out on the streets. Sure, he still has food and water that can last a couple more days, but he knows that he can't just wait here like this. When the time comes to leave this place, going out alone would mean death, so once again, he makes up his mind to go out and find another survivor. Our guy knows that he needs to get an ally as soon as possible, no matter what it takes. However, there's one glaring problem with this plan, which is the fact that our guy still doesn't have a weapon. He needs a good one if he's going to start wandering around the company building. Song looks over at the golf bag he found several days ago and quickly confirms that there's only one decent golf club left in it. He takes it out to have a look, and after inspecting it, he realizes that it's less durable than he thought. It might look pretty solid now, but it becomes useless after taking down 3 or 4 zombies. Obviously, there's a very good chance that he'll come across way more zombies than that if he truly sets out on his mission again. This means that he'll need something more durable to protect himself with if he wants to survive. And so, he opens that shopping window earlier to see what might be of use to him there. The first weapon he sees is the hammer for crushing zombie skulls. It looks pretty cool, with a spiked end that's pretty menacing, but there's one major problem with this weapon, which is the fact that it's too expensive for our guy. Right now, Song can't afford the hammer because it costs 5 coins to get, and he's already down to his last 2. After taking a good look at the weapon again, our guy admits that it actually looks really good. However, this doesn't make him think it's worth it. With 5 coins, Song knows that he can easily buy winter clothes and still have enough to get another hot pack. At the moment, these other things are looking a lot more valuable to him, so he's really not interested in buying the weapon in a hurry. After all, he still has a golf club that could hold up for a while. With this in mind, he sets out on his stealthy mission. First plan on the agenda is to check out the other floors and see what he can scavenge. So, with his flashlight in one hand and the golf stick in the other, Song quietly moves down to the other floors, and it doesn't take too long for him to discover something really disturbing. He enters one of the dark offices and is instantly taken aback when he finds fresh blood stains on the desk. He goes over to investigate, feeling very confused because there's no one around. He's been seeing these blood stains for a while now, but this one especially caught his attention. Our guy goes closer, hoping to find answers because even the smell is really disturbing. It smells just like the zombies, but it doesn't make any sense because he can't find any bodies around. By the time he scans the office with his flashlight, he realizes that the place is truly a mess with bloodstains everywhere. This sends chills down his spine as he wonders what on earth happened there. He tries to open the adjoining door leading to another room but immediately realizes that it's locked. This leaves him even more perplexed because now, he begins to wonder if someone is hiding inside the room. He leans closer to check if he'll hear any noise coming from inside, but that's not the case. He can't hear anything and so, after a brief pause, he decides to break in. Before bursting in though, he makes it very clear that he's going in. Song breaks down the door and of course, he's met by a new shocking discovery. The entire room is filled with bloody corpses piled on top of each other. He's taken aback by the sight, but bravely goes in to investigate some more. Looking at the heap of dead zombies, he can tell that there has to be at least 10 of them lying here. It's chilling to be in here with so many dead zombies, but he forces himself to focus. He came here in search of useful items, so he quickly goes to one of the drawers to rummage. Even while he's at it, he can't help but wonder what the hell happened in there. He's bewildered that someone was able to kill these many zombies, and he can only wonder who in the world could have done it. The fact that a monster like this person has been in the company is truly mind-blowing for him, and all he can think about is how good it would be to have them on his side. As far as he's concerned, he wouldn't have to worry about a thing if this zombie slayer became his ally. After check in the cupboards, he doesn't find anything useful, so he prepares to get out of the room. He wouldn't want to be caught off guard by the other active zombies. Song remembers seeing signs that the other offices were searched too, so he feels that this place might already have been swept by whoever killed the zombies. He begins to panic a little when this thought crosses his mind, because if that's truly this case then this whole place has most likely been cleared out already. As such, he just gives up on searching. Convinced that there's no way anything useful would be left in there for him, he sighs in defeat, feeling that all his efforts were simply futile. Sure enough, there's really nothing in any of the compartments, and this just leaves him wondering one thing. Who was it to have taken things so thoroughly? He finds it hard to believe that only one person could have done this, so he feels that it could even have been several others. And so, he begins to wonder if they're even still in the building after seeing how they cleared out the whole place. While still looking around, Soyoung suddenly stumbles upon something that really catches his attention. He notices a piece of paper sticking out from under one of the coffee machines on the table, so he immediately takes it out to see what's in there. That's when he realizes that it's a note from another survivor. In the letter, the person claims that they're glad to know a fellow human made it to the 4th floor. They also apologize for taking everything on the floor that could be used as food. They then advise Song not to waste his time or energy checking the break room, since they've already searched all the drawers. They also tell him not to bother opening the managing director's office since they've piled up the zombie corpses there. Clearly, this note was written by the person who cleared the floor and slaughtered all those zombies, but that's not the only information that was left in the letter. Song continues to read the paper and gets to the part where the person reveals that they left a shirt in the cabinet for whoever finds it. They also recommended that he avoid going to the 5th floor if he can. Apparently, this person intends to leave the city and head toward the west coast because it seems to be a good place to guard against zombies. After all, there are a couple islands over there. The writer left at exactly 10 am on the 8th day since the zombie attack, which Song is pretty horrified to see because it was the day before. He curses in frustration, feeling that he could have met the person if he had just moved one day earlier. At the end of the letter, the writer finally reveals their identity. He's assistant manager upon Hyuk, Jay from the accounting team, and he ends the note by wishing Song good luck, hoping to see the reader of his letter again one day. Song is pretty familiar with Hyuk, Jay because they were colleagues from the same year. From what the MC remembers, the guy always used to brag about being in the special forces, so now, after seeing how he wiped out a wave of zombies, our boy finally agrees it was a well-deserved bragging right. Song gathers the papers and suddenly realizes that there's something on the back as well. It's a short note revealing that Hyuk Jay left a gift in the drawer for any office worker who might come by. As you can imagine, our guy is pretty excited when he sees this, so he instantly rushes to the drawer in question where he finds a briefcase. He opens it up with so much excitement, but all he finds is a bunch of coffee mix. Apparently, Hyuk Jay thought this would be funny, but the MC isn't exactly feeling the joke right now. Soon, it's day 10 of the apocalypse and our guy is back to surviving on the remaining chocolate bars he has. Out of boredom, he finds himself reading Hyuk Jay's note over and over. He's particularly curious about the part where the guy told him to avoid going to the 5th floor. It makes him curious and suspicious at the same time. He keeps wondering why he shouldn't go up there when he knows that the 5th floor is the president's office. Logically thinking, it doesn't even seem likely that there would be many zombies there since it's so high up. As curious as he is right now, he still knows that Yoon Hyuk Jae isn't the kind of person to give a warning without reason. He finally finishes his chocolate bar just as the thought crosses his mind. He's been really bothered by what was in the note, but even more importantly, he hasn't seen a single survivor outside since the previous day. It's pretty troubling as it's starting to look like there aren't any normal humans left out there. Right now, he's starting to feel pretty hopeless because as time passes, the chances of meeting a survivor and potential ally keeps decreasing. He still regrets missing one the previous day, so he's not willing to waste another chance. With this in mind, he decides to finally get off his butt to search the other floors. He's determined to find someone this time around, but he's a little overwhelmed just thinking about how many floors he might have to check it before he actually finds someone. The thought lingers in his mind for a while, but he is suddenly drawn out of his thoughts when a bright light shines in his eyes. He's really puzzled when he sees this because he didn't think that anyone would still be out there. He quickly snaps out of the shock though, because he realizes that this is someone sending him a signal, and so he starts waving like a maniac to get their attention. Our guy gets so excited when he realizes that there's actually someone out there who's not yet a zombie, and then when he takes a closer look, he sees that the man in the other building is holding a piece of paper up. The person is obviously trying to tell him something, but they're too far away from each other for him to see what's written on the paper. Just when it seems like he won't be able to communicate with the person, a bright idea suddenly pops into his mind. Song quickly takes out his phone to take a picture of the paper, and once that's done, he zooms right in, hoping that he'll finally be able to read it. Thankfully, his plan works and he can finally see what the guy was trying to tell him. Apparently, it's saying that there are people on the 6th and 7th floors in the company building. Also, the man has people in his own building and wants to team up. This is exactly what our guy has been desperately hoping for, so seeing this message right now is like a dream come true for him. He had almost lost hope, but now, hearing that there were other survivors all this time, he gets really excited. Now, he needs to go straight into action. For the meantime, he can leave the people in the other building, hoping that they can handle themselves. His priority right now is to find the person on the 6th floor, so he grabs his gold club and springs into action. Our guy sets off on his mission to get to the 6th floor, but is taken aback when he discovers that the entrance is blocked. He doesn't understand why this is the case, so he starts to wonder if the other survivor saw the message and decided to clear out the place. Either way, he makes his way down to the 6th floor, and upon entry, he calmly makes his presence known, revealing that he's from the 7th floor. He announces that he's an employee at Taezong Trading and all of that. He's still trying to assure them that he has no hostile intentions when he accidentally kicks something. Song quickly uses the light to check what it is and notices how the place looks kinda weird. Something feels off, so now he's wondering if another guest arrived before him. The MC is pretty puzzled at the moment because he's not sure what is going on, but he gets answers very quickly when a zombie sneaks up behind him and attacks. The terrifying creature charges at him with blistering speed, but he somehow manages to turn around in time to defend himself. Song uses his golf stick to block the zombie charging at him, and it shoves him down to the ground in the process. Now, with his back touching the floor, our guy knows that this is a life or death situation, so he fights with everything he's got. First, he creates some space by kicking the zombie in the gut. This gives him the chance to get back on his feet, so this time, he doesn't hesitate to unleash his own attack on the zombie. Song charges at the monster and takes it out pretty quickly with his golf club. A few seconds later, our guy is standing above the brutalized zombie with sweat dripping down his face. He's managed to take out the monster, but he's not done yet, so to finish the job, he lifts one of the metal tables and smashes the zombie with it. Song mercilessly squashes the zombie's head, leaving a bloody mess in the floor, and it's at this point that the kill is finally confirmed because the mysterious window pops up once again to inform him that he just acquired another coin. The MC finds this pretty amusing because with the way the windows keep appearing, it's starting to feel more like a death notification at this point. As much as he'd like to dwell on that, he has more pressing issues on his hands. There was supposed to be another survivor on this floor, so now that he's dealt with the zombie that attacked him, he goes back to searching for a potential ally. He grabs his flashlight to continue his search, and when he doesn't sense anyone around, he starts to wonder if that guy across was lying to him earlier. Just when he's about to start having doubts, he hears a clanking sound from one of the doors around him. Of course, this gives him some hope, because he's convinced that it must have been the other survivor. Looks like the guy wasn't lying after all. With this in mind, Song goes over to the door to investigate and notices that it's been locked. So, rather than bathing in, he tries to use his words first. He tells the person hiding that he knows they're there, and then quickly explains that he didn't come here to harm them. Song makes it pretty clear that he came to team up, and politely asks the person to introduce themselves to him. While saying all of this, he quietly reaches for the door in an attempt to open it. But it doesn't budge. When he doesn't get a response from the person in there, he goes ahead to introduce himself, revealing that he's an employee of the company with sales team 2. Still, there's no response even after a while, so the MC begins to seriously consider breaking in. He tightens the grip on his golf club as he prepares to take a big swing at the door, but that's when the person inside finally responds. For some reason, they kinda recognize his voice and ask if he's really Song Jin. Song. Of course, this question leaves our guy taken aback, and while he's still trying to wrap his head around it, the lady inside suddenly opens the door. He's absolutely gobsmacked the moment he sees her, because it just so happens to be Miss Siana. As you can imagine, our guy is stunned, but the lady looks really excited to see after all this time. Sure enough, she lets him in and the two catch up for a while. Song is really surprised to learn that she's been here all this time. Clearly, that has been the case, and they probably wouldn't have met if it wasn't for the guy that reached out to them last night. Apparently, our guy wasn't the only one who received a message from another survivor last night, because Sion Ah was also approached by someone who came urgently asking her to open the door. The guy was banging on the window, asking her to open up, but she had a bad feeling, so she refused to let him in. Sadly, that didn't even matter because the guy realized that she was alone and just forced his way in. She saw him trying to break in, so she didn't bother waiting to find out what would happen. Sion Ah quickly ran to the break room and hid there. She didn't even stay there up to an hour before finding out that the guy had turned into a zombie. Upon hearing this story, Song realizes that the zombie he took out when he arrived on this floor must have been the same man. Sion Ah confirms this immediately, and this makes Song wonder if she has a weapon. He asks her and she claims that she does, showing him the wooden spear sitting in a corner. The MC takes a closer look at the weapon when she brings it out, and it's pretty familiar to him. It looks similar to what Choi Jae-sung had when they came across each other. Song asks if it's a mop, and she admits that it is, revealing that she sharpened it herself with a box cutter. Apparently, it's even more useful than she thought it would be, and Song just finds it pretty intriguing as she explains. He can see the blood stains all over the sharp end and figures that she must have dealt with some zombies before as well. Clearly, she knows how to handle herself in this apocalypse, else she wouldn't still be alive right now. However, Song still fears for her. He feels that she's a huge risk because women aren't exactly known for their physical strength, and in a world like this, he thinks that having a lady as his only ally might be a major disadvantage to him. While all of this is running through his mind, the clueless lady criticizes her weapon, wishing that it would be shorter and thinner. Song stares at her with his reservations circling all around in his mind. He knows just how dangerous this apocalypse is because now, they're not being hunted by zombies alone, but by other people as well. In these conditions, having a wrong partner can easily go wrong, so he's afraid that Son Ah might just end up being a liability to him if he's not careful. After pondering on the situation for a while, he finally decides to continue by himself. He suggests that he'd soon be on his way, but of course, Sion Ah doesn't like the sound of that. Before he can take another step, she grabs his hand to stop him and then looks him dead in the eyes before asking if he's really going to leave her. At this point, Song knows that he won't be able to avoid the difficult conversation, so he just starts by telling her how sorry he is. As soon as he says this, the lady already knows what he's implying, so she starts to panic. She begs him not to leave her, afraid that she won't be able to make it on her own, but Song just pulls away from her grasp and apologizes once again. He's clearly made up his mind about her, so he starts walking away a second time. However, Sion Ah isn't one to give up so easily, so just when he's about to leave, she reveals that she used to fence. She says this in an attempt to change his mind, but the MC doesn't seem convinced, so she assures him that it's true. Determined to prove that she's not a liability, she shows him the bloody wooden spear, revealing that she was the one who cleared out all the zombies on the 6th floor. It's pretty clear that she's not bluffing because she's even ready to show him all the corpses she left behind if he wants, and of course, this leaves Song baffled. The angry lady tells him that he'll regret leaving her behind, and she's very confident about this. The MC suddenly begins to have second thoughts, especially when she informs him that she was a silver medalist in fencing at the National Sports Festival. Sure, it was a long time ago when she was a high school sophomore, but her skills are probably still pretty sharp. After hearing all of this, Song reconsiders his plan, and after thinking for a while, he agrees to team up with her. Not long after that, the two get ready to set out, and Son Ah brings out a backpack with all the clothes and food she could find in the place. Hearing this, Song asks if she got power banks in there, but she didn't think about that because she thought they would be useless. After all, the last time she checked, the internet was down. At this point, our guy informs her that there's something called Spacelink, explaining that it's a means of satellite communication. Upon hearing this, Song realizes that they'll need all the power banks they can find. While finalizing their preparations, Song asks if she knows how many zombies she came across in total. So, she reveals that there were 8, but adding the one our guy took out makes it 9. Just then, Sion finds the power banks, but while she's being all excited about that, our guy is busy trying to wrap his head around the fact that she killed 8 zombies by herself. It's definitely very impressive, so all of a sudden, he's feeling very glad to have teamed up with her. Sion was only able to find 2 power banks in the end, so she puts them in her bag and gets ready to set out. She asks if it's time to leave, but Song notices something strange that catches his attention. There are some weird marks on the door, so he asks her about them. Upon seeing the marks, Sion remembers that the guy who broke in the previous day was trying to smash the door, so she feels that the scratches were from a desk or something. Sure, that's one theory, but our guy isn't convinced. The marks are way too small and precise to have come from a table, so he scans the room for answers and eventually finds the exact tool that created the marks. Upon seeing it, Sion identifies the vernier caliper in Song's hand. Our guy is really excited to have found it because it's a solid chunk of metal that he could use as a weapon. He's pretty confident that it wouldn't break as easily as the golf clubs, but Sion just points out how short it is. He'll need to get real close to the zombies if he wants it to be effective, but that doesn't have to be the case because Sion suddenly comes up with an idea. A few moments later, we see Sion holding the newly modified weapon with a sense of pride. She straps the caliper to the blunt edge of her stick to create a longer and more dangerous spear. She hands it over to Song, suggesting that it should be very useful, and he agrees, looking really impressed. As far as he is concerned, this is just great because he can stab with it like a spear and also use it to poke like the caliper. Sion reveals that she made it into some kind of pole axe, pointing out that this is one of the perks of bringing her along. Seeing what she tinkered in just a few minutes, Song genuinely thanks her. When the number of people increases, it's not just the number of people to fight with that grows, but other things like this are good too. Eventually, our guy combines the food in his bag with what Sion already had, so he believes that they won't have to worry about food for a while. That's a good development, but he can't shake the feeling of confusion when he finds the frying pan with her. He asks her what she's doing with it, and that's when she reveals that she brought it to get a refund but forgot about it. Apparently, she didn't like the color, but at least now it can be of use, because Song thinks they can use it to melt snow for water later on. Sion is glad to have teamed up with another survivor, but she still doesn't get how he knew she was there. It was like he already knew she was hiding there before she made it obvious. Seeing her confusion, the MC tells her about the man who tipped him off from the building across. Apparently, Song didn't have any idea about this. She didn't even notice the building he's talking about, so Song tells her how the man there signaled him with a light before asking to team up. He shows her the picture he took on his phone, and after reading the part about teaming up, she gets a little nervous. She's not sure if that will be a good idea, and Song doesn't know either. Teaming up with a stranger is definitely risky, and this is what the both of them are worried about right now. Sion is really bothered about that. It's the reason why she desperately wanted to go with Song. She knew that it would be difficult to find someone she can trust, and in the current situation, our guy is the only one she's willing to go with. Sion makes this very clear to Song, and he understands perfectly, so he decides that they're not going to team up with the people across the way. Hearing this, the lady is pretty relieved, so she thanks him for considering her opinion. Now that they've gotten that out of the way, she informs him that their manager might actually still be alive. Song is taken aback by this, but Sion has a very strong feeling about it. Manager Choi is currently on a different floor as far as she knows, because when the apocalypse first started, she was trapped with him on the 6th floor. That was before he ran away though. At first, Sion was in the break room back then while Manager Choi was in the bathroom. The man had asked for her help then, but she ignored him because she was still too scared. It was later that she confirmed that he had escaped, but now, she doesn't know where he went. The manager ran away on the 2nd night from what she remembers. Since then, she's been to the 4th, 2nd and 1st floors, which means that the fat man can only be in 2 places if he's not been turned into a zombie yet. Assuming Manager Choi didn't move, then he should either be on the 3rd or 5th floor. With everything going on, Song can't help but think about the other survivors in the building across. If the people there don't get a response from him and Sion, then they'll probably try to team up with Manager Choi. That won't exactly be a good development, because there's a chance that the other survivors and the manager will come after him and Sion. If they grow their numbers, it's only a matter of time before they infiltrate and overpower these two. Song thinks deeply about this, knowing that it's a likely possibility with the way things are going. It makes him wonder how he and Sion will respond if this happens, but he's not able to figure out an answer. As such, he decides not to bother himself with the external factors that they can't even control. As much as things can go south from here, there are still things that could be considered a silver lining. For starters, he has one more coin now, which means that they can buy some more cold weather gear. With this in mind, Song immediately opens the floating shopping window, where he sees the available items. Right now, he's desperate to get a warm hat because it would definitely make him feel less cold. So, using the extra coin he recently got, he decides to purchase the hat. Now, this would make him pretty comfortable, but it's a different story for Sion, whose feet are already starting to freeze inside her shoes. If she gets frostbite on her feet and can't move, then she'll just become a burden to him. That's the last thing he needs right now, so it's logical in many ways to choose the boots over the warm hat. For this reason, he changes his mind and goes for the big furry boots instead. But just when he's about to click the button, he starts to reconsider his choices. He's reluctant to use his last 3 coins for this, especially since all he can think about right now is how gold he is. Sure, he feels pretty selfish at the moment, but he can't help it. Since they're not on the move currently, he figures that the boots are probably not that urgent. Besides, she's got a blanket covering her, so he figures that the difficult decision can wait. With this in mind, he just rolls over, feeling that he can choose later. The next morning, he wakes up to see Sion looking really frustrated as she struggles with her phone. He asks her how much battery she has left, and that's when she realizes that he's woken up. Well, waking up early has become the usual since his body has refused to adapt to this unbearable cold. Now that he's up, he asks if she remembered to charge all the batteries she found the previous night. Apparently, the only one she didn't charge is the one that Song left behind, so now her phone battery is at 22%. All of a sudden, Sion remembers that there's supposed to be a solar generator up on the rooftop, so she asks him if he's ever checked it out. Clearly he hasn't, because he didn't even have any idea about that. He'd probably have gone up to use it if he was aware, so he just stares at her in bemusement when she brings it up. The reason she's aware of this is because she was in charge of the solar generator for a little while due to a support project linked with a small business. Back then, they installed it on the rooftop, but it was halted after a flaw was discovered even before it went on sale. Song is pretty curious when she mentions some about a flaw, but she admits that she doesn't even know exactly what happened. Sion does have the details, but she knows that it wasn't a safety issue. At this point, he simply asks her the most important question, which is whether she knows how to operate it. Thankfully, she does, since she was in charge of it for some time. Hearing this, our guy suggests that they go check it out right away. Shortly after, the two make their way to the rooftop where the snowstorm is still raging. They manage to force open the door even with the heap of snow there. It wasn't easy, but they did it, so afterward they take some time to catch their breaths. Now, Song looks up, asking if the solar generator is really up there, which she confirms once again. From our guy's experience, there's usually a temporary ladder attached to one of the metal platforms, but he can't find it right now. Thankfully, Xian spots it in time and then shows it to him. They go over to it, but Song immediately realizes that it's stuck. The ladder isn't coming down despite his best efforts. The ice must have frozen the ladder up there, so Song suggests that they'll just have to climb up like that. It's definitely not going to be an easy climb, and the lady isn't even sure that Song can go up to handle it. He doesn't say anything when she asks him, which suggests that he can't, so she volunteers to climb up and asks him to hold her up. Of course, he doesn't mind helping her, so he jacks her up on the count of 3, and she floats up to the top with ease afterward. Song watches her climb so gracefully and starts to see the athleticism she was talking about earlier. After a few seconds, he calls out to her, asking if she's seen the solar generator. At first, she doesn't see anything, but after a little digging through the snow, she finds the big solar panels lying there, so she lets him know that she's seen them. Sure, it's not very big, but she's still pretty excited to find it still there in good condition. Since it's small enough, she can take it apart to bring it down, but she'll need Song to catch it to avoid it getting damaged. Our guy assures her that he can handle that, so she slides down the first solar panel to him. Of course, he's in place and easily catches it. Song then passes the second, third, and fourth one to him. He catches all of them, and shortly after that, the lady comes back down to help him set them up. It takes time a while, but they eventually mount the panels for the generator. It was pretty tough, so they're both panting by the time they're done. From the look of things, Song thinks they should be done, and she confirms this, stating that the installation is now complete. It should normally be installed outside, but they can't do that with all the snow settling on the panels. It's fairly bright enough so Song wonders if the efficiency will be high with all the clouds in the sky. From what she remembers, the generator could charge a phone to 50% when the sun shines brightly. But that's if they collected power for half a day. Sadly, the sun is barely out right now, so they'll have to wait a while to see any results. Our guy plugs in the phone at 1%, and by the next day, they come back to meet a pretty underwhelming battery level of 9%. As you can imagine, this is extremely disappointing. Apparently, the voltage is so low that the estimated charging time is 12 days to get to 100%. And so, the MC doesn't even know what to think. As you can imagine, Song and Sion are pretty disappointed when they see the extremely low battery level. The lady can't believe that they could only get 8% of battery life after charging the phone overnight. She's not the only one feeling this way though, since Song is also really pissed that they went through all that trouble the previous day just to get such a poor result. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he notices Son rubbing her cold feet against each other to get some warmth. As much as he wishes so much that he could solve all of this, he knows that there's actually nothing they can do since the sun isn't even out yet. The lady claims that she actually expected something like this, but even at that, it still feels really disheartening to see it unfold like this. Sure, right now things are looking pretty bleak, but our guy believes that there's still hope. After seeing what happened, he feels that they can be positive because he's actually learned something new from it. Of course, Sion is very curious when she hears him say this because she has no idea what he could be talking about. She expresses her curiosity, and that's when he reveals that he knows where they'll go after they leave the office. At first, the lady doesn't understand what he means by this, but then in a flash, it suddenly clicks for her. Apparently, her guess is absolutely right because for some reason Song plans for them to go to the company's warehouse next. He's convinced that by doing so, they'll be able to find a good number of tools needed for survival along with some more food to keep going. After he breaks down the plan to Sion, she assures him that she's very much in support of the idea. Great, they're on the same page, but there's one major problem holding them back, which is the fact that our guy doesn't even know how they're supposed to get to the warehouse from the office they're in. If the car GPS doesn't work, then they'll have to find their way with just a phone, and there's already a glaring obstacle with this method, since they don't have enough battery life for that kind of mission. Song is pretty stumped at this point because he's not sure if it would even be wiser to draw a map on paper instead. He ponders deeply on the matter, but Son quickly interrupts his brainstorming session by telling him that he shouldn't even be bothered about that. She walks over to him and of course he's taken aback by what she just said. Song turns around to look at her with a look of bemusement plastered on his face, and that's when she informs him that the company house is actually close to her house. That being said, she knows exactly where the place is because she used to see it often whenever she was out for a walk. Son explains all this to the MC and assures him that he doesn't have to worry about finding his way there. Of course, this is amazing news for our guy since he was already beating himself up about it. He's relieved when she tells him all this and starts confessing how glad he is to have met her. Obviously, that makes both of them because even the lady was starting to feel hopeless when she was still all alone, but now that she has a goal, she feels a lot stronger. Looking back now, Song realizes that it was a really good decision to team up with San. The lady has proven to be very useful in such a short time. She knows how to do a lot of things and takes on the hard work. Even now, he can tell that her feet must be freezing, but she's never once tried to take his boots, which he finds really impressive. With all of this in mind, he finally decides to get her those winter boats he's been contemplating on. All of a sudden, he calls out to her, and when she turns to him wistfully, he asks her what her shoe size is. As you can imagine, this question came out of the blue, so she is pretty taken aback. She doesn't get where he's going with this, so she expresses her curiosity. Of course, Song isn't keen on telling her about the floating shopping window, so he just tells her that he came across some boots earlier, claiming that he'd like to give them to her if they fit. Siana said that she wasn't cold the other day on the roof, but our guy knows that it's probably not true. He offers to get her the winter shoes, and without any hesitation, she excitedly reveals that she's a size 230. Seeing the look on her face, Song is relieved that she's happy. Still feeling all excited, she asks if she can go with him to get the shoes, but he quickly tells her that he'll rather go by himself. Obviously, the winter shoes are not really in the building, so he tells her to wait and dashes off. Not long after, we see San trying on the new pair of white winter shoes, and she's really glad to see that they fit perfectly. Meanwhile, the MC receives some good news when a message from the system suddenly appears in front of him. It turns out that a party has just been formed, and as he reads further, we see that it's a party of 2. That's him and San. Besides that, the coins acquired by party members are automatically his, which is definitely a good thing. Despite being pretty excited, Seong is also quite puzzled. This is the first time he's seen something like this, so he wonders if the shop window was just the beginning of something much bigger. If that's the case, then gaining more party members would be a huge advantage. Song figures all of this out pretty quickly, but he's still not sure why it's happening now all of a sudden. It makes him wonder if it's because he gave her an item for the shop as a gift. Song ponders deeply on all this while the clueless lady keeps thanking him for his kindness. Anyway, from the look of things it seems like he might just be able to increase the number of members of this party. Right now, he's lost in thought, wondering if other features get added too since the shopping window probably wasn't the only mysterious thing around. He's so engrossed in this matter that he doesn't even realize that San Ah has been trying to get his attention. She's been calling out to him for a couple minutes, but he doesn't hear her, so she finally gets fed up and goes closer to him. Obviously, she can't see the floating window, so when Song finally answers her, she asks him if he's actually okay. She informs him that he zoned out all of a sudden, which got her concerned. Hearing this, our guy quickly claims that he is just a little dizzy, suggesting that it's because he hasn't been eating well lately. This makes sense, so Seon Ah figures that they should probably eat something before it turns into a problem. Song realizes that Seon Ah hasn't noticed anything yet, which makes him pretty curious. It's starting to look like he's still the only one who can see the floating windows even though he's formed a party with her. He's not sure, so he decides to just watch closely for the meantime. With this in mind, he supports Seon Ah's idea, claiming that he'll feel better after eating something. Days pass and the Ice Age apocalypse extends to 2 weeks. It's the 14th day of being trapped in the zombie-infested building, and it's also been 3 days since their water ran out. At this point, our guy is starting to find his thirst unbearable, so he's desperate for any water he can find. Song looks like he's about to lose his mind as a result of the thirst, and Seon Ah is no different, so it becomes clear that they need to melt some snow. The lady agrees with him and decides to go get the papers and documents that she came across earlier. She springs into action, so the MC does the same. As desperate as he is, he still knows that they should probably light the fire on the rooftop since they wouldn't want to have to deal with flames inside. That being said, he picks up a table and heads up to the roof to make a spot for the fire. Soon enough, they are outside and Song is going through the papers and documents that Seon Ah brought with her. While he's at it, he keeps thinking of the risks involved with what they're about to do. If they light a fire outside, then the smoke will likely attract the plunderers who have been in hiding. Song is aware that there are people who mainly roam in groups, committing all forms of crimes from robbery to sexual assault to even murder. The MC didn't want to do anything that could catch the attention of the people in the building next door, but he's way too thirsty and cold right now, so he can't take it anymore. That being said, he creates a decent spot and finally starts the fire by lighting up the papers. As you can imagine, the heat from the flames is absolutely amazing to the both of them. It's so surreal, and Song is still really excited that they managed to achieve this. As for Seon Ah, the warmth from the fire makes her feel alive again for the first time in days. Soon enough, the snow that they gathered begins to melt, and so she happily informs Song that they now have water. It doesn't take long for the pan of ice to be filled with water, so the two of them get their little cups and start drinking. As soon as Song takes his first sip, his eyes widen in amazement because he realizes how long it's been since he has warm water. Seon Ah is so delighted as well because she had forgotten that this kind of warmth even existed in the world. After a while, she tells Song how glad she is that they didn't give up, and our boy just says the same thing. Things are really starting to look up from here, so our guy suggests that they keep working together this way, hopeful that they can make it to the end of this apocalypse. The story continues on the morning of the 15th day since they got stuck in the company building. Seon Ah is the first to get up, so she tries to wake him up too. For some reason, she's panicking, so Song is pretty startled when he wakes up. She tells him that he needs to get up, so he asks her wrong, and that's when she points to something in the distance. Apparently, the people from the other building sent them a message. All the sleepiness vanishes from Song's face when he hears this, and then he asks his partner what exactly the message said. At this point, Seon Ah reveals that the other survivors on that side appear to be coming to them. She explains this to our guy, leaving him in a daze, and then spells out the exact words they used. They literally said that they're going over to the company building to join Song and Seon Ah. Our guy immediately gets up from the ground when he hears this and curiously asks her when she saw the note. Apparently, she saw the message a few seconds ago and came to wake him up right after. She believes that they left there after confirming that she has seen their message, so now she believes that they're on their way already. As far as she's concerned, it's only a matter of time before they go out on the street in an attempt to come join them. As you can imagine, our guy doesn't like the sound of this at all. The survivors from the other side must have seen the fire last night and now think that Song has a lot of resources in the company building. Right now, he can't be sure if the other survivors are friendly or if they're actually plunderers, so he doesn't trust them. He makes this very clear to Seon Ah, and they both decide not to join the people from across the way since they don't know them. The both of them decide to stay on their own, feeling that it could get dangerous for them, but sadly, this decision isn't theirs alone to make. All of a sudden, Seon Ah spots the people from the other building out on the street. The guys are armed with weapons and their faces are masked, which is really bothersome for our guy. Seeing that the guys are outside already, it's clear that they have to act quickly, so he suggests that they pack their things before the visitors get to them. Meanwhile, downstairs, the armed survivors make their way into the company building, brutally running through all the zombies in their path. Our guy can sense it when they're in the building and finds it shocking that they're moving this quickly. They're fighting the zombies very systematically, and so, it's just a matter of time before these intruders catch up with them. At this rate, the armed survivors would get to them in 15 minutes, so the MC packs his things to get the hell out. After grabbing his stuff, he checks on Sa-an to see if she's done, but she's not. Meanwhile, back outside, the other survivors suddenly begin to get overwhelmed with the number of zombies that are coming after them. They're severely outnumbered, and it becomes clear that they can't keep out all the monsters, so they decide to run for their lives instead. The intruders take a break from fighting and burst through the glass doors of the building to escape the zombies. Of course, when our guy sees this, he begins to panic even more. He curses in frustration because now the other guys are going to reach them even sooner. Desperate to escape, he turns to check on San again. He asks if she's okay when he sees her crouched down to the ground. Apparently, she gathered everything already, but she wasn't able to carry the big solar panels. Sure, they need the panels for energy, but right now, it's only going to slow them down if they try to carry them, so Song tells her to leave them behind. Of course, the lady is reluctant to do this since the panels are the only power supply they have. However, our guy insists that survival comes first. So, after contemplating for a while, she agrees with him and decides to move out. The two grab their stuff along with their weapons and make their way out to the stairway. As soon as they come out, they realize that the other survivors are already coming upstairs. Sadly, now they have another problem because they're not sure if they should go up to the rooftop or down to the lower floors. It would be easier to go up to the roof, and it will also be easier to defend themselves at first. However, if this drags on, they could get stuck up there and the cold would put them at a serious disadvantage. Our boy can already foresee some of the problems that could come with being stuck on the roof, so he decides that it's wiser to go down to the lower floor. Song and San make the way downstairs despite the risk of coming across the intruders. They make it safely to the 6th floor and immediately begin to make preparations. Our boy suggests that they block the entrance immediately and hold their ground to avoid getting caught off guard. Of course, Sion is ready to give her all, so they both stand guard at the entrance and brace themselves for what is to come. At the same time, the intruders keep advancing and their footsteps are getting a lot louder to the MC. Song tells her to get ready, and that's when he hears the railings vibrating. It's clear now that the intruders are even closer than before, so it's just a matter of time before they find them. Sion can see everything going on, so she doesn't even need our guy to tell her that the intruders are checking the place in search of any other survivors. At the moment, the armed men are on the 4th floor, tearing apart the entire place to find something. When they don't find anything there, they move up to the 5th floor. Song can sense this, so he knows that the intruders will be on the 6th floor any moment now. Song and his partner have already barricaded the door to prepare for this. They're waiting there for the men to come in, but they're shocked when that doesn't happen. All of a sudden, they can't hear the noises anymore, which leaves them baffled. Song doesn't get why the intruders aren't coming up anymore. The lady can also sense that something feels off, so she begins to panic as well, and while she's still trying to figure out what's going on, the whole place starts to vibrate. Glass shattered all over and the quaking sends our guy falling to the ground. After this happens, San is even more confused. She turns to check if Song is okay and the MC does the same, asking if she's fine. They get back on their feet, hoping to find an answer for what just happened, and the lady suggests that it could have been some kind of explosion. Of course, it seems likely, so this makes Song panic. There are only 2 of them, so he doesn't get why the intruders would even bother with explosives. At that moment, he suddenly remembers the note he found days ago, warning him to avoid the 5th floor. All of a sudden, pieces of the puzzle start falling in place as several memories run through Song's mind. He remembers San telling him that she thinks the section chief is still alive. He remembers that she said that the manager would either be on the 3rd floor or the 5th. And so now, after hearing that explosion from below, it all starts to make sense. Our guy suddenly has an idea and asks the lady to follow him so they can go check the lower floors. As you'd expect, she's taken aback by this idea because this isn't even a good time to take a risk like that. However, the MC is clearly not going back on this decision, so she follows him nervously, wondering if this is going to be okay. In response, our guy insists that everything will be fine because if his guess is correct, then they'll finally be able to find the answers they've been looking for. By the time they get down to the 5th floor, they're astounded by the amount of rubble they come across. There's no doubt that an explosion took place here, so our guy knows that they can't afford to let their guard down now. He tells San to stay sharp, and of course the lady is locked in, just like him. While they're quietly moving down there, they sense something strange. Sion is the first to notice it, so she calls Song's attention to it. The assistant manager turns to it, and by the time they shine their flashlights in that direction, they're stunned to discover a corpse lying there. From the look of things, these dead bodies have not been lying here for too long, which makes them understand just how dangerous the place is. San begins to panic after seeing the corpse, but our boy knows better than to lose his composure. With this in mind, he decides to go investigate, but first, he tells the lady to stay put and wait for him. It's definitely something to worry about when he sees fresh corpses lying around, but Song chooses to remain calm. It's a truly brutal scene on display, but right now, he's more interested in finding out why there are only 2 dead bodies there. He takes a look around and realizes that there probably aren't any explosives left. He reaches the door and is shocked to find that it's been completely blown away by the explosion. It's pretty scary, but the brave hero goes in anyway to investigate some more. And that's when he begins to hear some voices. The person talking seems to be very upset with his shitty life, and it appears that a group of people are trying to kill him. For some reason, the voice sounds pretty familiar to our guy, and after listening for a while, he realizes that it's Chief Choi talking. With this in mind, our guy confirms that the explosion must have been the old man's doing. So far, that's the only thing Song has been able to confirm, and he still needs to figure out what and who the man is talking to. Determined to get some answers, our guy enters the office and calls out to the section chief curiously. The man sees him and is immediately excited about it. He recognizes our boy as the assistant manager, but then all of a sudden, the look on his face turns into something else. Just then, he starts begging our guy to save him. The man desperately crawls over to our guy asking for help, and that's when Song sees that the guy's leg is gone. He keeps begging him, telling him how much he wants to live. Choi cries out, talking about how unfair life is. Obviously, he doesn't want to die like this, so he's desperate for Song to save him. As you can imagine, our guy is not too keen on getting close to the injured man because he's not even sure of the situation on ground. He stands there dumbfounded and reluctant to go into the dark where the old man is. Just then Son Ah arrives right behind him, curiously asking what's going on. She heard the voice too and recognized it, so now she's wondering if Chief Choi is still alive. She's still talking to Song when the injured man emerges from the darkness once again, looking full of hope now that Son Ah is here. He asks her to remember him, begging her to help him and save him from the clutches of death. She's stunned when she sees the man covered in blood, and as much as she'd like to help, there's not much they can do for him in his condition. Song tells the chief how sorry they are, explaining that they don't have any medicine to help him. Besides, they're not even doctors, so they don't know how to help him. However, the section chief is desperate to live, so nothing they're saying right now even makes any sense to him. He yells at them, insisting that there's a way he can survive, and this leaves the dude pretty confused. Seon I is still trying to figure out where the man is going with this when he reveals what he has in mind. Apparently, Choi is so desperate that he feels he won't die if he becomes a zombie. So, he asks them to bring one of the zombies over to him, because if he gets infected, then he won't die. The chief knows how difficult that might be for them, so he suggests that they can also take him down to the first floor, where he'll just let himself get bitten. For some reason, he's convinced that this is a good idea, but our guy doesn't even know how to start explaining what a crazy plan it is. The man crawls over to him and holds his hands, hoping that he can convince them to play along with his mad idea. Sadly, Song Jin Seong can't see himself doing it, so he just apologizes to the chief once again, admitting that he can't help him. That being said, he lowers Choi's hand to the floor and creates some distance between them. At this point, the old man is furious, so he curses at them, wondering why the hell they can't help him now. Choi reminds them how he held off the raiders for them and expresses his disappointment that they can't repay the favor. He feels that they're screwing around with him and accuses them of not wanting to save him because they want to shack up together. As far as he's concerned, they're both selfish pieces of shit who don't want to help him. He calls Seon a dirty bitch for flirting with him before and now hanging on to another guy. The man feels slighted, and since they don't want to help him, he doesn't mind if they all die together. One of the bombs didn't go off earlier, which means he still has one explosive left to use on them. At this point, it's clear that he's about to do something absolutely insane, but before he can even finish making his threats, he gets stabbed to death with the wooden spear. After dealing with Chief Choi, the duo take a look around the place and realize that those guys who came around were really raiders. It's clear that those people wanted to take their stuff because the bags they came with were totally empty. They check the weapons the guys came with and notice that the shield is broken from the explosion and can't be used. Besides that, the hammer they left behind is too heavy to carry, so now Song is conflicted. The MC carries all of the weapons while Son Ah keeps checking the bags. He looks at how messed up the place is, with the shattered glass everywhere, and suddenly says that the plunderers would have died anyway. This catches the lady off guard, so she asks him what he's talking about. As you can imagine, she still feels pretty bad that they had to kill the chief, so to hear Song say this leaves her puzzled. Seeing the look on her face, he states that Manager Choi would have died either ways from the blood loss. He would have slowly gone into shock from the excessive blood loss, so he believes that they reduced the old man's suffering by letting him die early. That being said, he assures her that there's no need to feel guilty. As far as Song is concerned, this is the best way things could have gone for them, because even if they helped him to become a zombie, they'd still have no choice but to kill him. It's pretty harsh, but it's the truth and a reality that they have to get used to. Son Ah stares at him, looking all dazed, but then after a while, she breaks the silence and agrees with him. She feels that he's absolutely right, and so she stops feeling bad about what happened. Soon enough, they get back to their mission to survive, and they arrive at one of the shattered windows. Son Ah looks out the window and spots something crazy. It's a horde of zombies swarming out on the street. Later on, Song checks his phone for updates on the situation, wondering if anyone else felt the explosion. It was pretty huge, so he feels that the others should have sensed it too. Sure enough, they heard it, and they're also aware that it came from the Taesung Trading Building, which is where our boy has been since the apocalypse started. The people are aware of what happened, but nobody knows why it happened. The community knows that they started a fire too, which makes them a target now. Of course, this makes our guy really worried because now that it's a topic in the community, other raiders will come flocking too. On top of that, the zombies that swarmed outside are also a problem. Song has been watching everything since the day before, and while the zombies are spreading out again over time, most of them are still remaining. The lobby probably doesn't even have room to step. Now it's clear that they can't hesitate and let them occupy the emergency exit too. He figures that they leave at the earliest, the day after at the latest. Hearing this, Seon-ai is once again on board. It sounds like a good plan to her, and since they're on the same page, Song suggests that they go check the situation on the first floor. The MC picks up his flashlight and Seon-ai does the same. They strap the lights on their heads to help them see properly. After walking for a while, the lady stops all of a sudden because she hears a strange sound all of a sudden. By this time, they both hear a loud bang and Song figures that it must be coming from upstairs. They stare at each other at this point, unsure of what is to come, but they have to check it out, so our brave hero takes the lead. He takes a peek and sees a zombie walking around in the room. This makes Seon-ai begin to panic all of a sudden, so Song quickly shuts the door. She begins to freak out, fearing that Choi could be in there, but our guy knows that it's the guilt talking right now. So, he assures her that it's not possible for Choi to be there. His head was pierced through, so even if he got infected later, he would still die. Still, she can't get herself to calm down. She's afraid that one of the raiders got bitten on a lower floor, but Song assures her that it's not the case. If that was true, they probably would have turned into a zombie by the time they arrived. That being said, Song suggests that it's probably a survivor from the 3rd floor that went up to the 5th floor. It's either that, or something came in through the broken window on the 5th floor. Of course, the latter would be way too bad for them to deal with, so the two of them decide to assume that it's the former. Now that they have this idea, the MC suggests that they go back down to the 1st floor. The hero never imagined that the situation would get this bad. It's right to say the 1st floor has been completely overrun, so this makes him remember the security room where he spent some time. He wonders what the assistant manager Choi Jae-sung is doing. If he was in the security room, he would have heard and felt the explosion closer than anyone. With this in mind, he realizes that going out that way would actually be suicide. At this point, Seon-ai suggests going out through the underground parking garage. Thankfully, our guy was thinking the same thing, so they head down that way. There were no zombies when they checked before, but that might have changed, so he reminds her to be alert. Sure enough, there are several zombies down there now, but there aren't too many. There are about 10, which is a lot fewer than what's in the lobby. The place is filled with cars because everyone left their cars when the snowstorm started. The duo can use this to their advantage because there are plenty of cars they can use as cover. Besides that, the zombies might not even smell them either if they move quickly since it's underground. Just then, our guy notices a reflection in a mirror and asks Seon-ai if she can make out what's in it. His eyesight isn't that good, so he can't see it properly. Seon-ai can't see that much better than him, but she can see that the frequency of zombies on the other passage is similar to what they have on this side. This feedback is enough for our guy to make a decision, and so he suggests that they go up to the 7th floor for now. Later on, the two get some rest, and while they're waiting there, Seon-ai talks about how much better it would be if they could just travel by car. Sadly, this might not work because the batteries in most of the cars would have died since they've been sitting in the cold for over 2 weeks. The car option isn't going to work, so she wishes that they could use bicycles. Sadly, there are none, so they'll just have to walk. Once that's out of the way, the two get back to planning their escape with a map. After they're done making plans, they try to get some rest, but the cold is absolutely freezing with a temperature of -35 degrees. Neither of them are able to sleep in these conditions, so after shivering violently for a while, Seon-ai finally decides to break the silence. She asks Song if he's still awake, and he answers, even though it's obvious. Well, he's been tossing and turning all night, so she could tell that he hasn't been able to sleep. Besides the cold, she can sense that he's worried about something and feels that it's probably because he's been thinking about the person on the 1st floor. He's worried about Jae-sung and he admits it, so Seon-ai tells him that he can go bring the guy if he wants. However, the MC doesn't take this offer because he knows that doing that could endanger their lives. Right now, she's his only ally in this apocalypse and he can't risk losing her. But then again, he just feels bad because Jae-sung seemed trustworthy. Hearing this, Seon-ai admits that it's unfortunate that the person is someone he trusts. She reminds him that there will probably be more dangerous situations once they go outside, insinuating that they hold on to anyone they can trust. As soon as our guy hears this, he asks if she'd be okay if Jae-sung joined them, and she assures him that she doesn't mind. Hearing this, our guy gets on his feet like he's just made a decision and quickly picks up his phone. He tells her that he's going to use his phone for a while, so she can turn away if the screen is too bright. Seon-ai doesn't mind, of course, so she gives him room to do so. Song opens his chat with Jae-sung and sends a message, asking the guy to meet up with him at the emergency exit on the 1st floor at 6 a.m. if he is planning to escape the building. The next day, which is 17 days since the apocalypse started, our boy and his partner get ready for the big move. It's 5:40 am and Song is anxiously waiting to hear from Jae-sung. There's still no response from his fellow assistant manager. He's disappointed when he sees this, but Son reminds him that they might be waiting for him at the emergency exit, urging him to go with him and stay positive. So, they too make their way down the building from the 5th floor to the 3rd, and finally to the 1st floor. By the time they get to the emergency exit, there's no one else there, which just confirms what Song has been worrying about. Still, they wait for a while, and 3 minutes after the appointed time, they're still not joined by anyone. Seon knows that this is important to him, so she asks if he'd like to wait a while longer. Of course he does, so they wait for 2 more minutes, and by the time it's 6:05 am, there's still no one that comes around. Now at this point, it's time for our boy to make the difficult choice. By the time Songjin, Song and Seon make it to the exit on the ground floor, it's pretty clear that no one else will be joining them. Our guy was really hoping that their other colleagues would see the message and come on time, but seeing that nobody else is there, there's nothing they can do about it. They just have to keep moving before the zombies get to them. Before setting off, they look out the glass door and notice a lone zombie wandering outside. This zombie wasn't there before, which means that it's just a matter of time before more appear. That being said, our guy suggests that they'll have to take it out immediately, but for that they'll need to go with Plan A. Back at the underground parking lot, we see the two stealthily trying to make their way past the zombies. Looking around, they can confirm that it's just like the community said. The zombies keep circling the same spots, and the ones who aren't moving this way are just standing still. While they're trying to be as quiet as possible behind a car, they suddenly come across one zombie standing right next to the vehicle. It only takes a single look at one another for them to know that they have to take it out. So, Song slowly stands up to make the move, but as soon as he takes a step toward the zombie, the noise comes out a lot louder than he hoped, and the undead monster instantly detects it. These zombies are already notorious for having insanely enhanced hearing abilities, so the sound gives his location away and the creature charges at him. This zombie in particular is pretty quick, but our guy sees the attack coming, and of course, he braces himself for it. Song grips his weapon tightly with a confident smirk on his face as the zombie comes towards him. But just when it looks like he's about to take on the monster, Son comes out of nowhere to strike the undead monster. She whacks the zombie in the head and mercilessly beats it to death. We're certain she killed it because a notification pops up, stating that Song's party member has just mined a coin. Our guy is also informed that this coin is now bound to the party leader, who just happens to be him. In other words, Song just gained another coin thanks to Son's wonderful fighting skills. As you'd expect, the MC is more than happy to see that the lady is more than capable of taking out a zombie, so he quietly commends her with a thumbs-up gesture. At the same time, Seon is pretty proud of herself, especially after seeing how impressed Song is. She smiles at him with bright red cheeks, and they both continue their journey shortly after. They keep moving through the parking lot as quietly as they can, and it doesn't take too long before they finally make it outside. Once they're out there, they're instantly reminded of the endless snowstorm that's been going on for weeks now. The air is absolutely freezing, and even though they expected it to be very cold, they definitely didn't imagine it would be this bad. It's so unbearable that Song fears that they'll freeze to death if they even consider sleeping out there. Obviously, they can't stay out for much longer, so our guy suggests that they keep moving. Son agrees with him, but insists that they head down to Cheongjakyeon before anywhere else. Our boy finds this to be a brilliant idea since it's safer for them. After all, zombies can't go up or downstairs. These two keep moving through the snowy, zombie-infested streets, determined to survive despite the incredibly harsh conditions. After a while, the hazardous elements start to get to them, and Seon is the first to complain. As far as she's concerned, they're moving way slower than she expected, and she'd definitely like to pick up the pace. However, our guy reminds her that they don't have much of a choice. After all, moving slowly is way better than getting spotted by the zombies and having to fight them. Of course, she knows that he's right, so she sucks it up and forces herself to keep moving through the blizzard. Thankfully, after a very arduous journey, their destination is finally in sight. Seon is so relieved to see that they're almost at Cheongjakyeon. As excited as Song also is, he reminds her that they can't let their guard down. He urges her to be very careful, because there's a ton of zombies swarming near the police station. After a while, their destination is only 30 meters ahead, and shortly after that, they only have to keep walking for about 20 meters. Soon, it's 17 meters, and just like that, step by step, the two get closer to their goal. Unfortunately, just when they're so close to the end of the journey, the snow suddenly starts coming down harder. Song immediately knows that this is very bad for them, especially since the wind picks up in a flash. This makes things a lot harder for them since their scents will be carried toward the horde of zombies in no time. Before he can even finish the thought, Son notices it as well. The wind is blowing rapidly toward the police station, so they've only got a few seconds before the zombies catch their scent. Sure enough, The wind blows their human essence right into the nostrils of the undead, and just like that, there's a swarm of zombies charging at them. Xian starts panicking when she sees the monsters coming, so she asks Song what to do. I mean, he's the party leader, so he should have a plan, right? Well, he doesn't have one right away, but seeing that they'll be mauled to death in a few seconds, the gears in his head start turning real quick. Song knows that going down to Cheongjiakian right now would be suicide, so that's out of their options. The zombies can't walk down the stairs, but that doesn't mean they can't come down the steps now that they've caught their scent. It's a chase now, so whether these two like it or not, these mindless brain eaters will probably tumble down somehow. Of course, our guy has already thought of this, so he knows that such a thing will make a lot of noise and just attract more zombies to come swarming in. With this in mind, he concludes that the best way to go would be to get into a building as soon as possible. Right now, any building would be enough, but there's a major problem with that plan. You see, all the open entrances are already surrounded by the zombies, and if they try breaking into a locked building, the noise will only draw the undead creatures to them. Our guy is seriously brainstorming right now, but it's clear that he needs to speed it up if he doesn't want to be torn apart in seconds. Xian points this out to him, stating that they have to do something and not just wait there like sitting ducks. In that moment, the MC is forced to make a decision, so without overthinking it, he decides that they head left. He looks over there, referring to the bus just sitting there. As soon as they see the opportunity, they run as fast as they can toward it. But that's when they're met with another challenge. The door is locked shut, and despite all their pushing and pulling, they're unable to open it. San gets frustrated and concludes that there is no point trying anymore. She considers breaking the glass window with her stick, but of course, that's not a very good idea, so our guy tells her to wait a second. He looks through the window and notices that the key is still in the ignition. As you can imagine, this is enough motivation to keep trying, so he shoves the metal part of his weapon in between the door and finally gets it open. Xian goes in first, and by the time Song looks to the side, he sees that the zombies are merely a few feet away from getting to him. Thankfully, he gets into the bus before they can reach him, and then uses his stick to keep the door shut. Of course, he knows that this is just a temporary fix, so he gets right to work, trying to figure out how to start the bus. He knows that it's only a matter of time before the zombies get in, and San confirms his fear by telling him just how close the brain eaters are. He tries to start the engine, but it doesn't work at first, and it's looking like they're finally going to be sitting ducks. The stick holding the door will definitely not stay there for long, so he suggests that they try blocking the entrance before the zombies get to them. Meanwhile, they're both still praying for the engine to start, and after a couple tries, the bus finally starts. Sadly, this joy is short-lived because the engine just goes off once again, leaving our guy extremely frustrated. Song tries again, but by this time, it's already too late because the zombies are right outside the door. Xian stands there to stay on guard, and for good reason, because the glass door alone is definitely not enough to keep the vicious zombies outside. The first one smashes through the door, desperately trying to get to them, but she just stabs it with her spear and sends it right back outside. She stabs a couple of them to buy our boy some time while he desperately tries to start the engine. Just when it looks like they're cooked, Song finally starts the bus, and without even thinking about it, he floors the pedal to get the hell out of there. The bus accelerates so fast that Xian falls back when it starts moving. The poor girl didn't see it coming. Song sees his colleague flat on her back and immediately checks on her to see if she's okay. Thankfully, she's fine, and it's not like they can stop moving now, so he simply advises her to hold on tight. Song puts his foot on the gas and starts speeding toward one of the buildings. He doesn't plan to ram in there, of course, so he steers away from the glass doors, but then he's headed for another building before he knows what's happening. Song tries to stop the bus by using the brakes, but nothing seems to be working. The vehicle doesn't slow down because of how frozen the roads are now, so they're both just praying for the tires to grip the road. It's clear that they're headed right into a wall, so while Song is still trying to stop the bus, San just closes her eyes to brace for impact. Thankfully, by the time she opens her eyes, they're still alive and the bus is still in one piece. Of course, this is a big relief to see that the bus finally stopped. San goes straight to the window and confirms that the door is still locked properly. This is a good thing, because at least the immediate danger has been dealt with. Well, they're safe inside for now, but judging by the number of zombies pounding on the windows, they know that they have to come up with a plan fast. Xian can tell that these monsters aren't stopping anytime soon, so she suggests that they need something to draw the zombies' attention. Right now, our boy can't think of anything to help with that, so he figures that the only way that can work is if someone happens to pass by. They need to hope that happens very quickly because the zombies are crowding in more and more. Just thinking about this gets our guy frustrated because of how helpless he is. Song is also very worried because if this keeps up, then it's just a matter of time before the bus tips over. The number of zombies keeps increasing and they keep banging on the bus, which scares the two partners. At this point, the MC begins to wonder if this is really the end. It's looking like this is where his story ends, and just thinking about it makes his blood boil. After everything it took him to get here, he refuses to accept that this is how it's all going down. Song is convinced that there has to be something he can do. There just has to be a way out of this, so he forces himself to think hard. While he's busy brainstorming, Sion calls his attention to something else. All of a sudden, some metal poles and other stuff fall down on the other side of the road, and the noise is so loud that it attracts the zombies. Almost all the mindless brain eaters run toward the noise, and this buys the MC and his partner some time. San sighs in relief, knowing that it was definitely a close call, but as much as they're probably thanking their stars, our boy is still really curious as to what caused the noise. He looks out the window trying to figure out what happened, and he notices that there are still a few zombies lurking around. Hearing this, Sion assures him that the others will go away too soon enough, and that's when he asks her if she saw where those metal objects came from. Apparently, she saw it happen, so she tells him that it was from the second or third floor. As you can imagine, the MC is very curious as to what it could have been, and his partner admits that she's not even sure. From all indications, she's convinced that it might have been another survivor who still has a bit of humanity left in them. She's still saying this when her thoughts are suddenly confirmed. The moment San looks up, she sees the same person she saw earlier. It's the person who helped them distract the zombies, so she's really excited to see the person waving at them. Song sees his partner waving back against this person, so his curiosity is piqued. He gets up, squinting his eyes to see who the person is. From the long hair, he figures that it's probably a woman, and that's when San notices that the person is holding binoculars too. Apparently, our boy didn't notice this before, so he's pretty taken aback. Anyway, San proceeds to show her gratitude by typing a thank you message in her phone and showing it to the other survivor. Sure enough, the lady with the binoculars is able to read the message clearly, and after that little exchange, Sion notices that the lady just gave them a thumbs up. As for our boy, he's just glad to see that there's still some humanity left in people after all. His partner is also relieved to see this because it would be too sad if all the living humans were just raiders. Clearly, Song feels the same way, and he's so grateful that he wishes he could give the lady some of their instant noodles as a show of appreciation. Well, he quickly learns that they don't even have any noodles anymore, because Sion quickly reminds him that they're all out. Bro forgot that he had already eaten all of his rations before now. They both joke about their lack of food, and after sharing a good laugh, Sion asks if he thinks that there'd be ramen in the distribution warehouse. At least that's what she thinks. Song is convinced that there should actually be food there, so he suggests that the first thing they do when they get there is to eat some ramen, and of course, Sion is all for that idea. The two office workers are forced to wait in the bus throughout the day, and soon, the sun goes down, so they just sit at the back of the bus, shivering in the cold. Song notices that San is feeling unwell, so he checks up on her, but she's surprised that he's even still awake. Sure, he's awake and he also looks sick, but he's more concerned about her, because she's completely pale right now. He looks outside the window and sees the wind still blowing strong, and this is obviously not good for them. He thought that they would be fine inside the bus, but now he can see that these thin windows can't keep out the freezing cold. Later on, San wakes up again and he realizes that the cold woke her up. He's definitely worried about her, but she keeps assuring him that she'll be fine. Song takes her hand and realizes that her body is absolutely freezing. Her lips are blue and she's been shivering nonstop since earlier. It's not like he's doing any better though, but he's just worried about her. Song can see the confusion on her face, so he tries to explain to her why they need to warm up. If they don't do that, then they won't be able to move properly. Sure, she gets what he's trying to say, but besides starting a fire, she can't think of any other way for them to warm themselves. After hearing this, our guy goes quiet for a while as the gears in his head start turning again. He brainstorms for a few seconds and then finally decides that they have to light a fire. As you can imagine, this idea sounds strange to her because they're literally inside a vehicle. She can't believe that he's even serious for suggesting that they start a fire inside the bus because they'll literally suffocate for sure. Well, Song already knows that this is a possibility, so he explains that this is why they need a vent for the smoke. Song knows that it will be too loud if they break a window, and of course, that will just attract the zombies to them again. Just then, they both look up at the ceiling and have the same idea. They see the hatch up there, so Sion immediately shoves her stick to see if she can create an opening. Thankfully, it works, so Song suggests making a few more holes. Shortly after that, we see that the two actually made a fire inside the bus, and their little gimmick with the holes in the ceiling works as some kind of chimney. While warming themselves by the flames, suddenly shows him something on her phone. Apparently, it's a post that went up earlier that morning, and she has a feeling that it might just be about them. The post talks about two survivors, a man and a woman who escaped Seoul by bus. He also sees a message that's allegedly from the people who helped them distract the zombies earlier. After reading the message, Song definitely feels that it's about them, but he's not sure yet, so he figures that they try confirming. He picks up the phone and asks the others to tell them which building they're in. Sure enough, they respond, revealing that it's the officetal building, stating that there's a convenience store on the first floor. In order to confirm that they're on the same page, the other survivors ask them which car is parked right in front of the convenience store. Immediately goes to take a look and confirms that it's a white Sonata. Our guy passes on the message, and the people on the other side reveal that he's correct. Now that they're all sure who they're talking to, Song thanks them again for helping them out with their zombie situation. And then, the others respond by asking if they can join the duo on the bus. Seeing this, Song shows Sion the message and asks her what she thinks. The scene shifts and the story continues the next morning. On the chat, a message came in that morning from a guy who woke up, and as soon as he opened his window, he was shocked to see a zombie crawling up the wall. As you'd expect, he freaked out and started throwing everything he had at it, hitting it in the head until it fell back down. Other users see this message and of course, they're shocked because they didn't know that the zombies have now somehow evolved into doing parkour. I mean, it literally sounds like mutant zombies are coming onto the scene now. The guy who dropped the message responds, claiming that the zombie looked oddly familiar, and so he checked only to find out that it was the manager of the indoor climbing gym next door. At this point, it's clear to them that there are zombies that retain their skills from before they turned. Meanwhile, back with our guy and his partner at exactly 8:56 am, Song suggests that they start preparing and Sion agrees with him. Before heading out, she asks him what he thought of that post they saw earlier on the chat about the mutant zombies. He claims that he actually expected that something like that would be the case, but Sion is surprised to hear this. She wonders how he knew, so he reminds her of the explosion that shattered the windows back when they were on the 5th floor where manager Choi died. Sion realizes that the zombies that got up there probably made it there by climbing the walls. Anyway, they come out of the bus back into the road where the zombies are still roaming all over. Of course, they don't want to be out here too long, so they keep hoping that the other survivors will join them soon. Thankfully, at exactly 900 am, someone steps out of the building and starts walking toward them. She's got a friendly smile on her face, so Sion figures that it must be the lady that helped them out the day before. For someone who's been trapped in this apocalypse, the woman looks really good, so Sion can't help but feel jealous, especially when she sees the padded jacket she's wearing. Song sees it as well and begins to think that they should also get some winter clothes like that. His partner feels that this lady must be so kind and she can't wait to team up and become a trio. Unfortunately, her hopes are instantly dashed when a zombie flies out of nowhere and bites the new girl in the neck. It happens so fast that they can't even believe it. Even the girl is too stunned to move, and while the others are watching in horror, the zombie proceeds to feast on her. It's truly a gruesome sight, but they can't even gasp or scream in horror, because that would just make them the next item on the menu. To make matters worse, the potent smell of blood fills the air immediately, so Song knows that it's just a matter of seconds before the other zombies swarm the place. He covers his mouth to stop himself from making a sound. And even though he feels bad for the new girl, staying here just puts them at risk, so he decides that they get the hell out of there. He starts walking away, but Sion doesn't move a muscle. He realizes that she's not following him, so he turns around to call her, and that's when he sees that she's still in a daze. She keeps staring at the poor girl getting devoured by the zombie, so he pulls her arm to get her attention. Thankfully, she finally spans out of the trance and urges her to move on despite what just happened. After all, it's the only thing they can do if they want to survive. Eventually, San comes around, and from the look on her face, you can tell that she's probably never going to be the same after what she just witnessed. The both of them continue their journey and eventually make it to the subway. Of course, it's very dark down there, so Song just stands at the top of the stairs to consider their options for a second. While looking down the dark stairway, Sion asks if this is really the right way to go. Well, it's not like our guy can know for sure. However, what he does know is that the surface is too risky, and there are too many variables up there. But then again, there's a possibility that all the people who were on the trains and the station got infected after the apocalypse started. There's a chance that they'd be walking into a zombie-infested death trap, so our guy is hesitant to go down. He's still brainstorming when all of a sudden, the wind picks up again. San notices immediately, so she calls out to him, but he already knows. He's also aware that it's never a good thing when that happens, so he ultimately decides that they head down to the subway. They turn on their flashlights and make it down the stairs, but after walking for a while, they don't come across any zombies. Sian is surprised to see this because she was probably expecting the place to be swarming with the undead brain eaters. Either way, our guy is not exactly relieved because, zombies or not, all that's left are corpses, which is not a good sign. Seeing all the dead bodies, Xian figures that they were trampled by a crowd or something. The corpses aren't that many, which catches Song's attention. He surmises that the ones who died were probably stuck in the subway and couldn't escape. He's still investigating the scene when his partner taps him on the shoulder from behind to get his attention. He turns around with an anxious look on his face, and that's when she shows him a convenience store. A big smile creeps up on his face when he sees it because he feels that they just hit the jackpot or something. They both enter the place, eager to get some supplies and, more importantly, food. However, that smile is quickly wiped off his face because as soon as they enter the place, they find that it's completely empty. All of a sudden, he's starting to see exactly why there weren't any zombies around. It's looking really hopeless right now, but Sion still feels that they can salvage something out of the place. She noticed the leftover soda cans were smashed, so she thinks that it's a sign and suggests that they check the storage room for some stuff. They get into the room and, surprisingly, there's actually a few cans of beer sitting on the shelf. As you can imagine, our boy is so excited to finally get his hands on some booze for the first time in weeks. Maybe he did hit the jackpot after all. Anyway, from the look of things, someone probably left these behind on purpose, so he doesn't think they should take everything. Song asks Sion if they should just take a can or two, and the lady just nods in agreement. Shortly after that, they make their way out of the store and back to the subway. Song was able to get something he was craving, but that's not exactly the case for Sion. She really hoped that the clothing stores would have something for them, but they were looted till nothing was left. When she says this, Song admits that he was also hoping to get a few things from the store too. I mean, their biggest issue right now is surviving the freezing cold, so San really wanted some winter clothes. I mean, it's still only summer and she knew that there'd be mostly summer clothes, but she didn't even expect that every single piece of clothing would be gone. While the clothing store was empty, Song noticed that the phone store just next door wasn't even touched. Well, that makes sense since only a few survivors even know that there's a way to communicate anymore. Soon, they get to the tracks and it becomes pretty clear that they'll have to walk a lot more than they thought. Trains aren't working anymore and Sion believes that they would have to walk about 20 kilometers. As soon as Song hears this, he starts moving, but before he can march ahead of her, she pulls him back to show him something weird that she saw earlier. It was so weird that she took a photo. Sion takes out her phone and shows him the picture in her gallery. It appears to be some kind of note left behind by someone. The writer claims that they expected chaos to come, but not like this. That it's far beyond anything they imagined, and that they're scared now, not sure what to do or where to go because they can't find their way. After reading this note, our boy immediately gets the feeling that whoever wrote the note is somehow responsible for the apocalypse. They might have caused all this, but he can't be sure, so he just tells Sion how creepy he thinks the note is. Just then, her phone battery dies, so the MC simply suggests that they keep moving. The two walk down the tracks for several kilometers, and the farther they go, the more anxious they get. It's so clean along the tracks that it's unsettling, and Sion feels the same way. She thought that there would be bats or animals at least, but there's no sign of anything. Not even zombie corpses anywhere, which makes Song conclude that they're all gathered somewhere. Just thinking about it gives Sion chills, and she keeps wondering what would happen if they run into the zombies soon. Just then, they finally come across the abandoned train, so they stop in their tracks, unsure of their next move. The story continues with our guy and his partner going right into the abandoned train to look for anything that can be useful to them. Seong focuses on the lower levels like the floor and under the seats, while Sion searches the ceiling in the meantime. However, even after looking for a while, they don't find anything at all, not even a single corpse. It's starting to look pretty fishy at this point, because there should actually be some abandoned stuff in there. And just when it looks like they're not going to find anything, Sion notices a small object sitting on the overhead shelf. She quickly calls Song's attention to it and then brings it down, revealing the box. Our guy comes around to see, and by the time she opens the box, they both discover that it is a kitchen knife sitting in there. It's still pretty shiny with no rust, suggesting that it's quite new. Despite being pretty confused by the whole thing, Sion inspects the knife without hesitation. She notices that the blade is a little short but admits that it's sharp enough, feeling that it will be useful. It turns out she's not the only one who found something. because our guy suddenly reveals that he also discovered something over in the other compartment, so he opens his backpack to take out the item. Song hands it over to her and she immediately recognizes it as a Bluetooth speaker, but she's not exactly sure why he took it. So, he explains that it could come in handy later when they're trying to lure the zombies. Shortly after finding the knife and the speaker, the duo resume their search inside the train car, but they don't find anything at all and start to realize that they should probably have come here sooner. At this point, it's looking like there's nothing else that can be of use to them in there, so Song suggests that they head out and keep moving. He helps Sion, get off the train, and after walking a few meters, they notice something strange ahead of them. They stop in their tracks to take a closer look, and that's when they see the human-like figure standing in the middle of the tracks. Song and Sion are immediately alarmed at this point because they know that it's probably a zombie. Sure enough, their fears are confirmed when the zombie slowly emerges from the shadows and starts walking toward them. For some reason, the zombie doesn't show any reaction despite sensing their presence. It just keeps staring at them, which leaves our boy pretty confused and anxious. Besides the fact that the undead monster is standing in their way, Song is even more worried by the sheer size of the thing. The zombie is so huge, and he's almost certain that it is at least 2 meters tall. But while he's still trying to wrap his head around his bug, the zombie is Sion. Suddenly reveals that she recognizes the zombie. Apparently, she knew the man before he got infected, so she immediately tells Song that the guy they're looking at used to be a pro baseball player from the KBO. Song isn't too surprised when she says this. In fact, it makes a lot of sense because it explains why the zombie is so huge. And so, he suggests that they avoid the guy as best they can. With this in mind, they keep moving forward, and by the time they get close to the zombie, the big guy has already moved to the side. This allows them to quietly walk past him, hoping that they do not get detected by him. Sadly, despite moving as silently as possible, the zombie somehow senses them. He probably perceives their scent and turns to face them. He still can't see them, but he definitely knows they're there, and so our boy begins to panic a bit. They're still hoping they can safely pass, but this hope is quickly dashed when the zombie turns to them with an ominous glint in his eyes. The moment Song sees this, he just curses in frustration, knowing that the sneaking game is over. The huge zombie charges at them, so Song tells his partner that they have no choice but to follow the same plan they used the last time. Thankfully, Sion knows exactly what he is talking about, so she understands what she needs to do. The lady gets out of the way while our guy stands his ground to face the first wave of attacks. The zombified sports star runs toward him, and he's instantly blown away by how fast the guy is. Still, he remains unfazed and braces himself for the clash. He points his weapon at the beast, but it doesn't slow down, and in a blink of an eye, the office worker finds himself standing face to face with the vicious zombie. The undead creature growls at him, so he stabs it in the chest with his wooden spear, and even though this isn't exactly going to do much damage, it's only a distraction to allow his partner to take over from there. With his spear buried in the zombie's chest, he gives Sion the signal, so she comes in swiftly to deliver the finishing blow. Before the zombie can even realize what's going on, she whacks him in the head with her golf club. She hit the zombie so hard that the metal stick practically snaps in two. The zombie yells in pain, but it's not enough to knock it out. By this time, the lady is beginning to panic because her only weapon just got broken in two, and all she has left is a short metal rod. Meanwhile, the zombie very quickly recovers from her hit and turns to her with a menacing look on his face. The zombie growls, and before either of them can think of their next move, the undead brute charges at the lady. The zombie shoves Sion with so much force that it almost sends her flying. As for our guy, he's just overwhelmed by the sheer strength that this monster possesses. He knew that it was strong, but he didn't think that it would be this powerful, so now, their chances of survival are looking really slim. Meanwhile, the zombie suddenly rips the stick out from his chest and goes after the girl. From the look on the zombie's face, it's clear that he's ready to rip her apart, but Sion is also prepared to fight back. She decides to use the broken metal rod in that moment, and as the monster begins to move erratically, she takes the opportunity to stab the zombie in the back of the head. This time around, her strike packs a lot more sting and does enough damage to send the zombie falling headfirst. The force from the fall causes the zombie's skull to crack open, killing it in an instant. Once the threat is finally down, the both of them just stare at the corpse in relief, still finding it hard to believe what just happened. Sion still can't wrap her head around the zombie's insane physical power, and our guy is clearly feeling the same way. He can't believe that the monster was able to keep fighting even with the spear stuck in his shoulder. Thankfully, the fight is over now, and Sion is obviously the happier of the two survivors. She stomps on the zombie's corpse to finish the job, while Song simply apologizes for not doing better during the fight. Of course, she doesn't blame him for not taking the monster out on his own, so she assures him that there was really nothing more he could have done. That aside, her major concern right now is figuring out how to handle the issue of their broken weapons. For starters, her golf club has been reduced into a small rod, so she considers attacking it to the wooden spear from before. As you can imagine, our guy feels that this is a great idea. The wooden spear's top is wore down already, but her metal stick is still pretty sharp. Together, he believes that they'll make up for each other's weaknesses and the piercing power will be even greater. That being said, she proceeds to start tinkering, and after a while, she reveals the new and improved weapon. Seeing this, our guy is pretty impressed, but he also reminds her that they can't be in one place for too long. They took a break while she was fixing the weapon, so now he feels it's time to get moving again, and Sion agrees with him. A couple hours later, we see that the two survivors are getting pretty tired again. They've been walking for a long while, and Sion is starting to get a little frustrated because they've passed 5 whole train cars and didn't find a single useful thing in any of them. The whole thing is really killing their vibe, and Song is now very certain that someone else must have swept through the trains before them. As discouraging as it all seems, the lady still has high hopes. They can't stop moving even if they wanted to, so they just remain positive because they'll soon be at Sinseol Dong Station. Just as she says this, they both hear a loud bang erupt from the darkness ahead of them. It's clearly an explosion, but the MC can't even begin to imagine what could have caused it. All he knows for sure is that they shouldn't head that way. And so, without thinking too much about it, he grabs Sion's hand and urges her to run the other way as fast as she can. The two run away from the explosion, and after a while, when it feels like they're safe, they stop to catch their breaths. They're both panting in exhaustion, and that's when Sion finally asks him what he thinks that was back there. But before she can even say another word, he tells her to be quiet. Currently, they're hiding in one of the abandoned train cars, and the last thing Song wants is for them to draw any attention to themselves. He looks out the window to check what's going on there, and he's instantly startled by what he sees. All of a sudden, there's a lot of noise outside, and after taking another look, Song confirms that there's something bad charging towards them. It turns out that there's a very ferocious horde of zombies heading their way, and just looking at it is overwhelming. Son takes a look as well and immediately starts panicking, wondering if it's wiser to fight or run from the zombies. Of course, Song understands their current situation very well, so he knows that they can't take on that many zombies head-on, so he tells his partner to just hold on for the meantime. In a matter of seconds, the zombies are right behind the train, and then they slow down all of a sudden like they just sensed something. Our boy braces himself just in case they decide to attack, but then the zombies just run past the train once again. At this point, it looks like they're off the hook, but they can't be sure, so Song urges San to keep her guard up. As far as he's concerned, that wasn't the end back there. Sure, the first wave of zombies passed and it looked like they were good for a while. But just as our guy suspected, there were a lot more zombies to come. They look out the window and see another horde heading toward them. The number of zombies is just overwhelming, and they're not even sure what to do at this point. Now, the office worker is torn between going toward the station and going back. At the station, there are at least dozens of zombies swarming there, and in the opposite direction, an explosion just occurred there. Even worse, it's a place they've never even been to before, so they don't even know what's lurking on that side. Our boy is seriously brainstorming, trying to figure out what the best decision would be, and that's when Sion suggests that they consider just hiding. After all, she feels that this second wave of zombies will probably just pass them by like the first time, but our guy thinks that it's too risky. The last time, the zombies were in a frenzy, so they didn't have time to pick up their scents. However, that's not the case this time around, because this second wave of zombies is moving a lot slower. Some of them are even crawling into the train already, so Song is afraid that they might actually smell them. At this point, the two survivors are forced to make up their minds with no time to think further. And then San agrees to follow the MC's lead. And this just makes our guy even more nervous, because now it's all on him to make the right call. After a very brief mental debate, he decides that they go back the way they came. To him, it's better to go back now before the zombies spot them, and Sion doesn't argue. She follows his lead as promised, and the two make their way out of the train before any of the zombies can pick up their scents properly. He has a plan in mind right now, and all they have to do is reach the next section without getting caught. The MC climbs off the tracks, and suddenly, it looks like they'll be able to shake the zombies off their tails. By this time, they notice that there aren't any undead close to them anymore. Our guy is quite relieved, feeling that they'll be fine as long as they are careful. Song believes that they can avoid the remaining zombies as long as they don't make a mistake, so he reaches down to help pull San off the tracks as well, but that's when he realizes how slippery his palms are. Apparently, his sweat made it impossible to hold on to her, so she slips out of his grip and falls down onto the tracks. The poor girl suffers a heavy fall and lands directly on her back. She's probably in a lot of pain already, But that's not even their biggest problem at the moment. You see, the noise from her fall is so loud that it attracts the zombies lurking nearby. Just when they thought they were off the hook, they're right back in the running game. As you can imagine, the extremely sensitive creatures pinpoint the location where the noise came from and immediately start going there. Meanwhile, is still wincing in pain after that nasty fall. She doesn't even have enough time to recover before she realizes that she's about to be surrounded by the vicious brain eaters. She looks back and sees them charging towards her, which just leaves her frozen in shock. Thankfully, Song helps her snap out of the daze by calling out to her, urging her to get back up, and he gives her a hand. This time, she grabs a hold in his wrist over his sleeve, and he does the same, which allows him to pull her up from the tracks. The lady is finally so close to safety, but then suddenly, one of the zombies grabs a hold of her boot. Her eyes widen in horror when she feels the hand wrap around her ankle, but she thinks fast and immediately kicks the zombie off her. She frees herself very quickly, and as you can imagine, the rest of the zombies don't appreciate that. This just makes them even more annoyed, so they start attempting to climb up from the tracks as well. Now, it's clear that the pavement is no longer safe at all, so the two survivors take to their heels. Our guy leads the way, urging to run as fast as she can to keep up with him. He decides to go up the stairs, knowing how difficult it is for the zombies to climb, but to his surprise, a couple of these undead monsters already found their way up there. One of them tries to sneak up on him, but he sees the attack coming just in time. Still, the zombie is already flying at him, so there's very little he can do. All he can do is jump out of the way, but this just leaves exposed to the incoming attack. Luckily, this lady is also very capable of handling herself, and she proves this by taking out the zombie without a second thought. She drives her newly improved spear into the monster's body, killing it on the spot. Sure, they just took out one of the threats, but they still have to keep moving. They're relieved for sure because that was very close. Currently, they're hiding in a room, so it's pretty safe for a while. Song tells his partner to look out the glass window and check what the situation outside is like. Thankfully, things are looking better for them now because can't see any zombies nearby. She tells the office manager what she's seeing, and the moment Song hears it, he lets out a heavy sigh of relief. He's so glad that he can even say that they're still alive, because with what they've been through in the last couple minutes, it's a miracle that they survived. Our guy takes a moment to really soak in the fact that they aren't dead yet, but that's when he remembers what happened to San a few moments ago. That fall she suffered was definitely a serious one for sure. But that's not even the big concern now, because a couple of seconds ago, one of the zombies grabbed a hold of her leg. Our guy has been in this apocalypse long enough to know that such an exposure could just turn into something much more problematic, and he surely hopes that it's not the case. So, he asks her about her leg, reminding her that she was grabbed by a zombie not too long ago. There's blood on her white winter boot, which is pretty shocking to her. Still, she desperately hopes that the blood stain was from the zombie's hand. Desperate to find out, she takes off her boot to check. She remembers the zombie brushing against her, which gets her pretty anxious. Of course, our guy can see that she's scared, so he offers to help her take a look and find out what their fate really is. San shows him her food after taking off her winter boots, and he immediately begins to inspect. Song looks really hard, and he does indeed find something. It's pretty clear that she got scratched by the zombie, and our guy is very relieved about this, because he knows how much of a problem it would have been if it was a bite mark he just found. Song tells her that it's nothing to be worried about, but it doesn't really calm her down. She's still hung up on the fact that the zombie got her with its claw, and the look on her face right now is that pure horror. Still, the MC assures her that she'll be fine, revealing that he also got scratched a little, but nothing happened. At this point, the girl desperately asks if he's sure of what he's saying, and once again, he assures her that she will be fine. Hearing this, she finally calms down, admitting that she thought it was already the end for her. This scratch mark that somehow resembles a snake bite appears to be swelling a bit, which is pretty normal, so R helps her attend the wound. Afterward, Seon admits that she feels a lot safer now that he's disinfected it, and Song is just grateful that they were able to find a first aid kit a while ago. Sadly, the box is pretty lacking, and it makes the MC conclude that the manager who handled it was very careless. There's no saline, no alcohol swabs, or even coagulants in the first aid box, but still, he admits that they're even lucky to have gotten their hands on it in this apocalypse. After all, he didn't even expect to find a lot when the other scavengers have taken almost everything of use. At the moment, it appears that the last group of scavengers to get here didn't exactly take everything. Sure, they took almost anything that can be considered food, but it still looks like they only skimmed through the place, so our guy is pretty positive. After cleaning San's wound for her, he tells her to just rest for a while, and then proceeds to continue his search. He rummages through all the stuff there, and it doesn't take too long for him to find something truly useful. It's literally a key, and even though he doesn't know what it opens yet, he's now very sure that there's still stuff for them here. Song Jin. Song is feeling very lucky now that he's got the key because this means that he won't have to worry about where to sleep tonight. Now that he's gotten into the room, he's determined to find some valuable items, so he begins his search immediately. But even after poking around the room, nothing seems to come forth for him. This makes him even more eager to find something. He's sure that it's somewhere in the room, so he begins to retrace his steps. He feels that he might have rummaged through too quickly, so he slows down the second time around, carefully checking the place. Once he's more focused, it doesn't take too long for him to find the logbook, so he excitedly starts going through the pages, line by line, determined to find the information he needs. Sure enough, he comes across the line, stating that the locker password was changed, so he takes the new password and rushes to open the locker. San sees him and expresses how shocked she is. She didn't realize that he knew what he was doing the whole time, but now, it's pretty obvious. She's so curious as to how he knew to look for the logbook, so that's when he turns to inform her that he actually used to work in the subway. It turns out that it was during his time here that he learned that they always jot down the safe codes in the logbook. Well, now that he's gotten into the locker, Sion is wondering if there's something special inside the safe. In response, Song admits that he doesn't know for sure. All he knows is that the safe is mostly just for keys used inside the station. However, the main thing he believes can be of use to them is still sitting in a box in the safe. So, he takes out the box and reveals the gun sitting inside. The MC explains that this is actually a gas gun, and he knows this because subway stations always keep firearms in storage. Still, the lady can't understand why something like that would be in a train station. So, Song explains that station staff need to be prepared in the case of a robbery or an attack because they collect cash every morning. He gives her the box to keep after explaining this, but she feels that he should be the one to hold on to it. Besides, she's never even touched a gun, so she doesn't think she would know how to use it when it matters the most. Our guy agrees with her and keeps the gun instead. Since she can't hold the gun, he informs her about the key he found earlier. She asks him what it's for, so he tells her that he thinks it is the key to the station staff room. The two rush over to the staff room to try the key, and they immediately beat the clock as the door opens. The two smile at each other in excitement before going inside, and the first thing our guy notices is the size of the place. It's about 16 to 20 square meters, which is even worse than the place where he worked before. While looking around, they're shocked to see a pale figure sitting in the corner. They're startled at first, but upon closer inspection, they confirm that the guy froze to death already. The guy doesn't look like he was infected. He probably died of starvation, so San proceeds to politely take his clothes off him. They get out all the blankets and pillows they can find, and for the first time in weeks, they can enjoy a good night's sleep. San is really liking this, so she suggests taking the blanket along even if they leave here. But Song isn't sure if they can move with that kind of weight. Well, she doesn't agree with him. She feels they can take the blanket since their food bags are almost empty anyway. At this point, they're finally on the same page, so the office worker agrees with her idea. The bed is surely very comfortable, and it's just a matter of time before they fall asleep. They've been running around all day, so Song encourages her to get some rest. Later that night, while our guy is keeping watch, he checks the floating shop for some items. The food they have left can only last for the next 2 days, so they have to get to the warehouse before then. At this rate, getting there shouldn't be a problem if nothing major happens. At the moment, he's got his eyes on some winter clothes that cost 3 coins. It's getting colder by the day, and even though being underground helps for the meantime, they'll still have to go back to the surface eventually. The situation underground is gradually getting worse too, and if things go wrong they'll need to cover more ground, so he's really considering the winter gear. Currently, he can afford sets for him and his partner, but he's not sure if spending that much on clothes is the wisest choice. After much deliberation, it looks like he is about to click the button, but he stops midway. He ultimately decides that they're fine for now, so he postpones this difficult choice he has to make. Still, there are a couple things he can't ignore much longer. There seems to be an update on the floating window which piques his curiosity. He taps on it and is instantly intrigued by what he sees. He feels that it could be a real game changer for them if he uses it right, so he explores it some more. The next morning, he wakes Sion up, and after much reluctance, she finally gets up to pack their stuff. She's still pretty sleepy the whole time, but our guy is absolutely ready to get moving. They make their way out of the station staff room back onto the tracks, and that's when they find something very shocking waiting for them there. A couple of train cars seem to have fallen off the tracks, blocking the way, and even though it might look like an accident, our guy is convinced that someone placed them there on purpose. Hearing this, Sion immediately volunteers to check if out, so she climbs the train from the side, but as soon as she reaches the top, the look on her face is instantly replaced with a horrified one. There's an actual sea of zombies behind the blockade, and they're definitely the most terrifying she's seen since this apocalypse started. There's so many that there's probably hundreds of them waiting there. At this point, our guy already knows that passing there is not an option, so he suggests trying the other side. The two take their flashlights and slowly make their way through the other route. The path with the swarm of zombies is the only subway line connecting to their destination, so Sion really doesn't know what they're going to do now. Our guy is also really stressed out by this option, but he has to make the call, and right now, the only option they have is to go up to the surface. Unfortunately, the wind-up there is even more brutal now. Still, they can't hesitate because there's no telling when that sea of zombies will break through the blockade. Well, going up is just as risky because their sense will give them away for sure. That being said, Sion feels that they need to mask their sense somehow, but Song is not seeing the likelihood of that happening. I mean, it's not like they can take showers, so he suggests going back to check if they missed something out on the tracks. Once again, Son goes out to check, and he uses the opportunity to check the floating window again. He opens that new feature he discovered earlier. It's called Explorer, and it allows the purchase of hidden items not listed on the shop. If the item doesn't exist on the list, the scanner is not consumed, but if it does, the scanner is used up even if not purchased. Seeing this, our guy realizes that he'll be risking 1 coin just to use the Explorer. So now, the big question is if he's willing to take that gamble. The story continues from the moment the MC decides to check out the Explorer feature of the mysterious shopping system. A page pops up, explaining exactly how it works. Basically, the Explorer is a feature that allows the user to purchase hidden items that do not usually appear in the shop list. If the item doesn't exist in the list, then the Explorer won't be consumed. But if it does exist, then the Explorer will be consumed even if the user doesn't purchase. After reading all of this, Song decides to purchase it, which causes another floating window to pop up. He's taken aback by the interface at first, but quickly gets the hang of the thing. He figures out how to work the thing, and the first item he searches for is a vaccine. I mean, in this zombie-infested apocalypse, that's probably the most precious thing one can have, right? Well, unfortunately there's nothing like that on the shop list, but at least his Explorer doesn't get consumed. Still, the MC is determined to find some kind of cure on the shopping system, so he tries again. This time around, he searches specifically for a zombie vaccine. But just like the first time, he doesn't find any results from the search, and once again, his Explorer remains intact. When that doesn't work, he tries again, typing in stuff like zombie infection antibody and virus vaccine, but time and time again, all he gets is the same response, telling him that there is nothing like that. Song keeps trying regardless, being as creative as he can, but it's all futile. And once he's finally run out of ideas to find a cure on the shopping page, he just flops back down on the bed, feeling disappointed. He knew that this would likely be the case, but he's convinced that he still has to give it a shot. Now that he knows there's no cure on the platform, he decides to search for something else on the system. He starts with deodorant, and sure enough, it pops up right in front of him almost immediately. He's glad to have found it, but is taken aback when he sees how much it costs. For some reason, this can of deodorant costs 1 whole coin, which is pretty expensive as far as this MC is concerned. He doesn't get why it costs so much, because he knows that they will need more than one. It's pretty obvious by now that their human sense have been causing problems for them with the hypersensitive zombies, so now Song is hoping to mask it with deodorant. It's roughly 11 kilometers to Dong, which is their next destination, so in order to avoid these zombies in the cold, he estimates that it will take at least 4 hours to get there. Based on this calculation, the office worker figures that he and his partner will need at least 3 cans of deodorant each. As you can imagine, that's not exactly a cheap expenditure, but this is something that they can't afford to neglect anymore, so the MC is really considering the purchase. However, when he checks to see that he only owns 7 coins, he begins to have second thoughts about the matter. It's pretty disappointing for him when he sees this, because he was really hoping that he had gathered enough coins after all the zombies they've been slaying along the way. Well, to some people, getting the deodorant might not longer be a good idea, knowing that they'd be using practically everything they have, but it's clear that Song desperately needs them, so he begrudgingly clicks on the button to buy them. It's definitely not an easy decision, and it almost looks like he's about to cry when he clicks on buy, but he does it anyway, leaving him with only 1 coin left afterward. A few moments later, he goes to meet Sion with the sprays, and as you'd expect, she has a couple questions. For starters, she'd like to know where he found them, but just like before, the MC isn't ready to tell her about the shopping system, so he lies to her, claiming that he found it at the platform inside a bag. Well, the lady has no reason not to believe him, so she buys the story, feeling all excited about it because she knows how useful these cans of deodorant will be during their journey. Still, she's not completely sure that these alone will be effective enough to keep the zombies off the zombies. Sure, it would mask their human sense, but Sion I can't help but wonder if that will do the trick. In response, our guy simply suggests that they try it out first and see what happens. As far as Song is concerned, that's all they can do, and if it doesn't seem right, then they can always come back and strategize. The MC explains this to his partner, and she's all for it, so they begin to cover themselves with the deodorants. They help each other spray their bodies and other stuff like their bags to really hide the scent. After spending some time doing all that, Song asks his partner if she's ready to get a move on. Claims that she is, so the two office workers head back out onto the freezing subway. They begin their journey, and after walking for a while, they reach the signpost telling them exactly how far their destination is. It's definitely not an easy walk because not only is the freezing weather making it difficult to breathe, but the snow has piled up so high that walking is equally a hard task. The MC huffs and puffs with each step and suddenly gets the feeling that they might encounter zombies soon, so he suggests that they pace themselves. Of course, I agrees with this idea, so they both pick up the pace, but shortly after that, the wind speeds get higher, making it almost impossible for them to see anything ahead of them. Usually, this would be the time when they begin to panic, knowing that it's just a matter of time before nearby zombies catch their scents. They've been in that situation more times than they would like to do, even though they're wearing a heavy amount of deodorant right now. The lady can't help but panic when she spots a zombie lurking around. At first, she's pretty nervous, but then after a while, the zombie still doesn't sense them around despite the wind trying to rat them out. At this point, they're a lot more relaxed but also curious, wondering if the deodorant is actually working or if something is wrong with this zombie in particular. Song and I slowly move closer to the zombie, curious to find out just how well this deodorant works. The two get pretty close to the zombie, anxiously waiting to see what happens, and then all of a sudden, the undead creature jerks and turns around to face them. The MC is alarmed by this, but he stands his ground, especially since this zombie doesn't seem to know exactly where they are yet. At the moment, he's not sure if they've been caught, so he remains brave as he grips his weapon tightly in case he needs to use it. However, this zombie just keeps turning around in confusion without actually figuring out where they are. It's like it knows something is there, but unlike before, it can't make out where or what it is. After watching the confused creature turn in circles for a while, the MC decides that it's time to get a move on. Clearly, this zombie couldn't get them despite being a few feet away, so it's starting to look like his genius plan is working. I is really excited about this, so she tells him, and he just suggests that they keep going with this momentum. Now, they're sure that the deodorant can actually make them invisible the zombies, so all they have to do is make the best use of this hack. The two continue their journey until they get to some kind of mall. Out of all the shops there, I notices only one place that looks like it's still intact. It's the Taekyoung gun shop, and even though it looks really enticing, she knows that it's probably already being occupied by raiders. And if that's not the case, then the gun shop owner might be the one in there, guarding the place from zombies or plunderers. Our guy agrees with her on this, confirming that the shop is most likely loaded with guns and gunpowder. With the right kind of defense, that place is a no-go area for zombies and raiders, and since he knows this already, he decides that they save the gun shop for next time. After all, whoever is in there is probably heavily armed. They keep moving forward, and then they suddenly get to another place that's familiar to the MC. It's a popular coffee shop and diner that Song recognizes, so he immediately knows that they've finally arrived at Soyu Station. I knows the place as well, so they both take a moment to stare at the station. The MC was actually hoping that they would have reached Yudong by now, so seeing that they're still a couple kilometers away from their destination, he's not exactly satisfied. Still, this is a pretty good milestone in the entire journey, so he suggests that they start looking for a place nearby to spend the night. I is probably tired of walking too, so she's okay with this plan. She offers to check the right side of the station and asks Song to check the other side. The two split up to begin searching for a good place to rest, and our guy immediately realizes that there aren't many places that haven't been broken into. Most of the windows they come across have been shattered and broken into, which isn't a good sign, because it could have either been done by zombies or plunderers. These two aren't exactly hoping to run into either of them, so they keep searching, hoping to find a place that looks somewhat secure at least. That's when the MC suddenly finds a door that is locked, so he's really positive about it. But then he takes a closer look through the glass and sees a couple shadows standing inside the place, so he immediately changes his mind. His hopes are dashed in an instant as he realizes that the place won't work. After looking around the area for a safe place to camp for the night, the two travelers meet again without finding anything. Song asks the shivering lady what she saw, but she just shakes her head, suggesting that her luck was as bad as his. At this point, the two decide to keep moving together again, hoping to actually find something that could work if they search together. It gets a little frustrating, after a while, because it's clear that this is harder than they thought it would be. Song is getting quite anxious because they need to find a place quickly. As far as he's concerned, it should be a place that hasn't been occupied by zombies before. It should also be a place where they can ensure new zombies don't get in after they've entered. At this point, the office worker is just going on and on, but then all of a sudden, he notices something that catches his attention. He immediately calls out to Seon, to show her the path he just discovered. Currently, these two seem to be heading deeper into uncharted territory, and it's getting pretty dark as well, so they whip out their flashlights to continue the search. The MC finds a staircase and asks his partner if she thinks they should go up that way. But she, on the other hand, appears to have found a door leading to a room. She knocks quietly, but there's no response, so she presumes that there aren't any zombies there. At least that's how it looks. She lets our guy know what she thinks, so he goes over to her, curious to find out what's on the other side of the door as well. Seeing that they're on the same page, Seon slowly twists the knob to try and open the door, but quickly finds out that the place is locked. This is also a good sign, so she asks him if they should break into the place. Of course, our boy doesn't think that's the best way to go, because it's a glass door, which means that it will make a loud noise if they break it. With this in mind, he advises against breaking the door, so she just gets frustrated about the whole thing at this point. Seon starts to feel like there's no helping their situation, but before she can start brooding, Song realizes something that might just work. He notices something in the distance that gives him an idea, so he rushes over there, claiming that there might just be another way. Hearing this, Seon's hopes suddenly come back to life, so she curiously follows him as he rushes down the stairs. The MC goes downstairs and then suddenly stops in front of some kind of box hung on the wall. He's familiar with the thing, and for some reason, he's convinced that this is where they're going to find the solution to their problem. With this in mind, Song takes a leap of faith, reaching into the box for something, and just as he suspected, there's a bunch of keys inside it. He holds the keys up like a trophy, because he's almost certain that they're going to open that door. Meanwhile, his travel buddy just stares at him in amazement as he jaw drops to the floor. She is blown away by the fact that he found the keys, so she curiously asks him how he knew they would be there. Well, it turns out that the office worker somehow noticed earlier that the cafe's operating hours were quite long. And so, he figures that this means the place is divided into opening and closing shifts. And knowing that key problems happen often with that arrangement, it was a no-brainer for him, since shops like that frequently hide spare keys nearby for emergency situations. The MC explains all of this while using the key to open the door, and thankfully, it works perfectly. As soon as they enter the room, the first thing that Seon notices are the bags of flour lined up on the ground, which leaves her stunned. But that's not all, because there are a couple crates of eggs sitting around too, which makes our guy realize that this place wasn't looted after the apocalypse started. No other survivors have gotten here yet, so this place is basically a jackpot. Anyway, Seon isn't sure what they should do with the flour, so she asks him what he thinks. At the moment, Song doesn't really see the need for flour, so he suggests that they leave the bags and come back later. Besides, it's too heavy for them to carry right now, and after he explains this, Seon decides that they'll have to hide the stuff if they're not taking them. She'd hate to come back and find out that someone else took the stuff, and the MC would hate that too, so she agrees with her. Besides finding the eggs and flour, Song is pretty relieved that they actually found a great place to spend the night. I mean, that was the thing they needed the most, so it's just amazing for him. On top of that, they also got a power bank and a wristwatch, which is great for their journey. Now that they have a place to rest properly, Song feels that they'll even be able to reach the logistics warehouse the following day. As far as he's concerned, they just have to get there by tomorrow, because they might start to have some problems otherwise. The hero explains this to his partner, revealing that they only have 4 chocolate bars left for food. As much as she's all about moving forward and staying alive, Seon still feels reluctant about going to the warehouse because she knows that there might be previous customers at the place who have also been turned into zombies, just like at the gun shop. Just thinking about the possibility makes her weak, and our guy suddenly realizes that she has a point. That being said, She suggests that they set up a code in case something dangerous happens to one of them. Of course, the MC thinks that this is a good idea since he wouldn't want anything bad to happen to her. San gets all flustered when he says this, and then proceeds to come up with an idea for this code she's talking about. Seon quickly comes up with the secret code that they'll use, suggesting that they should just speak normally if they're threatened with a gun or a ranged weapon. Song seems to find the whole thing exciting, so he comes up with one as well, claiming that they should use polite speech to interact if there's a Millie in the picture. They're starting to have fun coming up with this stuff, so San thinks of another code. She decides that she'll just say Appa if she can handle the number of enemies in her way. As for Song, he figures that he'll just say sir if the situation he's in is unclear to him at that point in time. As for a situation where they need to surrender, Sunbae will be the code word. The two partners go on like this for a while, coming up with different hidden messages that they can use, and after some time, they finally have enough. In order to perfect this place, Seon feels that they need to loosen up their speech so that they don't stand out that much. And of course, our guy agrees with her. At this point, they finally have a plan, so the lady is satisfied, feeling that they can finally rest, but just as she's saying this, a terrifying bolt of lightning strikes right above them. She's startled by the loud bang as you'd expect, but what really shocks her is the fact that snow starts coming down again just seconds after the bolt of lightning. She's truly baffled by this because she had no idea that it can thunder while it's snowing. Song also hasn't ever seen something like this before, so he's just as puzzled as she is. Right now, it looks like the snow is piling up even more, and when the MC points this out, San chimes in, fearing that the following day is going to be rough. Our guy can help but agrees with her, even though he knows just how bad the news is. Seeing that they'll probably have a hectic day when the sun finally comes up, San decides to get some sleep right away. She covers herself with a blanket as she lies on the table while the hero sits in the chair next to her, hoping that he'll be able to get some sleep as well. Soon, he's finally starting to get some shut eye, but that's when he hears a strange sound coming from outside all of a sudden. His eyes shoot wide open, curious to find out what made the noise, but when he looks out the window, he's just stunned. It's a motorcycle out there on the road, and someone is currently riding it past the building. Seong is puzzled, because he didn't even know that motorcycles could cut through snowy roads, and he also doesn't understand why someone would be out this late. Besides that, the person is currently headed in the same direction that they've been traveling, so the office worker gets really curious. Sure, this person could just be riding somewhere else, but he can't help but feel restless about it. Song is still panicking about the motorcycle when he's suddenly drawn out of his thoughts by something even worse. He looks at the other end of the road and is horrified to see a horde of zombies coming their way. Clearly, this is very bad for them, and it seems that the noise from the horde is so loud that it wakes San up. The lady shoots up from the table to check what is going on. At this point, our guy figures that the noise from the motorcycle that just passed the road was what drew the zombies out. It's not looking good for the two travelers, but at first glance, it seems that there are at least a few hundred of the zombies out there. And sure enough, this gets the MC pretty worked up, because he can already see how much harder this makes their journey. Even if only a few zombies stick around in this pursuit of the motorcycle, by the time they get to you, there will already be way more of them than the previous day. San is also disturbed by the situation, so she anxiously asks him what he thinks they should do. Well, at this point, the hero just starts by analyzing the situation. From the look of things, he presumes that the motorcycle must have stumbled into a zombie horde and fled. But if that's not the case, then his guess is that this rider is deliberately leading the zombies somewhere. If this is true, then it means that Song and his partner could get caught up in whatever mysterious plan that the person is up to. Surely, they wouldn't want to get mixed up with a plan they don't understand and get trapped with the zombies. But then again, Seon also reminds the MC that they can't just wait for the zombies to scatter naturally when they're pretty much out of food already. Once again, she's making a lot of sense and the office worker agrees with her. Besides the fact that they have no food left, he also knows that they have about 3.5 kilometers left to their destination. That being said, turning back at this point isn't exactly an option. Song continues to brainstorm on the matter until he comes up with an idea. The hero figures that there might be some information they can use in the community feed. It's been a while since they checked in, and now would be a good time to get an update from there. Thankfully, these two were lucky to have found a spare battery earlier, so now, All they have to do is get on the server. A few moments later, we get to see that chat where other survivors were talking about the lightning and thunder that happened even in the snow. Well, it turns out that this mysterious lightning was only seen in Gangbuk, while the people in Suwon experienced relatively normal snowy weather. After reading through a few messages, Song is a little disappointed because he doesn't feel like any of this helps them at all. As for the lady, she is just surprised to see that some places are getting hail too. The MC is taken aback by this, so he curiously reads the rest of the conversation. On the chat, someone asks if it's true that there is a shelter in Yeongjongdo, claiming that he ran into some survivors who were heading there, because there's allegedly a huge shelter there. However, the others don't seem to believe that it's possible since the government has already collapsed. Still, those who are already heading there claim to have seen the message of a large shelter scribbled on a sign. Seeing this, our boy and his partner are pretty shocked. Anyway, the argument on the chat goes on, with someone warning others not to go to that place. They claim that it's actually a cult, and that they escaped from there. Unfortunately, some other survivors don't believe the story, so they call it BS, insisting that people can't just change that fast to start a cult all of a sudden, when it's only been like a month since the apocalypse started. At this point, the one claiming to have escaped the cult just stops trying to convince the one doubting. The person continues talking about the supposed shelter, revealing that they're giving clothes and food to strangers for free seen though the world government has collapsed. As far as this person is concerned, the people running that place aren't doing it out of goodwill, insisting that they are gathering people for a reason. After reading all of this, the two travelers can't help but feel conflicted about the whole thing. I admits that she's kind of creeped out by the shelter thing, but asks the assistant manager what he thinks. Well, of course the MC has his suspicions too. It has only been 3 weeks, and yet this group has already built a shelter that can house people and supply them steadily. Our guy suddenly remembers that Deputy Yoon Hyok Jae said in a message that he was heading toward the west coast. With this in mind, he feels that they'd probably be able to get more information if they could reach the man. However, for the meantime, Song decides that they just rule this shelter place out of their options since they don't know enough. Once again, I is on the same page with him, feeling that it's best if they stay away from the creepy shelter. The MC confirms that those are all the messages on the community feed, so he's a little disappointed that there's no new info about that motorcycle. So, he decides to come up with a new plan. Song decides that they stick to their original idea, which was to head for the logistics warehouse. They make their way back out onto the freezing streets, but agree to stop or turn back if they run into a zombie horde or anything risky on the way. Shortly after going out, they spot a few zombies around, so the MC takes out the cans of deodorant again. Apparently, they're about to use their last shot of the thing, which means that they have to move faster now. Thankfully, there aren't many zombies on the streets, and it looks like they should be close to their destination by now. The major problem now is the truck fog that's making it very difficult to see what's ahead of them. Still, the two travelers keep pushing on through it all. Eventually, they get to a point where where the MC checks his watch, confirming that the scent blockers should have worn off. That being said, he informs his partner that they'll probably have to fight if they come across any zombies. Besides that, they should also have reached their destination, so they look around the area in search of the warehouse. While struggling to see through the thick fog, suddenly spots something in the distance. Sure enough, it's the warehouse they came looking for. It's way bigger than our guy expected, which is a good thing because it means that they shouldn't have to worry about supplies here. With this excitement, rushes to the door and tries to burst in, but after pulling on it a couple times, it still doesn't budge, which leaves her pretty confused. From what she remembers, this place used to be open all the time, so she doesn't get why it's locked now. As for our guy, he just starts brainstorming again. Just then, notices that there are barbed wires on the walls, which also wasn't the case the last time she was here. But that was a few months ago. Seeing that the front entrance isn't exactly going to work for them, the office worker suggests that they look around and search for a way into the place. The both of them start going round the place, and that's when the sharp-eyed lady spots something that just might work. It's a breach in the barbed wires on the fence, so she feels that they will be able to get in through it. She immediately prepares to climb up the wall, but the office worker stops her, because he feels that it's too dangerous. They don't even know what's on the other side yet, and he also finds it suspicious that this little gap is the only weak spot. It looks like an intentional breach to him, but I doesn't think they have any other options besides this. Despite being worried, the MC can't deny this fact. On top of that, their scent blockers have worn off, and they don't have any food either. Sion continues to give him reasons why they have to go in through the gap until he changes his mind. Still, he tells her to be careful once she's inside, concluding that they'll probably have to fight. Once they're finally on the same page, our guy crouches down to give her a boost. The athletic girl runs up and floats up to the top of the fence in a flash. She takes a moment to scan the surroundings and concludes that there's no one around. So, she jumps down into the warehouse, feeling very excited to finally be in, but before she can even take another step, someone pulls a gun on her head from behind. This guy must have hidden really well for Sion not to have seen him because he practically emerges from the shadows and orders her to put her hands up. At this point, the girl just freezes in horror because she's in a real pickle. At this point, it's not looking good for Sion at all. The stranger keeps the gun pointed at her head and proceeds to seat at her with his free hand. After patting her down for a few seconds, he confirms that she doesn't have a weapon, so he begins to interrogate her. He takes a few steps back, still pointing the gun at her head, and starts by asking if she has any companions with her, and she immediately reveals that they're outside. At this point, you can be sure what her train of thought is, but she probably says this to make the guy with the gun a little nervous. Well, he still has his gun, so he feels confident that he can take on her companions. He asks how many of her allies are outside, and she tells him the truth once again, revealing that it's just one person. Of course, this makes the man even more confident, so he orders her to call out to her companion and tell the person to come to the main entrance. At this point, Sion becomes reluctant because she's not sure what the guy has in mind. She hesitates to call Song Jin Song, fearing that the assistant manager might get hurt if he comes, but the guy with a gun to her head simply demands that she hurry up and do it. And since she doesn't want to get her brains blown out, she finally calls out to the MC, asking him to come to the main entrance. Meanwhile, our guy who's just on the other side of the fence begins to panic when she screams his name. He already had a strong feeling that someone was in there, so he feels really bad because this hostage situation could have been avoided. Well, it's already too late for that now since his partner is already trapped in there with God knows who. So now, the MC starts brainstorming, determined to figure out a plan. He starts by analyzing her manner of speech and confirms that it's informal. Based on the code that they made the previous night, this means that the other person in there must have a gun or a long-range weapon. Besides that, he also remembers that she called him, Jen, Song, alone. And this means that she's currently faced with only one threat there. With this in mind, the hero is a little bit relieved because he knows that he can handle one person. Knowing all of this, he proceeds to check his backpack for something to help with the plan that's already formulating inside his brain. While he's ransacking the bag, Son calls out to him again, urging him to answer because right now, the guy with the gun might think she's lying or something. At this point, the MC takes out a gun from the bag and finally answers his partner, assuring her that he understands. A few moments later, they all make their way to the main entrance, where the lady is still being held at gunpoint. The kidnapper still hasn't seen Song face to face yet, but he can sense that someone is outside the fence. So, he demands that our guy drop all his weapons and come forward. Of course, he wouldn't want to piss off this armed stranger, so he takes out his spear and shows it to the guy through the gate, displaying his readiness to cooperate. Now that Song is here, he can confirm that the captor is one man with a gun just as he thought. With this in mind, he continues to wave the spear in front of the gate like a white flag, but the guy with the gun demands that he drop the weapon immediately. Sure enough, the office worker complies and tosses his spear into the snow before showing his empty hand. Now that he's dropped the weapon, the gunman orders him to come out from behind the wall and reveal himself. Well, this is where things might get tricky for the MC, because he still has a gas gun in his other hand, and he definitely wouldn't want the kidnapper to see it when he's still got Sion at his mercy. Our guy is torn at this point, not sure what he should do. Even if he tries to attack this man, the gas gun with him only has a short range. In order to be sure he'll actually do any damage, he needs to close the distance a bit more. The issue now is that he can't exactly go any closer because if Song moves further, the other guy will see the gun. Eventually, the office worker comes up with a plan. He tells the captor that he's put down his weapon and asks for his companion to be set free. He makes it look like he's harmless, claiming that he can't do anything anymore without his weapon, and it seems that the guy with the gun actually decides to let her go. He grunts right after listening to everything that the MC says, and then orders Son to move forward. Our boy hears footsteps coming and realizes that the guy is actually letting her go, so he braces himself for the next part of his plan. The office worker patiently waits for them to get close enough, and at the perfect moment, He comes about to strike. Song pops out from behind the fence and tells his partner to duck so that he can get a clear shot. Of course, the athletic girl crouches down at incredible speed so the MC is able to pull the trigger on his gas gun. The other guy is so stunned by all of this that he can't even react and ends up getting shot in the eye. In the chaos, he fires his gun as well, but since he can't even see anything, he just shoots without aiming. The guy keeps spraying the bullets, but our boy manages to avoid getting hurt because of the poor aim. Before he can open his eyes to even see what he's shooting at, Sion tackles him from behind and disarms him with her martial arts skills. The girl grabs him and twists his arm until he falls to his knees. The girl forces him into submission in the blink of an eye and pins him to the ground as well. As you can imagine, the man demands that she let him go immediately, but she clearly has no intention of setting him free, so while he's busy ranting, she casually takes out a roll of duct tape with her free hand. But before she can use it to restrain the man, she and her partner sense something from the other side of the wall. Our boy is instantly alarmed, so he turns around, pointing his gun at the source of the noise, desperately hoping that this guy doesn't have a companion. The office worker only looks in that direction for a few seconds before realizing that a small group of zombies is headed their way. Apparently, these mindless creatures are coming over because of the gunshot noise, and it's definitely not good for our guy, because he's still locked outside the warehouse. With the zombies closing in at terrifying speed, the lady tries to check the man's clothes for the key, but the guy vows that he'll never give them the key. He refuses to cooperate, and even starts yelling at her to get away from him. All of this just makes things worse for our guy, who is still out there, exposed with the same zombies that can hear all the shouting. Sion gets pissed at this point, so she warns the man to stop messing around and just hand over the key. While she's trying to force the man to behave, we see that our guy is already surrounded by the zombies. All he has to defend himself now is the spear, and the odds aren't exactly in his favor, so he calls out to his partner, wondering what the holdup is for. On the other side of the gate, the lady doesn't look like she's making any progress because the stubborn man still refuses to tell her where the key is. Since he refuses to cooperate, she stops trying to work with him and just starts beating the shit out of him. After a few kicks, she somehow finds the key on his body and excitedly dashes to the gate to open the lock. While she's struggling with the padlock, we see that our boy is already in the middle of a brutal fight with the pack of zombies. I mean, he's not going to let himself die like this, so he uses the spear to take out all the zombies that come close to him. He slashes them one after the other, determined to stay alive, but then all of a sudden, he's forced to face a brute in the mix. This one is the biggest zombie in the horde so far, and it charges at him with murderous intent. Even though he's a little terrified, he stands up to the beast and holds his own against it. For a while, our guy is able to avoid getting hurt, but then after striking several times without dealing any significant damage, it becomes clear that he will not be able to take down this one. The zombie charges at him like a runaway train and slams him to the floor before he can do anything. His spear seems to be useless against this monster. It's so strong that it disarms him and knocks him down, but just when it looks like he's about to be done for, San opens the gate and shouts for him to come inside. The office worker runs into the warehouse as fast as his legs can carry him, and then San slams the gate once he's in, leaving all the hungry zombies locked out. The two partners just stand there, watching as the hungry zombies growl at the gate. Sure, they're in the warehouse now and the gate is shut, but they're also trapped in, and if these zombies don't go away, it would only be a matter of time before they force their way into the place. With the zombies now unable to get them for some time, Sion doesn't think twice before jamming the lock on the gate. She uses the key to make sure it's secure and then turns to Song, asking him if he's okay. She desperately hopes that he wasn't hurt in any way, and he asks her the same question before assuring her that he's alright. Once they're both certain that they aren't hurt, the assistant manager flops down to the floor to catch his breath. He's pretty relieved that the zombies didn't get to them, even though they're still hanging around. He's pretty convinced that these creatures gathered around after hearing the gunshot, and in order to avoid pissing them off any further, he suggests that they head inside the warehouse proper. But before they can do that, they'll have to deal with the injured man on the ground, who is still groaning in pain. Right now, he's almost crying like a baby because of how bad his eyes are hurting. Apparently, he still hasn't recovered from the blast of the gas gun our guy used on him. The MC watches the guy roll on the ground for a while, and decides that they'll take the man inside with them for the meantime. Sure, he threatened them with a gun and almost killed Song, but the office worker doesn't feel that he deserves to be left out here with the vicious zombies. Thankfully, Sion isn't heartless either, so she agrees to take the man in with them. Even though she was the one he threatened with the gun and treated like a hostile, the lady goes over to the man and helps him get back on his feet. He's not exactly a paper plate, so she struggles a little to pull him up, and right after he finally stands up, the MC is shocked by the face he sees. It turns out that the red-eyed man with tears running down his face is a colleague from the office building. This man happens to be assistant manager Choi Jae-sung, so the MC is really shocked to see him here. A few moments later, once they're inside the building, they help Choi relieve the pain in his eyes, and once he can finally see properly again, he puts on his glasses. While the man is cleaning up, Song Jin-song and his partner take a brief sidebar to discuss, and that's when he tells her that Choi Jae-sung is the person he met in the first-floor security room back in the office building. He confirms this without a doubt, and then Seon whispers to him, admitting that she didn't expect to meet Jae-sung like this. Just then, our guy notices Choi wiping his eyes with a towel, so he tells the man not to do that. Apparently Jae-sung already knew that, but his eyes are still hurting, so he can't really help it. Choi's eyes are still watering seriously, which just goes to show how bad it is. Seeing this, the MC starts feeling a little guilty, so he apologizes. The gas gun is quite potent, so he can already tell that the effect will probably last for a few days more. At this point, Choi just sighs, knowing that he's screwed for a couple days. Thankfully, he's not mad at our guy for it. I mean, if they had just said something beforehand, they wouldn't have had to fight at all. But then again, Choi admits that he was the one who attacked first, so he can't really complain about it too much. He started it. The guy puts a kettle on the stove, probably to prepare something for his new guests, who are grateful for his hospitality and understanding. Choi Jae-sung just smiles in response when he hears this and then brings the kettle over to serve them some warm tea. He pours it into 2 cups, and then gives it to his guests, who are really appreciative of it. I mean, in this freezing weather, having something warm to drink is probably a luxury to them. They thank him for the tea and start sipping immediately in order to warm themselves. Choi Jae-sung sits with them to do some catching up, and our guy starts the conversation by asking him when he got to the warehouse. The man reveals that he arrived at the place 3 days earlier, admitting that he came here because he saw that the warehouse has solar panels. Seon is so shocked when she learns that solar panels are here too, because she can still remember how useful they were back when they were still in the office building. She seems pretty excited to hear this, and so Choi goes on to tell her more about them. It turns out that he was even installing the solar panels earlier in the morning when he spotted the 2 of them for the first time. Song Jin-song and Seon are shocked to hear this because they probably didn't think that anyone saw them outside. Well, Choi reveals that he did and goes on with the chatter, telling them how he had installed them on a window downstairs. Unfortunately, the ones downstairs weren't getting enough sunlight, so the efficiency was way too low for him. And so, he was moving the panels up to the roof, and that was when he spotted them. Seon has quite some experience with solar panel installation, so she knows that it must have been really difficult for Choi Jae-sung to do anything up on the roof when it was snowing. At this point, our guy just smiles as he stares at her. From the look of things, she looks pretty comfortable here, despite how she was when they first got in. Seeing how reluctant she is to leave anytime soon, the MC is glad because it looks like everything worked out well after all. Anyway, back to the conversation between her and the other assistant manager. Choi Jae-sung admits that it's not easy with the snow when working up on the roof, and this is why he was trying to figure out a way to cover the panels with a glass wave. After all, they have plenty of materials here in the warehouse. The guy explains this to Song Jin-song and his partner, so this gets the MC a little curious. Since there are a lot of materials over here, he wonders if by any chance there are enough supplies in the warehouse as well. Hearing this, Choi Jae-sung simply starts by confirming that there are quite a few materials like building frames here. At least, this he knows for sure, but in the food department, the guy admits that he truly isn't sure what the situation is. As far as he's concerned, it's a little uncertain, and he explains this to them. As soon as she hears this, Seon figures that this issue might be because the warehouse where food is stored is at a different site. Apparently, the food supplies aren't here, and Choi Jae-sung confirms her guess. The man goes on to tell them that he actually went to check, but by the time he got there, he discovered that the ceiling had collapsed under the weight of the snow. In other words, he found that the second warehouse where the food is stored is currently buried under several feet of snow. That being said, Choi admits that he just scraped together what he could salvage from the area. It's not exactly the kind of news that our guy was hoping to hear upon getting here. But then again, Choi reminds them that the food will most likely still be good for a long time. It's all buried under snow and frozen, so it won't get spoiled. With this in mind, the guy suggests that they should have enough time to retrieve plenty of the food later once they have the equipment and manpower for the job. He's convinced that they don't have anything to worry about, so Song Jin-song is relieved to hear all this. Now that the details about the food situation are all sorted out, the MC proceeds to ask the host something else. He apologizes in advance for suddenly changing the topic, and then with a straight look on his face, he asks Choi if it would be alright if he and Seon stayed at the warehouse with him. He knows the kind of man that Choi Jae-sung is, since they spent some time together in the office building back when the apocalypse started. Mr. Glasses over here isn't exactly famous for sharing his space or his resources, so the MC knows he shouldn't expect too much from him. Sure enough, Choi is left speechless for a second, making it seem like our guy's request doesn't really sit well with him. In this apocalyptic world, it's finders keepers, first come, first served. Of course, Jin, Song and Seon could just overpower Choi and take over the warehouse, but our guy knows that it would be a lot easier to defend this space if they form a friendly relationship and gain another ally. Surprisingly, after staying quiet for a while, Choi Jae-sung tells them that he'd prefer that they stay. He says this with a pretty genuine look on his face, which gets our guy and his partner really excited. Song is probably shocked by this response, especially after his experience with Choi several weeks back. Well, I guess the apocalypse changed the guy. While the MC is still taking it all in, Choi goes on to admit that he was even about to ask the two of them the same thing. Apparently, he's enjoying their company so much that he might also be looking for a new alliance. After what happened today and how they easily overpowered him at the gate, he had to rethink a lot of things. I mean, bro had a gun and they still managed to tie him up, so it definitely made him reconsider his choices. Right now, he has lost the confidence to defend this place all by himself, and he knows for a fact that more people will keep coming here, because he's already run into a few. Sure, he was able to ward those guys off, but if he sends these kind guests away now, it would only be a matter of time before he is visited by other people who will overpower him, and well, they might not be as friendly as Jin, Song and Seon. If he's alone, he'll definitely lose this place someday and he doesn't want that. So for a trustworthy person to suggest becoming allies, the timing is just perfect to him. Choi explains all of this and then stretches his hand out so that they can shake to their new alliance. Seeing this, our guy starts by thanking the man for trusting him. Just then, Seon points out something that is bothering her. She recently noticed that the zombies from earlier haven't gone away yet. This is the same horde that attacked when they first arrived, so Choi is shocked because he expected the zombies to have dispersed by now. The man is pretty puzzled at this point because he's not sure why they're hanging around. His thoughts are interrupted when Jin Song asks him how he got the gun he pulled on them. Well, it turns out that Mr. Glasses over here took the gun off a dead police officer who had killed himself earlier. The man probably didn't want to be turned into a zombie, so he took that drastic measure. The truth is that stuff like that isn't exactly uncommon in this apocalyptic world. They've all seen their fair share of corpses who killed themselves to avoid turning into zombies. Anyway, Choi Jae-sung kept the gun for self-defense, but then in the end, he somehow started using it for much more pointless reasons than he expected. At this point, our guy curiously asks the man if there are any bullets left in the gun. Sadly, there's none left, and Choi Jae-sung reveals this, leaving the MC quite disappointed. Sure, they're out of ammunition now, which makes it more difficult to defend themselves, but on the bright side, that horde of zombies hanging around outside the fence means that no other outsiders will be coming anywhere close to the warehouse soon. Well, I guess they can call it a blessing in disguise, at least for now. Song jokes about it for a second, but then all of a sudden, his stomach grumbles loudly, which is pretty embarrassing for him. His cheeks turn bright red after it happens and Choi is shocked at it. The guy gets all worried as soon as he hears the grumbling noise and then asks the MC if he really hasn't eaten anything yet. The guy didn't know they were starving that badly, so he takes the initiative to get something for them to eat. The guy prepares a pot of noodles for them and it looks really good. Because of how hungry they are, the ramen looks like it's calling out to them, and Seon can't take her eyes off it either. The two hungry travelers keep watching the pot of noodles boil over on the stove, and when Choi sees how excited they are, he offers to make some more for them if they want some more, even though most of the food supplies are buried under the snow. Choi assures them that he has more than enough packs of ramen at his disposal. With the food on the way, Seon suddenly remembers that they have something they can use to make the meal even more enjoyable. She's talking about the beer that they found a while back, and the MC gets really excited when he hears it. They all get down to it, drinking and slurping the food down. Seon is having such a good time right now. She can literally feel the broth seeping into her soul. Just then, Choi suggests that they have a toast before the beer freezes, and they're all for it, so the three of them toast to new allies and this killer ramen. Later that evening, after eating all that food, Seon tells them how full she is, and Jin Song completely understands because it's been so long since he ate this much. Eating something hot has warmed our guy up, and it's such a nice feeling, which makes him feel that it was definitely worth pushing through that blizzard. Their bodies are warm, their bellies are full, they have a place to lie down, and it's peaceful. What more could they ask for? As the Ice Age apocalypse rages on, Songjin, Seong and his new friends continue to hide out in the warehouse. Even though they tried drinking hot tea and all that, the warmth is leaving his body faster than he expected. Obviously, he's not the only one going through this, because his travel buddies are also shaking like leaves. Seon finally gets fed up with it, so she asks Choi Jae-sung if he knows of any heating system in the building. After all, he's been in here the longest, so if anyone knows where a heater is, he'd be the one. Sure enough, Jae-sung knows where the heaters are, but there's one major problem, which is the fact that none of them actually work. With the electricity cut off, it's not exactly shocking that nothing works in the building, and this just takes them back to square one. Song can no longer bear the cold anymore, so he's convinced that it's been getting colder than normal recently. He points out his observation to the others, and the man in glasses immediately says the same thing. Apparently, he actually read something about it on the community board, where he saw that the weather has been holding steady at -30 degrees. And you don't need to be a genius at science to know that it is fatal for temperatures to drop that low. It's definitely something to be worried about, so Song asks Choi if there's anything they can bring in the building to generate some heat. Since the heaters are practically useless, he figures that this is the best way to go, but Seon immediately reminds him that their company doesn't handle electronic products. As soon as she says this, Choi Jae-sung reveals that there was a brazier in the warehouse the last time he checked, and he feels that they might be able to use it as a heater before they freeze to death. The MC's face lights up the moment he hears this, and Son is just as excited as he is. Our guy pops up eagerly asking if there was firewood as well, but Jae-sung sadly reveals that there was no wood there. He actually did search for it, hoping that he could use it, but it was all futile. This is disappointing, of course, but the office worker is determined to make it work. His hopes are up now that he knows there's a brazier, so he believes that they can just go out and find some new wood. At the same time, he considers another option, so he curiously asks whether there were any clothes in the warehouse too, but things aren't looking good in that regard either. Jae-sung informs them that there's not much wood among the supplies and reveals that most of the clothing he found has a lot of plastic in it too. At this point, Son suddenly chimes in because she just got an idea. She informs the two men that there's literally a forest right behind the building, and they're pretty shocked when she says this. Apparently, they had no idea, and so now that's looking like another option they can use. Goes on to suggest taking wood from some trees. They're probably dead from the cold, so she believes that they would be good for firewood. It's starting to sound like they've got a plan, and even Jae-sung is sounding really positive. The man feels that they should be able to get the wood when they find a way out later, so he offers to go get the brazier right away. Right now, they're all on the same page, and Song is excited to get things in motion, so he tells the guy in glasses that they should get right to it. So, without wasting any more time, he grabs his backpack and follows Jae-sung to the place. On the way, he tries to recall all the details Mr. Glasses told him before. From what they discussed, the first floor has daily necessities except food, and the second floor is where the clothes are. Jae-sung confirms this and goes on to explain how items like the utensils they use today and other toiletries are also on the first floor. The MC is delighted when he hears this because he can finally brush his teeth after a while. On the third floor, that's where they can find bulky daily necessities like laundry drying racks, and the fourth floor has the kitchen supplies. He explains all of this to Song, and the MC interprets this to mean that they won't have to worry about pots, kettles, or knives anymore. Sure, he now knows where the utensils are, but they still have a problem. Apparently, the kitchen knives there have short reach against zombies, so that's a drawback as far as he's concerned. Moving on, the guy with the glasses explains that the fifth floor is mostly full of office supplies. Things like pencils, ballpoint pens, stamps, and notebooks are what can be found there. And as soon as our guy hears this, he can already tell that they probably won't need to go up there much since they're practically useless against the zombies. Finally, Jae-sung tells Song about the basement, which doubles as the parking lot, but right now, our guy seems to be more concerned about the winter clothing stock. Thankfully, Jae-sung knows where they are. He admits that there's quite a lot piled up on the other side of the warehouse and suggests that they go pick some out after getting the brazier. Of course, this plan sounds really good to Song, but he'd also like to know if Jae-sung knows anything about where the shoes are. Hearing this, the guy in glasses explains that there weren't really any shoes when he checked. It's so bad that he's been layering lots of socks on his feet, but admits that it's uncomfortable wearing bigger sizes because of that. Apparently, Jae-sung originally wore a size 270, but hasn't had much luck finding his size recently. Just then, our guy purchases some winter boots from the store with the last 3 coins he has. Whenever he purchases something like this, it always amazes him how the thing just appears right where he wants it. And right now, he wants it in his backpack. He quietly buys the boots and starts peeking into his bag, which Jae-sung finds surprising. The guy doesn't understand what he's looking for all of a sudden, so he asks our boy if something is wrong, but Song Song just responds by taking out a pair of winter boots and asking him if he'd like to try it on. As you can imagine, the guy is taken aback when he sees the boots. He's so confused because he can't even understand how it's possible for anyone to still have them in such good condition. Of course, Song isn't planning to tell the guy about the secret shop he has been using, so he simply tells Jae-sing that he had extra shoes with him. Without hesitation, the guy in glasses tries on the boots and is so amazed that they fit him perfectly. He thanks the MC for the gift and Song just encourages him to enjoy the shoes and wear them comfortably, informing him that they have pretty good insulation. Hearing this, the guy just thanks him once again. And in that moment, Song receives a notification informing him that he just got another party member. Apparently, this gesture earned him a new member on his team, and this new development comes with some perks. Now that he has 3 members in his party, he can earn even more coins than before since coins obtained by his teammates are automatically monopolized. At this point, Song pretty much confirms his earlier theory. He wasn't sure before, but now, he's convinced that giving gifts really does add the recipient as a party member. The 2 men continue their journey through the building and soon arrive at their destination. Jae-sung tells our guy that the brazier they're looking for is just around the corner, and sure enough, they soon find it sitting in a dark corner. It looks like it's in really good condition, which makes things even better, so they pick it up without hesitation. On the way out, Jae-sung reveals that there are others too, but admits this one with them appears to be perfect for indoor use. Of course, all of this sounds okay to Song, so when his new teammate explains, he simply suggests that they head back with the one they got. On the way back, the MC starts pondering again. He recalls how Jae-sung used to love cigarettes before this whole Ice Age apocalypse started, so he contemplates sharing some of his with the guy in glasses. Song figures that doing so would build more rapport between them. With this in mind, he asks Jae-sung to hold it for a second, which leaves the guy a little puzzled. He curiously waits for Song to tell him what's up, and that's when our guy informs him that he has one more item that's not in this distribution center. This just gets Jae-sung even more anxious, so he asks Song what he's talking about. He doesn't say what it is. He just starts smiling ear to ear and then reaches into his pocket. The moment he does this, Mr. Glasses can already tell what he's about to take out. His guess is spot on because our guy reveals a pack of cigarettes and hands it to him. Jae-sung is so excited when he sees this because he hasn't been able to smoke even once since this zombie invasion started. The MC takes out 3 sticks and hands it over to Jae-sung, claiming that it's his way of paying back for the ramen they had earlier. For the first time, Jae-sung thinks that 3 sticks is a lot. He didn't think that the MC would even spare more than one in this situation, but our boy doesn't mind at all. He reminds Jae-sung that they're a community now, and makes him understand that he is happy to share his cigarettes. Hearing this, Jae-sung is so touched. The guy probably never thought that he'd cherish a couple sticks this much before, but here he is, clutching them to his chest like they're his most prized possession. Remember when Song thought of doing this to build rapport? Well, his idea works a little too well, because Jae-sung gets all emotional as a result. He's so touched by the gesture that he starts confessing love to our guy while trying to hug him. Of course, this gets Song pretty uncomfortable, so he tries his best to politely create some space between them while urging his senior colleague not to get weird. Shortly after all that, they make their way back to their hideout where they left Song. She was sorting out the plates when they arrived, but the brazier they brought with them totally distracted her. Song announces their return and shows her the fur coat sweaters he found, claiming that it's the bonus loot. As you can imagine, the girl is delighted to see that they got her a padded jacket, especially since she was almost freezing up there. But that's not all our boy has for her. Apparently, he also brought face wash products, toothpaste, and toothbrushes for all of them, which is just truly wonderful news for the lady. She's so excited that she tackles him with a hug before he can even finish talking. Sure, it catches him off guard, but he doesn't find it disturbing since she's a girl. I mean, it's very different from the situation with Jae-sung earlier apparently. Anyway, Seon has had it really rough these past couple days without essentials like this, so she grabs all the stuff she needs and rushes down to the ladies' room. Our boy sees how excited she is and he completely understands her reaction because it's been a while since they all washed up properly. After coming to this place, they spent 3 days non-stop forming a camp for themselves and get started by converting the space that Choi Jae-sung used into a kitchen. Then, they turned the space next to it into a bedroom by putting in 3 mattresses and sleeping bags. Unfortunately, installing solar panels on the rooftop didn't work out the way they hoped. This was because the snow and the strong winds posed a risk of breaking the glass windows instead. For this reason, they compromised by installing the panels as widely as possible on the 5th floor. The zombies began to gradually disperse as time passed, and soon, they could barely see any of them around the building. One day Ai looks out the window and is surprised to see that there are almost none left now. She informs the others and Song agrees with her. He ponders on the situation a bit and concludes that most things have stabilized over the last couple of days. With this in mind, he figures that it's time to check outside and see if it's really safe to move out there. Of course, he knows that they can't just waltz out there without making a plan or having anything to defend themselves, so he tells his partners that he'd like to stop at that gun shop he and Son saw before. Unsurprisingly, the lady agrees with him. She's aware of the risks too, so even though she's in support of patrolling the area, she admits that going far will not be easy. Song knows that this is true, and it's mostly because they don't have coins to help them avoid the zombies anymore. Well, that's more of a personal issue for him, since the others don't even know about the shopping platform he's been using. Besides their complete lack of coins, the cold out there is absolutely freezing, so it would even be a miracle if they survived there. At this point, Song starts to wish that they had a car with them, because that way, they wouldn't need to worry about zombies or looters ambushing them. Elsewhere, later that night, we see that familiar figure on a motorcycle riding around the zombie-infested city. It's likely the same one we saw earlier, since he looks like he's trying to lure the zombies to follow him. Apparently, this is not his first time coming across this many zombies, because he's just way too relaxed. At the same time, we see another man riding a bicycle in the middle of the city that night. This second guy is also having his first encounter with a swarm of zombies, so when they start coming at him, he quickly rides away, desperate to escape. This guy lives in Bagok, Dong, and it seems this place hasn't been swarming with zombies before, so the cyclist is still trying to wrap his head around it. He frantically rides away and escapes to somewhere safe, and that's when he sees the motorcycle passing by. At first, he assumes that it's someone trying to get away from the monsters on a motorcycle, but he quickly realizes that this is not the case. It turns out that this crazy person on the motorcycle is deliberately leading the zombies to places where people might be and wiping them out. This is probably why the cyclist was shocked by how many zombies were in that horde. It's completely insane for someone to intentionally lead zombies over to where non-infected people are, so the cyclist concludes that whoever is on that motorcycle must be an evil bastard. Thankfully, he's able to avoid getting caught by the zombie wave that just passed, but from what he can see, it looks like they're headed right for another city nearby Dong. This is where they're going next, so the cyclist goes on the server to warn all the living people there to be very careful. While the evil bastard on the motorcycle continues to lead the zombies to more victims, we catch up with our boy and his partners, who are still trying to make life in the apocalypse less horrible. After completing the base camp, they decided to divide the responsibilities among themselves in order to make things easier. We see the lady stacking up a few plates on the shelf, which gives you an idea what her job is. Apparently, Hanseon is in charge of organizing the interior and checking inventory in the storage warehouse. At the moment, that's exactly what she's doing, so she's pretty locked in, but that's until Jae-sung comes around and distracts her. The guy looks pretty nervous for some reason, so Son figures that he probably needs a hand with his work and offers to help him out even though she's not done with her. You see, the guy with the glasses is in charge of gathering information for the community, repairing supplies and handling anything mechanical. When she offers to help out, he reminds her that he said he was going to test the solar generator repair that day, and she recalls that conversation as well. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to get to work on that, because it's been cloudy several days now, and the solar generator hasn't charged at all since. As such, the test ended up being impossible, because no date was coming through at all. With that being said, Choi Jae-sung asks her if he can help with anything since his responsibilities are currently on hold. Of course, Seon is happy to have some extra hands, so she immediately asks him to help her go check the stock of kitchen supplies. The assistant manager doesn't mind helping out with this at all, so he gets right to it, and that's when we get to find out what the MC's role is in all this. Turns out, our boy has the most demanding job on the list, which includes patrolling inside the storage area, keeping watch outside, and even planning ahead. He's currently walking around with a flashlight, patrolling the place, and it doesn't take him long before getting reunited with his teammates. He's surprised to see Son and Jae-sung together in the storage area, and they also didn't know he was around. The MC figures that Choi must have been helping the lady out with her work, and she confirms his guess, explaining how the bad weather caused the solar panels not to charge at all. Our guy already figured that they would face this problem, so he's not surprised at all. He knows just how bad it is because it's even worse outside. If it was just cloudy and a bit dark, they probably wouldn't have any problems, but the fog is so thick that they can barely see anything out there. Hearing this, Seon begins to wonder if they really don't have a backup plan. She asks if they still have any power left in there, but Choi explains that they're all out. All the batteries have been drained and there's no way to recharge them, either, which is a real bummer for them. This whole thing is starting to piss Son off, and she's even more bothered by the fact that they haven't been able to assess the situation outside in a long while. Hearing this, our guy suggests that the three of them talk for a while. They have the meeting, and by the end of it, we see Song walking out of the building with a bicycle. He's fully covered in thick clothes, so you already know that he's on his way out. Meanwhile, Choi and Ai are standing a few feet behind him, looking all terrified as if they're never going to see him again. He sees the expressions on their faces and wonders why they look so grim when he's the one who goes out there. Of course, doesn't hesitate to tell him that it's because they're worried about him being out there alone, so she tries to make her understand why it has to happen like this. For starters, if they all leave and another group breaks into their hideout, they'll be completely defenseless, so he explains this to her once again. As for him being in danger, he has the spear that she modified for him, so he really doesn't think there's anything to be worried about. Still, he knows that it's a dangerous assignment, so he assures his party members that he'll be careful when he goes out. At this point, is a bit calmer, so she doesn't mind letting him go. Seeing that our guy is about to set off, Choi assures him that they will take care of things back there. Song gets on the bike and prepares to take off, but not before telling them that he'll come back with the induction cooker they need as well, the gun. In response, I informs him that she put a rope for tying the induction cooker to the bicycle. The girl also put a note in his bag containing a list of substitute items in case he can't find the stuff he's going out to get for them. Seong thanks her once again and promises to come back. Just as he's about to ride out of the gate, she tells him to come straight back and forget about the mission if it gets too dangerous out there. The MC sets off shortly after, and along the way, he starts to think about how he really picked the right teammate. Turns out I was the one who put a chain around the tires of the bike so it can move better on the snow. She even fixed a light for him, and thanks to all that, his trip was made a little easier. He rides at a steady pace along the dark and lonely road while scanning the area as quietly as he can. He looks around but still doesn't find anything on the road. He's completely alone there, and it's starting to get a little disturbing, but he doesn't let it bother him too much. The MC decides not to let his guard down because he knows that there will probably be a lot of zombies at the apartment complex he's headed to. With this in mind, he continues his silent and dangerous mission, and shortly after that, he comes across a school. Seeing a school nearby, he figures that he's probably very close to the apartment complex, so he tries to pick up the pace. Song pushes through the cold night on his bicycle, but the trip starts to get really difficult all of a sudden. The wind gets a lot stronger the further he goes, but it's still bearable since it's mostly just headwind. This just makes him want to get the hell out of this snowstorm, so he pedals even faster. Just as he picks up the pace, he senses something that catches him off guard. All of a sudden, our guy perceives something like exhaust fumes, and at first, he probably thinks that his nose is playing tricks on him. But the strong smell lingers, and it becomes very clear that he is not hallucinating. He slows down a bit to figure out what's going on, and that's when he confirms that these fumes resemble something coming from a beat-up car. His eyes widen in shock as he comes to this realization, because has no idea why on earth a running car would be in this area. There shouldn't be anything in this part of town except the zombies, so Song starts panicking, and that's when we get to see the motorcycle rider from earlier. At this point, the office worker also starts to hear the engine sound, and he quickly identifies it as the sound of a motorcycle. The noise starts getting really loud just then, which means that whoever is on Hatbike is coming right toward him. He looks back to see what's really going on behind him, but all he sees is the bright flash of light beaming back. The light is getting even brighter at this point, and the sound is much louder than before, so the office worker starts to have a really bad feeling. The fact that a motorcycle is running loudly in the area means that it's only a matter of seconds before all the zombies come out to follow it. Sure enough, he starts to see the deadly monsters coming out of the shadows. He tries to get away from the loud noise and a few zombies that are emerging from the darkness, but in this dark and cloudy night, he can't really navigate properly. And so, he needs up riding straight into a horde of blood-thirsty brain eaters that are also coming right toward him. By the time he can see them clearly, they're already way too close to him. At this point, he just stops in his tracks so that he can properly scan the area around him, and that's when he sees that the monsters aren't only in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Song gets himself surrounded by the zombies, but they don't appear to have sensed his presence just yet. His eyes almost pop out of his head when he sees just how many there are, but he can't waste any time feeling sorry for himself. He immediately starts brainstorming, determined to figure out a plan to escape. He's already confirmed that the motorcycle must be the same one that was leading the zombies the last time. He actually saw this same thing happen a few weeks back, but probably didn't imagine that he'd get stuck in the middle of it. Anyway, now it's pretty obvious that he has to make a run for it while he still can. The horde is too large for him to take on his own, even with his new and improved spear. He can tell that they're probably the same number as before, or even more now, which simply means that he'd be done for if they catch him. With this in mind, he attempts to get the hell out of there in a blaze, but As soon as he starts pedaling, he realizes that it's going to be a lot harder than he thought. Even though the chains on the tires were supposed to help him get through the snow without getting stuck, they're currently proving to be a big problem for him because they're slowing him down a lot. Still, he doesn't let this discourage him. He keeps pushing hard through the snow, knowing how bad things could get for him if he gets caught. After riding for a while, he looks back to see where the monsters are, and he's absolutely horrified when he sees them running after him. Turns out they finally got his scent and now they're out for blood. Song is quite shocked because he didn't think they'd sense his presence so soon, but now that they're on his tail, he really needs to think fast. The office worker keeps riding through the snow, but he's not fast enough, so the zombies are closing in on him by the second. He knows for a fact that he won't be able to outrun them with the bike, and he also can't risk leaving it behind to go on foot, so he decides that hiding from the monsters will be the best way to go. But now, the big question is, where on earth is he going to hide from these vicious monsters chasing him? While trying to avoid getting caught, our boy keeps brainstorming and eventually decides to hide somewhere that he already knows, and right now, the only place coming to mind is the school he passed by not too long ago. He can't make it to the apartment complex in time without getting caught by the zombies, so the only safe option now is that school. With this in mind, Song continues to pedal as fast as his legs can take him and then heads back to the school. As soon as he's close enough to the building, he hops off the bike like a stuntman and races to the main entrance door, but when he tries to go inside, he realizes that the door is locked. At first, it just feels like a bad dream because this was his best shot at escaping the zombies, so now things are looking really bad for him. Regardless, he's not just going to sit there and wait for them to come and rip him apart, so after trying to open the door a few times, he decides to try something else. Song runs round the school to the side where all the windows are and attempts to get in through there. Unfortunately, even after trying over and over again, none of them burst open and he starts to really panic. He doesn't want to smash the windows because the noise would just attract the zombies and give away his location, but right now, it's starting to look like he'll have to take some drastic action. Just when it looks like the windows won't budge, he's finally able to slide one of them open, so he throws his things inside and climbs inside. At this point, you'd think our guy is home free, but that's when a zombie appears right behind him and grabs his leg. The office worker panics and tries to kick the monster off, but this zombie's grip is way too strong, so it doesn't let go. Song is horrified when he sees the monster holding onto his leg but doesn't let it faze him, and so he quickly kicks the zombies right in the face, thinking that this would be enough to knock it down, but that's not the case. Apparently, this zombie in particular has a really strong grip, so even after a powerful kick to the jaw, it's still holding onto his ankle. Seeing this, our boy is forced to turn around and deliver another mean kick, convinced that this one would do the trick, but once again, the zombie still doesn't let go. It's almost like this thing has got gorilla glue on his palms, and at this point, the office worker begins to panic a little. He can't afford to be here this long because that would just increase the chances of other zombies finding him there. If he wants to survive, he needs to figure out a way to get out of this situation on time. Now, it's pretty clear that using his feet won't work, so he quickly comes up with another idea. Just when it looks like the relentless monster is about to sink its teeth into him, he grabs his spear and buries the tip in the zombie's face. As soon as he does this, the monster finally lets go of his leg, and the force from the hit sends it falling back outside. Meanwhile, our guy falls on his back into the school through the window. It's a pretty hard fall, so he takes a second to catch his breath. I mean, he should be safe now that he dealt with that zombie, right? Well, not just yet, because as soon as he opens his eyes, he sees another zombie standing right in front of him. This one is literally about to enter through the open window, and of course, our guy isn't going to sit there and watch that happen. So, before the monster can get any closer, he grabs the stick to attack it. He thrusts his spear into the brain eater's mouth, determined to finish it off, but right after he does this, he sees yet another zombie right outside this window. He sees it charging straight at him, and just when it looks like the monster is going to scratch him, he slides the window shut to save himself. He manages to create a barrier between himself and the monsters, and apparently, these windows are pretty strong because the zombies aren't able to break in. They just stand there looking like angry customers waiting for their orders to be taken. Anyway, the office worker looks out at them, feeling so lucky that he's even still breathing because he knows for a fact that he would have been dead by now if he locked the window a second later. So far, the monsters haven't been able to break in, but he's not exactly trying to test their patience, so he hides behind a few tables to get out of their sights. He's pretty exhausted after that near-death experience, so he crouches down there to catch his breath for a while, hoping that the zombies go away. Back in the office building, we catch up with the other two members of the party. Choi Jae-sung startles Son when he suddenly pops up behind her to talk. He notices that she's been distracted, so he figures that she's probably very worried about Song Jin. He finds it a little funny because he's confident that the MC will come back safely. On the other hand, Xian Ai is starting to panic because the snowstorm seems to be getting heavier outside. Hearing this, the assistant manager calmly assures her that she'll do just fine and this helps relieve her just a little. Still, she can't help but look out the window with worry laced all over her face. But that's about when Choi pulls her out of her head again. The assistant manager suddenly shows her his phone, asking if he should try turning it on, since he was finally able to charge it to about 8%. Xian Ai is pretty taken aback when she sees this, but she's not sure what to tell him now because she doesn't even know if the battery will be enough to last them. Well, Choi is pretty confident that the phone should stay alive for at least 10 minutes, but that's only if he turns on the power-saving mode. The lady seems to agree with him on this, so she waits for him to turn on the phone, but also admits how nervous she is because she hasn't checked her phone for days. Because of this, she's very curious about the updates on the server. While Jae-sung proceeds to turn on the phone and log into the server, Xian Ai just stares at the screen anxiously, but the guy doesn't know that she's still thinking about Song Jin's song. Right now, she's just thinking about how relieving it is to see that it's getting a little brighter down there, which simply means that it's almost dawn and so Song will soon be back. Immediately after logging back in, the messages from other members of the community start popping up, and the first thing they see is an update from another survivor informing the chat that the zombies also react to the smell of blood. He proceeds to tell a story of how he and 3 other survivors holed up in his house at first. But then, 2 out of the 4 turned into zombies, so they had to lock the infected in a room and have just been hanging on since then. At first, the zombies were calm, but earlier that day, they caught a whiff of blood and went absolutely crazy. Right under this message, someone else replies, telling the guy that he's literally the only person who didn't know that the zombies go nuts when they smell fresh blood. Turns out, it was already common knowledge for everyone in the chat, so the second guy simply advises the first guy to keep up with the community so that he can always get information. Thankfully, Xian Ai and Jae-sung already knew this thing about blood too, so the assistant manager keeps swiping to get to more recent news. While those two are busy going through the chat updates for any information that might be useful to them, we see that our guy back in the school has finally decided to get a move on. Song takes out his flashlight and begins to look around the school to check if anyone else is in there with him, and after searching for a while, he confirms that there's no one else around. Just then, he points his flashlight on something that leaves him frozen on the spot. At the same time, back in the office building, Xian Ai and Choi find another update that looks interesting, so they start reading it. In the message, the person suggests that the mutation of the zombies is getting worse lately. At first, this guy thought that the only unique zombies were wall crawlers, but now he's starting to think he was wrong because he recently saw some very huge ones. Apparently, some of these are growing way taller than they should, and that's definitely very scary. Back in that classroom, we see our guy looking out the window at the large horde of zombies parading the streets. It's truly a sight to him. He notices that they now have a motorcycle rider in their ranks, and he figures that it must be the same guys he saw earlier. At the moment, the MC is starting to think that these zombies might have been members of a biker gang before they got infected, but he can't be sure, so he keeps analyzing the situation. While he's busy brainstorming, we get back to Choi and Xian Ai, who are still reading the updates on the server. Someone replies to that message about giant zombies, asking just how big these mutants are, so the guy reveals that these special breeds are over 2 meters tall. That's already taller than any normal human could be, so he concludes they're basically not even human zombies anymore. And right at that moment, Song also gets to see what they're talking about with his own eyes. Walking in the middle of the horde is an extremely tall zombie, which is something that he has never seen before, so he is pretty taken aback by the sight. He can't believe his eyes and has a hard time wrapping his head around it, just like his partner members back in the office building. It sounds insane for a zombie to be over 2 meters tall. Like they were already dangerous enough when they were at the normal height, and now they're turning to Goliaths. Xian Ai wonders if this means that their bones are mutating as well, but of course, Choi can't answer this question for sure. All he knows is that things are starting to get a lot more dangerous. By this time, the battery is already quite drained, so he suggests that they check one more post before the phone dies again. They start scrolling through the chat, and Choi decides to pick the one mentioning something about a horde of zombies. Apparently, the person who dropped this message lives in Bagak-dong, and out of nowhere, a massive swarm of zombies showed up in his city. At first, he thought that they were chasing some guy dragging a motorcycle, but he quickly realized that the biker was actually luring the biker toward populated spots to wipe out more people. As you can imagine, this is pretty horrifying information for the 2 party members to digest. They're so shocked and confused, but they need to find out more, so they keep reading the post and get to the part where the writer warns all those in Ue Dong to be careful. because that's where the massive horde is headed next. Right after reading that part, the phone dies and the screen goes dark, leaving Ai anxious and frustrated because she wanted to get more information regarding the whole thing. Unfortunately, the phone is dead now, so she starts freaking out. From the post that they just read, she was able to get the part about the horde moving from Banghak-dong to Yi-dong, and this makes her panic because she remembers that Song was headed in the opposite direction. This explains why he came across the horde on his way to Banghak-dong, and so now refuses to sit back and wait knowing that her friend is in danger. She starts walking away, but Choi sees her right on time and stops her before she can do anything crazy. He asks her where she's going while holding her hand, but she tries to pull away from him. She's definitely losing her patience now because this guy is holding her back from going to save Song. The post was pretty clear, so she doesn't get why Choi is reluctant when he knows that their friend is going to run into that horse of zombies. The lady is very convinced that he's in trouble because she has actually seen this swarm of zombies with her own eyes. It's not like she just heard about them or something. She remembers seeing the horde the first time she and Song came up to this place, so she knows for a fact that the office worker won't stand a chance if he runs into the monster. In fact, she feels that there won't even be a body left, so she makes this clear to Mr. Glasses over there, and that's when he finally lets her go with a dazed look on his face. At this point, starts marching away but stops in his tracks once again when Choi tells her that it's too late. This statement leaves her stunned, so she turns around to ask the guy exactly what he means by that, but he doesn't say anything. He just stands there, staring at her like he's about to deliver bad news. Of course, this gets the lady really worked up, so she yells at him to say something. That's when he finally responds. He starts by telling her that it was 420 when he looked at the timestamp on that message. Apparently, that post they read about the horde led by the biker was posted very early that same day. And going by that, Choi Jae-sung concludes that the same horde would already be on their way to Bangkok, and very close for that matter. That being said, going out to search for Song would be a suicide mission because that very swarm of zombies might already be in Dong for all they know. Ai is just dumbfounded when he explains this to her. But she doesn't even protest anymore because she knows that he's right. All of a sudden, she starts to look defeated, so Choi comforts her the best he can and suggests that they hold out exactly where they are instead of risking their lives. He reminds her that they can't afford to let the horde sweep through this place too. Even though their friend is clearly in danger and they want to bring him back, Choi also knows that they need to keep a home for him to return to. That was the whole point of our guy going on this mission by himself. He needed to go but also make sure that they were there to hold down the fort while he is away. Choi reminds that this was the whole point and successfully makes her see reason with him. After listening to everything he has to say, she calmly assures him that she understands and admits that she wasn't think straight earlier. So now she makes up her mind to stay back and defend her place too. If not for anything, then at least for Song who has already gone out and put his life in danger to make sure that they get what they need. The scene changes at this point, and we catch up with our guy who's still going from classroom to classroom in the abandoned school. His little tour is interrupted when he suddenly hears a noise coming from the classroom next door. He searched the place before and didn't find anything, so this noise definitely increases his heart rate a little. He starts to think that it might be a zombie, but that wouldn't even make any sense because aside from the window he climbed in through, all the other doors in the building were locked. And so, he concludes that whoever is making that noise must be another survivor. And if that's the case, he figures that the person could just end up becoming an ally to him. He's pretty eager to see if this is the case, so he decides that he needs to check to be sure. With this in mind, Song quietly moves into the next classroom, and that's when he gets to see the person making that noise. His eyes almost pop out of his head when he sees that it's a little child. He probably has a lot of questions running through his mind right now, but the thing that bothers him the most is that his child wasn't able to make it to a shelter. The kid remains in one spot in the dark classroom, and it's almost like they haven't seen the office worker yet. Song begins to rack his brain over the situation at hand. He knows that he can't bring the child back to base with him, but figures that the kid's home must be nearby. With this in mind, he considers helping the little one get back home and finally calls out to the child. After all, if that's all he is able to do, then it should be good enough. But just as he calls out to the kid, he realizes that there was something he missed before. He points his flashlight at the kid and realizes that he has been wearing bloody clothes all this time. That doesn't seem normal at all, since any other kid would have changed the dirty clothes and found something thicker to wear in this freezing weather as well. On top of hats, it's been weeks since the apocalypse started, so all of a sudden, it becomes really clear that this is not some innocent kid, but actually a zombie that's just been waiting for him until some unsuspecting survivor comes around. And so, in a split second, our guy is forced to kill the infected child since he starts charging at him. He takes out the zombie and obtains 1 coin as a reward, taking his total to 3. But he doesn't feel good about it because he wasn't able to save the child. And so he just stands there, staring at the corpse with a sad look on his face as he apologizes to the boy. After taking out that zombie, Song now has a total of 3 coins in his possession that he can use on the store, but of course, that won't be enough to get him all the stuff he really needs to survive in this Ice Age apocalypse, so after dealing with the zombie, he resumes his search around the school. He was lucky that he didn't get ambushed by the last zombie he just faced, and he knows that might not be that lucky again, so he starts looking all over the school building for other zombies. This way, he can eliminate threats and warn coins at the same time, so he goes from one classroom to the next looking for brain eaters to wipe out, but even after searching for a while, he doesn't find any. During his search, he also noticed that most of the useful items, there are things that he can easily get from the warehouse, so he doesn't bother taking them with him either. After circling the school a couple times, he decides to rest for a bit and catch his breath. As you can imagine, the office worker is a bit disappointed that there's really nothing to be gained in this place. He quietly makes his bed in one of the upstairs classrooms as he prepares to go to bed. Before lying down, he looks out the window and notices that it's still snowing. It hasn't stopped since, so he's really hoping that it stops in the morning so that he can continue his journey. However, that's not even the biggest obstacle in his way, because the real reason he's stuck in the building is the horde of zombies waiting outside. So far, they've proven to be really patient, but our guy is seriously hoping that they'd have disappeared by sunrise. He didn't think he'd have to be stuck here for so long, so he's feeling really lucky that he brought a sleeping bag. He also took emergency rations with him just in case, and it's looking like they'll come in really handy. Song remembers that he wouldn't have taken them with him if didn't literally force him to, so he's currently very thankful for her. The office worker gets ready for bed, but he's unable to fall asleep in his sleeping bag because of just how cold it is. His mind keeps wandering as a result of the insomnia, and begins to wonder if the warehouse is okay. He knows that the zombie horde is currently headed toward Dong City, so he can't help but feel really worried about his friends over there. He hopes that they're okay and once again, attempts to get some shit-eye. Not long after, he wakes up, and as soon as he opens his eyes, the first thing he does is check what time it is. He checks his watch, and before he can even process it, his tummy starts grumbling. He hasn't eaten anything in a long while, so it makes sense that he'd be hungry, so he quickly takes out a food bar before he starves to death. While munching on his food, he notices something that catches his eye outside the window. On the other side of the street, there's a building that looks intriguing, so he figures that he should probably check it out. With this in mind, he grabs his flashlight and gets a move on. Not long after, we see him back downstairs, attempting to get out of the school building without getting caught by the zombies. But at the same time, he sees the need to check if he can use anything in the gym. There, he finds all the sports balls scattered around and figures that the people there must have left in a hurry when the apocalypse first started. He picks up a wooden bat, thinking that it's a pretty good weapon. As much as he'd like to take it with him, he still has to carry his other gear, so he has to drop it. However, the small baseballs look like things that might come in handy, so he takes a few and stuffs them in his backpack. His little search is interrupted when he comes across a zombie wandering in the dark corner near him. Seeing it, he wonders if they got bitten by a zombie, then got trapped here after hiding. Either way, he can't let the brain eater get away, so when the zombie isn't looking in his direction, he sneaks up on it and lands a powerful strike with his spear. Song takes out the monster, and once again, the system rewards him with another coin, taking his total up to 4. By the time he gets into the place, he finds the stove and realizes that it's a gas burner and not an induction cooktop. He feels pretty disappointed, but then again, he should have known. Anyway, he checks the other stuff there. He feels that it would be nice to have a grudge and an oven, but it's impossible to carry them with him or take them apart. And so, he just ignores the thought because he clearly can't do anything about it. After checking out the place, he goes back outside and realizes that most of the zombie horde has disappeared. Seeing this, he gets back on his bicycle and considers going back into the city center. He'd like to go there right away, and just as he's about to start riding, he thinks about how lucky he is that the bicycle is still in one piece. After that crazy night with the swarm of zombies waiting outside the school for him, he probably didn't imagine that he'd come out to see the bike. Anyway, he continues his trip, and just as the sun finally starts to come up, he arrives at the city center. Unfortunately, there are a lot of zombies in this area, so he has to be very careful here to avoid getting caught. As soon as he gets there, he gets off the bike and hides behind a car. His destination is the apartment complex in the city center, and since he knows that it is the tallest building in the place, it's easier for him to navigate. After only a few steps, he notices that there are a lot of blood stains on the road, and so, he concludes that there might have been a pretty fierce battle there before he arrived. He walks past the area carrying his bicycle while trying not to step on the broken glass scattered all over the place. Once he gets past that point, he can finally heave a sigh of relief, feeling that this should be safe enough. Now, he's finally right in front of the apartment complex, so he braces himself for anything that he might find in there, and then starts climbing up the stairs. Song Jin. Song climbs the entire length of the staircase, and after a while, he finally makes it to the top floor of the building. Once he's up there, he starts looking around the place and comes across a door. He tries to open it, but as soon as he places his fingers on the handle, he realizes that it's reacting. So, he decides not to try any harder because if he forces it open, an alarm would go off. In that case, he decides to try something else. You see, our boy is determined to get into this apartment, so he can't just give up like that. And so, in a shocking twist, he takes a big swing of his modified spear axe thingy and destroys the door lock. The thing falls right off the door and the office worker is finally able to get into the apartment. He takes a look around once he's in, and judging by the state of things in the room, he presumes that the residents here also left in a hurry. While standing by the door, he scans the place until he's confident that there's no one else in there. Once he's sure of that, he happily enters the room and goes straight to the induction cooktop sitting on the counter. Now that he's found it, he unplugs the cooker and tries to strap it to his backpack. After placing the thing safely, our guy flops down on the bed, feeling that he should rest a bit before heading back. It's been so long since he last slept on a soft bed, so lying there feels like he's literally melting into the mattress. He starts dozing off right away because of how comfortable it is, but he's instantly drawn out of his drowsiness when he hears noises coming from outside the window. His first thought is that it's probably zombies making the noise, so he doesn't really get worried since he's on the highest floor of the building, but the noise starts getting louder, and that's when he gets up to see for himself. At this point, he gets to see the zombies climbing the other tall building next to the apartment complex. They're far away, so he begins to wonder what that loud noise he heard was, and assumes that it might have been the sound of one of them falling. Even though he feels like he's not in any immediate danger, he also knows that zombies wouldn't just start scaling skyscrapers for no reason, so begins to panic. That's when he gets to see the reason they monsters are climbing so high. It turns out, there's a person in that building, and for some reason, his window is open. This person is clearly the target of these zombies, and when our guy sees this, he starts to panic. The zombies are swarming that other apartment building in a crazed frenzy, and our guy can't help but feel bad because there's really nothing he can do to help out. It's time for him to bounce. So, with the many zombies now swarming the other building, he finally has an opportunity to make a run for it. They've been drawn away, so this is his chance to escape. With this in mind, he grabs his things and begins to make his way out of the apartment. Our guy puts on his backpack and clutches the induction cooktop to his chest while trying to rush out, but he's instantly stopped in his tracks when a loud and bright flash of light rocks the place. As soon as this happens, he drops the precious cooker and rushes to the window to check what the hell that was. He looks out the window onto the snowy streets, thinking that the noise was most likely a gunshot. That's when our guy gets to see the person responsible. It turns out that someone in the other building is firing bullets down at the zombies. This blonde-haired lady with the rifle continues to unload rounds on the brain eaters, trying to climb the walls as well as these down on the road. Seeing this, the office worker doesn't even know how to feel. On one hand, this shooter is helping him wipe out all the threats around the city center, but at the same time, he's worried because if she keeps firing the gun like that, all the zombies within a 300-meter radius will swarm the apartment buildings in a matter of seconds. Of course, it's never a good thing to be surrounded by that many zombies, and there's a good chance this shooter doesn't have enough bullets to take out such a large horde of relentless brain eaters. With all of this in mind, Song begins to really freak out, and his fears are suddenly confirmed when he looks further down the road and sees the sea of zombies coming their way. A wave of horror washes over him at this point, and he simply concludes that his chance to escape is gone. Right now, it's looking like it's all over because this sudden turn of events means that he's now trapped here. This blonde-haired shooter continues to unleash a barrage of bullets on the zombies, and even though this is supposed to be a good thing right now, it's actually driving him crazy. It turns out that this lady has been firing non-stop for over an hour now, which is surprising because you'd think that she would have run out of bullets by now. Well, that's not the case, because she's still very loaded and doesn't look like she's stopping anytime soon. Anyway, Song takes a closer look at the shooter and notices that she's picking off these zombies one by one with very precise shots. She's barely missing her shots, which suggests that she must be a pro at this. The office worker keeps watching her every move and also notices how she goes back in to reload whenever she's out. Even the way she adjusts instantly whenever the rifle has an issue shows pure professionalism, and he finds this pretty intriguing. The blondie takes a pause to go in and fix her gun, and seconds later, she comes out again to resume her rain of bullets on the brain eaters. At this point, our guy begins to think that this lady might actually be a soldier. She's way too good with the rifle to be a civilian as far as he's concerned, but he can't be sure, so he just keeps watching her do her thing, hoping that he can get the hell out of here soon. He looks down at the street from the top floor where he was, and there's a sea of zombie corpses lying around. He knows for a fact that hundreds of these monsters must have been dead by now, and he's not too happy about this. You see, this lady just wiped out all the potential kills he would have made. It's kinda disappointing for our guy, because he knows that all of these kills would have turned into coins if he met her earlier and formed a party with her. If they were in the same party, he'd be so rich with coins right now and would be able to afford almost anything on that shopping platform, and so an idea pops into his head all of a sudden. What if she really became his ally? If that were to happen, then maybe he'd even get his hands on a gun to enable him to hunt down the zombies and earn coins himself. That would be such a breakthrough for him with the current state of things, and the idea isn't looking half bad right now, because this shooter appears to have plenty of bullets and weapons to spare. Seong is really considering adding this shooter to his team right now, but first he needs an opportunity to actually talk to her, and he can't exactly pitch his idea to her at the moment. As far as he's concerned, it will take at least a full day before those zombies finally scatter. So, he figures that he'll just have to wait a little longer until all of that is over. He sits on the floor by the window so he can rest a bit, while the gunshots start to become less frequent. At this point, you'd think that the shooter finally wiped out the horde, but you'd be dead wrong, because in the blink of an eye, another large ground of brain eaters swarm the place. The office worker hears the loud screeches and jolts up from the floor to check what's going on, and that's when he sees another multitude of undead creatures. This gets him really frustrated because it means that he'll have to wait there a lot longer than he thought he'd have to. Now, he's convinced that these monsters never actually stop, and by the time he looks over at the other apartment, he doesn't see the shooter anymore. Apparently, the gunfire from the other side finally stopped, and that's not the best thing right now. He begins to panic because the zombies are still coming in numbers. Our guy immediately starts searching his bag to see what he's got in there. He can see that he's only got enough food left for a single day, so now he's starting to think that maybe he should have made a run for it earlier back when the shooter was mowing down zombies like crazy. Unfortunately, he can't make any moves now that the monsters are back with full force, so he concludes that all he can do is wait until the horde scatters. Later that night, we see our boy tucked in bed and trying to fall asleep, but from the way he's looking, you can tell that he's pretty restless. He starts rolling on the bed and eventually wakes up again. Clearly, he can't fall asleep because he's worried about his friends back at the logistics warehouse earlier. He remembers that horde of zombies led by the biker and fears that they're going to invade the warehouse. This is all he can think about despite trying his best to get his mind off it. He tries so hard to calm down and assure himself that everything is going to be fine, but even after telling himself that there's nothing to worry about, he still can't shake the feeling. Determined to really get his mind off it, he opens up that shopping system so that he can think of something else. Seong believes that he should be able to scavenge most of what he needs when he gets back into the logistics warehouse. He feels that there might even be something special in there waiting for him, so he opens the system in search of something he saw earlier. It's a random box which obviously contains a mystery surprise, and right now, he's very curious to find out exactly what's inside. He needs to know what comes out of it because that's the only way he can decide whether or not it's worth buying more of it later. The mystery box costs 10 coins, which is a lot more than he has right now, so he can't find out what's in there at the moment. Still, he feels that he has to keep it in mind so that he can actually work towards earning enough coins to get it. He's brainstorming about the situation when he suddenly hears a loud bang that draws him out of his thoughts. From the sound, he can tell that it was definitely a huge explosion, so he rushes to the window to check out what it is. Looking out, he can't see anything that explains what just happened, so he starts to think that those guys who blew up the subway to block the tracks are the ones responsible for this one too. He has no idea where exactly the explosion went off because of how far away it is, and just as he's busy racking his brain, he notices that the zombies start to move away. They're all heading south, which means that they're following the sound, so now he knows for sure that the explosion came from the southern part of the city. As soon as he sees the brain eaters leaving the city center, he grabs his stuff and prepares to get a move on. This is his chance to finally get the hell out of here, and he's determined to use it. Our guy puts on his backpack and grabs the induction cooktop that he came for before quickly making his way down the long flight of stairs. He walks down as fast as his legs can carry him while trying his best not to lose his footing, and after an arduous race against time, he finally makes it back to his bicycle. He ties the cooker to his bicycle and then takes a moment to catch his breath. After resting for a brief moment, he carefully moves the bike down the remaining stairs and quietly attempts to sneak away. Eventually, He makes it to the door that's slightly open, and as soon as he sticks his head out, he's thrown off by just how many of the zombies are loitering all over the place. There are so many in front of him, and he's surprised they're still hanging around since most of them ran toward the noise of the explosion. For some reason, these ones aren't even moving at all, they're just standing in the way, which leaves the office worker pretty confused because now he's not sure what he's supposed to do. He takes a brief moment to study their behavior, and that's when he notices how unsuspecting they are. In this state, they look pretty vulnerable, and since this isn't exactly a horde, he starts to get some pretty risky ideas. Our guy starts to consider taking these smokes on by himself with nothing but his spear, but just as the thought crosses his mind, he looks to the side and is surprised to see that shooter from earlier quietly walking out of her apartment building too. He takes a moment to watch her and figures that she's also trying to get out of the area as well. He keeps looking at her to sneak out of the place, and then all of a sudden, she starts approaching him with her rifle in hand. At this point, it's quite obvious that they've seen each other and she gives him a hand signal from where she is. Seeing this, he's probably already concluded that the blondie must be a soldier or some ex-military. Anyway, the shooter picks up the pace just then and starts jogging through the snow to get close to the zombies. They're not too many, so it appears that she's getting the same idea that Song just had. With only a few strides, she gets close enough to the monsters and prepares to start spraying them with bullets. At the moment, our boy is just way too impressed by her that he doesn't even realize she's about to take coins away from him once again. The office worker is blown away by her movements, which literally have no wasted motion, and he's starting to think that she might even be from some special forces unit. It's really puzzling for him, but despite how curious he is, he can't make any stupid moves yet. She's got a gun and looks like she is about to start shooting, so he patiently watches to see what she's going to do. Surprisingly, she doesn't start shooting at the zombies. She stealthily comes straight to him to talk, which makes him pretty nervous. The lady walks up to him and starts by telling him that she has no intention of fighting him. He would like to believe that she's not a threat to him since she hasn't attacked him, but he also knows that he can't be that gullible at a time like this. He notices that she's not putting her gun down, so he doesn't let go of his weapon either. Our guy keeps it right in front of him, making sure that it's in a position where he can defend himself. I mean, she's got a rifle which she could use to hurt him from any distance, but I guess it's worth a try. If something goes wrong, he's afraid that she could become hostile, and that would be very bad for him if that gun is still with her. The shooter suddenly interrupts his thoughts when she asks if he's alone or has companions with him. Just then, he drops his wooden weapon on the floor and then reaches into the back of his pants, where he's hidden his flare gun. He secretly takes it out a little for easier access as he tells her that he's alone. But then, he puts his hands up as he tells her that he also has no intention of fighting with her. It's at this point that the blonde lady puts her rifle away, confirming that she's actually not here to hurt him. She walks closer to him with a smile on her face, telling him that it's nice to meet him because it's been since she's seen another survivor. She stretches her hand out next, offering him a handshake, and he returns the gesture as he introduces himself. Of course, she also introduces herself, revealing that her name is Park Sayan. As soon as he shakes her hand, he gets to feel the calluses on her body, which gets him really curious. Just then, the lady prepares to get moving again, but first, she scans the area. Inside the apartment complex, there aren't that many zombies, but outside, there will be a lot of them as far as she's concerned. That being said, she doesn't think it's wise for them to try moving out right away, so she suggests that they sit down and rest for a bit. Of course, our guy doesn't have any problem with this, so he agrees to do so. They both sit together to catch their breaths for some time while waiting for the heat to die down, and the blue-eyed lady just keeps staring at him. After staring for a while, she finally breaks the silence, asking if he's living alone right now. Our guy doesn't know yet if this lady can be trusted. He's seen her very impressive combat skills and expertise with guns, so he knows for a fact that she would be a dangerous adversary. With this in mind, he decides that it's better for him to lie to her, at least for the meantime. So, he tells her that he's living alone and then asks her if she's on her own too. Hearing this, Park Sayan tells him that she originally had a few comrades who came out of the military with her. Unfortunately, they all died, and she shares this story from her past with Song. She tells him how they had a base on the outskirts of Bagak Dong. But then that wave of zombies that came through just now claimed the lives of her teammates. And that's how she ended up alone, and while trying to escape, she got trapped in the place at the end of the day. The office worker listens attentively to the story and notes how she refers to a horde of zombies as a wave. That's clearly military lingo, but he doesn't need to analyze anymore since she's already told him she was a soldier. Our guy feels pretty sorry for her when she shares this story with him. She's obviously been through a lot, so he sympathizes with her. Apparently, what she's feeling at the moment is more of rage than sadness because the death of her comrades was because of one bastard. She doesn't go into details on this one and just asks the office worker if he has a planned destination in mind yet. Hearing this, our guy is taken aback at first but then admits that was planning to head to the gun shop. Park Sa-yeon is surprised to hear this since she's basically a walking ammunition store. Well, our boy really was planning to go to the gun shop, so it's not like he's trying to play her. In times like these, there's nothing better for safety than having a gun as far as he's concerned, and this is what he tells Sa-yeon. Sure enough, she agrees with him, stating that they all need protection from other people too, and not just zombies. With all of this in mind, she suddenly asks him if he knows how to shoot a gun, and he tells her that he does. The moment he says this, she opens up her bag to take out her rifle, as if to say that he should show her what he can do with a gun. Park Sa-yeon takes out some of the ammunition in her bag and lines them up on the stairs. The blonde lady suddenly looks like she's unwell, so our guy asks her if she's alright. She immediately claims that she's fine, telling him that there were just too many of them earlier. I guess this makes sense since she was shooting at the brain eaters non-stop for over an hour. Anyway, she tells the office worker that she's fine really. Anyway, she just gave him some ammunition, so he thanks her for it, but she doesn't even think it's enough. She wishes she could have given him more, but that's all she has to spare at the moment. Regardless, our boy still thanks her a lot, feeling that it's more than enough. He puts them all in his bag and zips it up while the blondie watches him. She suddenly asks him where he's headed now that they can get away from the city center. She clearly has no one else to talk to and is probably hoping that she can keep moving together. But our guy isn't looking too keen on this happening. He nervously replies her with a really suspicious look on his face. He claims that he's planning to look for a new base first, since he wants to find a place where he can at least lay low safely. You see, he's only lying to her right now because he's still not sure if Sa-yeon is someone he and the others can trust enough to reveal their actual base. He wouldn't want a situation where he endangers the lives of the others, so he keeps that information to himself. On the other hand, Park Sa-yeon is eager to set up a new team, so she doesn't mind starting with the office worker. Hearing about his desire to get a new base, she asks him if he'd like to come with her. As far as she knows, he does have anyone else he has to go meet up with. This offer throws him off immediately because that isn't on his agenda at the moment. I mean, she's helped him out with the ammunition, but he doesn't think it should be enough to throw everything else and follow her. Right now, the lady actually wants them to keep moving together because it seems that having a companion would make both of them feel more secure. It's a pretty shocking request that she just made, and our guy can't understand why she'd want them to be comrades. She's got the weapons and the training to handle herself, and it really won't benefit her if they become companions, so he doesn't understand. At first, it doesn't make sense, but then he realizes that she probably just doesn't want to be alone in all this. It's definitely coming from an emotional point of view, so he finally starts to get it. And since it's gotten to this point, he decides that he should actually find out if she's someone that they can trust. With this in mind, he agrees to follow her, but he doesn't tell her anything about the warehouse yet. He just intends to study her for the meantime. After all, with her skills and weapons, their base will be a lot safer. He picks up his bag and starts marching out of the alley, which surprises Sa-yeon a little, but it's what she wanted, so she quietly gets moving too. Not long after that, we see the both of them trying to get out of the area. The ex-military woman leads the way, trying to make sure they don't run into any trouble, while our boy drags his bicycle close behind her. Along the way, they walk past a lot of corpses, but Park Sa-yeon continues to clear the path for them. At the back, our guy just watches her do her thing, and he continues to be impressed each time. Even now, she's still so sharp and composed, so he is convinced that she would be absolutely terrifying if she ever became an enemy. He definitely wouldn't want to get on her bad side, so he's just praying that he doesn't ever have to go up against her. These two continue their journey on the snowy roads, and after a while, our boy realizes that they've already made it to the next city. He knows that he wouldn't have been able to get to this point this quickly if he was by himself, so he's really impressed with Park's navigation skills. Right now, they're in a city called Sangmun-dong, and just as the office worker is praising her for her skills, she suggests that they take a break. The blondie walks up to an abandoned diner and urges Song to rest inside there with her for a while. They make their way into the place and she immediately flops down on one of the chairs. Our guy sits across from her and they both relax for a while. They have a few snacks and her mood lights up immediately. It's been a while since she had something that's sweet, so it really woke her entire body up. The MC just laughs in response, admitting that nothing beats sugar when one is worn out. After having a laugh, the office worker gets back on his feet, suggesting that they get moving again since they've rested enough. Park Sa-yeon agrees with him and gets up too. On the way out, she suggests that they focus on finding food supplies in the afternoon, and our guy also thinks that they should do that. He grabs his bicycle and rolls it out the door, talking about how food should be their priority for the meantime. But just as he's about to step out of the place, a bullet flies right past the front of his face. As you can imagine, fear grips him instantly, so he yells out to Sai-hyun, warning her that there's someone with a gun after them. The ex-military shoots out the door in a flash with her rifle in hand and starts running toward where the gunshot came from. Right now, our boy is still dazed because he literally almost got killed with a headshot, but the blondie seems to know exactly what's going on. She charges at the shooter, cursing at them, and while she's at it, Seong finally starts to process what the hell just happened to him. That sounds just now when he was shot is exactly what you'd hear from a gun with a silencer. Meaning that this was a planned hit, and this just makes the situation even scarier. Because now, it means that whoever shot at him must have a grudge against Saiwan. While he's busy trying to wrap his head around everything going on, the blonde-haired lady crouches down to start shooting back. She hides behind a car as she starts spraying bullets at the attacker, so the terrified office worker runs over to her to take cover as well. He wouldn't want to get hit in the crossfire for nothing, so he hides behind the car too while calling out to her. Once he's right next to her, he desperately asks her what the hell is going on. There's clearly bad blood between her and the person shooting at them, so our guy demands an explanation from her. At first, she doesn't say anything, but he can see the look of fear on her face, making him realize just how much danger they're in. Even though she doesn't respond, our guy insists on getting an answer, so he bluntly asks her if these attackers are people that she knows. All of a sudden, one of the shooters call out to her, referring to her as Kelly, which is definitely not the name she told our guy. The armed men who appear to be military personnel keep firing at her, urging her to either surrender or die. At this point, our boy realizes that this is a foreign language they're speaking, which throws him off. The blondie keeps cursing at the men in English, and not Korean, so he's not really been able to understand them. The only thing he knows for sure is that they're trying to kill each other. The lady continues to ignore him despite him asking her what the hell is going on. As the gunfire intensifies, he finally has enough, so he gets up and starts scolding her. He tries to warn her not to engage in a shootout right here, because that would just attract the zombies, but before he can even finish talking, a bullet shuts him up. He almost gets shot, but it misses him by some miracle, so he goes back down to the ground to hide. Meanwhile, Saiyan, who we now know as Kelly, continues to spray the enemies with bullets. She keeps ignoring our boy even when he tries to warn her about the zombies around. With all the noise coming from this place, it's only a matter of time before the brain eaters swarm the area. Sadly, she can't exactly stop shooting now because the foreign soldiers are advancing. They're after her and are clearly not going back until they've captured her, so she refuses to stop. Song tries to touch her, hoping this would get her attention, but she just snaps at him. There's fear in her eyes, and he can see it as she tells him that she'll never surrender. She tells him that she'll never go back to where they took her, but of course, our guy doesn't really understand what any of this means, so he just backs off, looking really confused. It's at this point that she finally answers him. She tells him that these men coming after her actually raped her. She tells Song that this is the real reason she ran away from her team. Of course, our boy had no idea about any of this, so he's really dumbfounded when she drops this bombshell. It's a little difficult for him to digest right now, since he has seen how strong he is, but when she notices he's reluctant to believe her, she gets pissed. She can't believe that he'd think she's lying at a time like this, and even though he doesn't want to doubt her, he also doesn't know if he can actually trust her yet. To be fair, she did lie to him about everything else, like her name and why she was all by herself, so what guarantee does he have that she's telling the truth right now? He really doesn't know what to do now because this changes everything. They're in a situation that could see him changing his entire plan about her, and so he starts racking his brain on the next call to make. However, his brainstorming is cut short when she grabs his arm and tosses him out from behind the car where he was hiding, and as soon as this happens, the office worker goes on his knees and surrenders. He can't take any chances with these guys, so he just lifts both hands up so that they know he means no harm. Thankfully, they don't shoot at him, and in this brief moment of confusion, they're forced to cease fire. In that split second, Sai-hyun makes a run for it. She uses the opportunity to escape, leaving our guy all alone with the soldiers that came after her. Just as she's about to disappear into a dark alley nearby, they spot her and start shooting at her. This time around, she's not so lucky, because one of the bullets grazes her left arm just when she thinks she's gotten away. Her gun falls out of her hand when she gets hit, and this slows her down enough for the soldiers to go after her. Our boy watches as the men run into the alley to catch her, and all he can think about is how she threw him under the bus. She literally used him as a shield to escape, not minding whether they would shoot at him to get her. Some of them follow the blondie while the others stay back to interrogate him. He's still on his knees with his hands raised above his head when the leader of the squad approaches him. The man starts by asking him if he can speak English, and he admits that he can only speak a little. Hearing this, the dark-haired man introduces himself in Korean, revealing that his name is Brian, and then asks our boy if he is Kelly's companion. Of course, he doesn't know Sai-hyun as Kelly, so he's puzzled at first. He expresses this confusion, so Brian informs him that the blondie's name is actually Kelly. At this point, our guy explains that she told him her name was Saihan, and the soldiers find this amusing. Apparently, they've come to learn that she can't be trusted, but they didn't think she'd also lie about her own name. Anyway, our boy quickly clears the air, explaining that they're not companions. He tells the soldiers how they only met a few hours ago and were only traveling together. Of course, they're not going to believe him that easily, so he knows that he'll have to prove that they're not working together. The office worker goes on to tell them how she said she was a former US soldier and that she ran away because they raped her. But when he says this, there's a genuine look of shock on the men's faces. At this point, they decide to tell Song their own side of the story. Apparently, the blondie betrayed them. She was caught siphoning off food supplies and shot 6 of their team members in the process. 2 of them were injured and 1 died afterward, which is why they're after her. As you can imagine, our guy can't even believe his ears because the 2 stories are so different. Now, he doesn't even know who he can trust because nothing is adding up. Just then, the other group of soldiers return, but they're not with Kelly. The lost her, and on top of that, the gunshots from earlier are now drawing zombies, which made it difficult to keep tracking her down. Hearing this, Brian asks them how many zombies they counted nearby, and his second explains that there were a lot. 2 of them, Matthew and Johnson, are holding them off currently, but they won't last long, so it would be wiser to pull out. At this point, Brian decides to believe Song for now. Either way, he warns him not to stay involved with Kelly because of how dangerous she is. Clearly, he's seen what she's capable of, so he doesn't even protest. The soldiers start to confiscate the stuff he and Kelly were traveling with, so he begins to panic. At this rate, they might even take his bag where his supplies are, and he's not exactly willing to let that happen, so he tells the soldiers that they're holding his bag. They look at him with confused expressions because the gun inside the bag was literally stolen from them. And if that is the case, then they don't see how the bag or anything in there can belong to him. Right now, it's starting to look like the office worker will have to tussle with the soldiers to get his stuff back. The soldiers huddle up in a circle with the bags and start whispering to each other, and this makes the office worker really nervous. They're all armed, and besides the fact that they outnumber him, they're also specially trained for combat, so fighting them for his stuff isn't exactly an option. They appear to be contemplating on whether to give him back the bags or confiscate them, but our guy can't hear what they're talking about, so he starts to panic. There's a very good chance that they refuse to give him his stuff, so he's already racking his brain on what to do if that happens. It doesn't look like he'd be able to take it from them, but he remembers having that glare gun, wonders if he can use it. Just as these risky thoughts start to form in his head, Brian turns and starts walking toward him with the bag. The tall soldier doesn't even say a word and just hand it over to our guy, Seong hesitates for a bit, which is understandable, since he's probably very confused, but then he slowly takes the bag, and then Brian simply hopes that he won't use the weapons and supplies for something bad. Still pretty dazed by what the hell just happened, the office worker just freezes on the spot, clutching the bag to his chest before muttering out a thank you. Apparently, these soldiers aren't as bad as he thought and don't mean him any harm, because as soon as Brian returned the bag to him, they all start marching away. The dark-haired man leads his men, and as they walk away, he encourages Song to stay out of danger so that they can all meet each other alive if they ever get the chance to. Once they're out of sight, our guy quickly grabs his bicycle and gets the hell out of there. As far as he's concerned, it's time to leave this whole city and return to his friends. After riding for some time, the office worker is forced to get off the bicycle because he realizes that one of the tires is finished. Apparently, it got ruptured during the shootout between Kelly and the other foreign soldiers. So, he gets off the damaged bike while groaning frustrated and wondering what he's supposed to do now. Of course, this is definitely not a good situation for him to be in right now, especially because he still has a long way to go before getting back to his teammates. Either way, he has to figure a way out immediately, since it's not safe to be stranded in a place like this where zombies can attack him at any time. So, he untees the induction cooktop from the bicycle seat and straps it over his shoulders like a backpack. Clearly, it's not convenient but he has a journey to finish, so he gets moving again, determined to make it back to the logistics warehouse in time and in one piece. From what he was on the map earlier, he knows that it should be about 1.5 kilometers left from the warehouse. Knowing that he has to travel that far on foot, he starts to think of ways to avoid getting caught along the way. Song considers using a deodorizer just in case to make sure that the zombies don't catch his scent. So, he quickly goes back into that shopping platform to look for the deodorizer, and he's surprised to see the screen pop up telling him that he has 16 coins in his possession. As you can imagine, he's really puzzled because the last time he checked, he didn't even have up to 3 in there. He's taken aback for a second and begins to rack his brain to figure out why he now has 16 coins. His mind immediately goes to Seon, who he now knows as Kelly. Sure, the blonde soldier was able to take out a lot of brain eaters, and was literally the one who killed all the zombies they came across while traveling together. I mean, for a while they were sort of companions, so it's possible that those kills she made reflected in his inventory. But then again, she killed a lot more than 16 zombies, and he doesn't remember them officially becoming members of the same party. Besides, he never saw a notification with any information like that, so he goes over to another part of the system. He loads up a new page where he can find information about his party, and there, he clearly sees that he's not still in a party of 3, with Choi Jae, Sung and Han San, being the only other members. So now he knows for sure that Kelly had nothing to do with this sudden increase in the number of coins he has. At first, this just leaves him a little dazed because it doesn't sound right, there's no new member in the party. And in that split second, it dawns on him that the coins must have come from the warehouse kills. He definitely hasn't been in the warehouse, so the horrifying reality becomes clear to him. Our guy remembers how the first zombie horde that he saw were heading toward Yut Dong, and it all starts to make sense. If those zombies broke into the warehouse, then his friends must have fought to protect the base from them. Considering how large that horde was, the MC knows that there's no way they'll be able to take out all the zombies, so he starts running to the warehouse. He desperately pushes through the snow with powerful strides, praying that he's not too late to help out his friends. Sure enough, his guess is right because back at the warehouse, Choi and San are under attack by the terrifying zombie horde. They've used chained and wooden planks to try and barricade the gate, but with the kind of force these zombies are using to pound on it, it's just a matter of time before they break into the place. The monsters continue to ram into the gate, desperate to get in, so the two party members try to hold them back by using the weight of their bodies. This is clearly a bad idea for several reasons, but they do it either way since they don't have any other option, and the plan starts to fall apart very quickly. It's just two of them trying to push back the weight of numerous monsters, so they're instantly overwhelmed. The chains snap all of a sudden and Sung is tossed away like a piece of paper. San panics for a second, fearing that he got hurt. She rushes over to help him up, and since it's clear that they can't hold back these zombies, she suggests that they go hide inside. They rush back into the main building and lock the glass doors behind them. Obviously, these smaller doors won't be able to keep the zombies out either, so they grab a few weapons to defend themselves. The both of them grab huge knives and go up the stairs where they plan to intercept any zombies that come there. Sion suggests that they hold that position and prevent the monsters from getting past the stairs. She feels that it shouldn't be impossible since normal zombies can't climb stairs, but Jae-sung reminds her that they can definitely handle a slope. The lady doesn't dispute this face, and so the assistant manager concludes that they found themselves in a war of attrition. Sure, it looks like they don't stand a chance, but Sion believes that they'll most likely last longer if they hold the zombies off in tight quarters. With this in mind, she urges the assistant manager to grab his weapon and get his head in the game. Mr. Glasses is clearly not looking forward to this class, but musters all the courage he can to stay by Sion's side. If he was alone, he'd probably not bother fighting off these zombies, but the lady is determined to defend this place, so he can't exactly cower. Still, just as they're slowly walking down the stairs to intercept the zombies, he nervously asks her to consider just running away, but San is simply taken aback when she hears it. The look on her face easily shows just how disappointed she is when he comes up with this idea. Before she can even respond, he tries to run away, but she grabs his arm to stop him. The lady explains that they can't just run away, reminding him he was the one who offered to stay back and guard the place till Song gets back. At this point, the assistant manager explains that he's not trying to say that they should abandon their colleague, but that he should survive first, and then think of what to do next. He tries so hard to convince her to make a run for it with him, but she refuses. She keeps a firm grip on his arm and makes it clear to him that he'll hold out here no matter what happens. She tells Choi that he should do the same, but the man just yanks his arm out of her grasp. He pulls away from her, which infuriates her, so she yells at him to pick up his weapon and not even think about running away, but he's still very reluctant. She reminds him that it's easier to protect something than to take it back, and picks up his knife for him, urging him to take it back. The assistant manager stares at the blade for a moment, mentally debating on whether or not to take it back. After struggling to decide for a while, he finally agrees to stay back and hold out for a while. Just as this happens, Sion catches a glimpse of something strange outside the window, so she informs her partner and leads him to check it out. She slowly goes over to the side, and that's when the lady sees the biker from earlier. As soon as she sees that helmet, her heart starts racing, because she knows for a fact that it's the same person who has been leading the zombie horde around the city. She watches the biker as he stops all of a sudden and starts to take off his helmet. And just as the face under that helmet is about to be revealed, a loud bang from the other side of the warehouse distracts her. This loud noise turns out to be the front gate finally being burst open by the ferocious swarm of zombies. All the chains that were keeping the monsters out finally snap like rubber bands as the swarm of brain eaters charge into the warehouse house. Choi Jade, Sung is the one who sees this horrifying scene take place, so he instantly calls out to his partner, so she rushes back down to answer him. Before she can even see the thing with her own eyes, he informs her that the front gate has been broken through. Hearing this, she asks him what the zombies are doing exactly, and he simply tells her that they will all be inside in a second. Truly, the brain eaters mindlessly charge into the building as if they're being drawn by something. Thankfully, these two party members still have some time to make up their minds about what they're going to do, because the first floor doors are acting as a second line of defense. The doors down here are made of reinforced glass, so it's not that easy for the crazy zombies to get in. They cluster in front of the door, desperately trying to break through, but it doesn't seem to be working. However, Seon knows that this door can't hold the horde forever, so she decides that they'll just have to stand their ground and kill any zombies that break through the doors. With this in mind, she grabs her sword and encourages the assistant manager to be just as brave as she is. The both of them stand in front of the door, waiting as the insane monsters relentlessly push against the glass. While all of this is happening, the scene shifts, and we get to see what's happening outside the building. Just outside the logistics warehouse, we see that the office worker has finally arrived, and he doesn't even need to get close enough to confirm that the zombies are there indeed. He's forced to kill one by himself when he gets there, and even though this is a sign that his partners are probably in a lot of danger already, he keeps trying to convince himself otherwise. After all, there were always a few zombies lurking around even before the horde started moving this way, so he tells himself that this is all it is. He really hopes that his friends are safe back in the warehouse and continues running toward the place only to suddenly stumble upon something truly horrifying. Just as he reaches the front of the building, he sees hundreds of bloody footprints in the snow which he knows could only have been created by a horde of zombies. But that's not even the most terrifying sight, because by the time he looks up, he realizes that the front gate has been broken through and the doors on the first floor have also been opened. A wave of fear washes over him when he sees this, and he begins to panic even more because now he knows without any doubt that the warehouse is no longer safe. Sure enough, we get to see what's going on inside the building. Seon appears to be running around, slaying all the brain eaters in her path, and our guy goes into to discover the bloody path of zombie corpses that she leaves in her wake. There's literally a heap of dead zombies right in front of the glass doors, and he figures that his friends must have been the ones who handled it. He should probably be relieved that they were able to hold their own against the zombies, but the fact that they didn't just run away makes him really scared, because that just means that they're still in danger. He begins to search for them inside the building, running from one floor to the other while shouting their names at the top of his lungs. Apparently, he doesn't even care if the zombies hunt him down right now, because he's too worried about his friends. After searching and calling out to them for a while without a response, he starts to worry that they might no longer be in the building. They're nowhere to be found, and on top of that, he gets to a point in the building that still looks safe. There's no sign of zombies breaking in after this point, so now he's wondering where they could have gone. Just as this thought crosses his mind, he stumbles upon something else that leaves him stunned. While he's catching his breath, he suddenly lifts his head, and that's when we see Son and the assistant manager walking toward him. He can't believe his eyes because they're completely fine, and they're just as excited to see him, so they rush over. Seon is the first to embrace our guy with a hug, while Choi Jae-sung follows right behind her. The office worker can't help but feel so relieved now that he's found them, because he's sure that they're okay. Shortly after the wholesome reunion, the three of them sit around to catch up. They fix up some tea for him, then proceed to tell him what happened while he was away. Son clearly missed him a lot, because she's barely taken her eyes off him since came back. She tells him how the zombies came and how they were forced to hold them back. Apparently, that door made of reinforced glass was pretty sturdy, so it gave them enough time to think and come up with a plan. It was around that time that she came up with the idea to make a gap. In a flashback scene, we get to see exactly what happened after the zombies broke through the main entrance gate. They created a small gap in the next gate and then used a chain to hold the zombies back, just enough to keep them out while leaving them exposed so that they're vulnerable to attacks. While setting up the trap, Seon wasn't completely sure that it would work, but it was their only shot at successfully defending their base, so the assistant manager felt that they'll just have to wait and see if the setup holds out. Clearly, it did, because they're still alive. Thanks to this setup, they were able to defend themselves easily and stab away at the zombies that managed to get past the glass doors. Apparently, it was such an intense clash at the gap that even Choi ended up dropping a pretty funny line during the battle. Seon includes all of this in the story she tells Song, which just keeps the assistant manager pretty embarrassed because he already realizes how lame the line was. Anyway, The lady seems to be having a lot of fun teasing him with it, so he just shamefully begs her, but to bring it up again. Of course, our guy finds this all pretty amusing, but in truth, he's probably just glad to see that his friends are still alive and safe. Anyway, San resumes telling her story. After enough bodies were piled up at the gap they created, it became impossible for any other zombies to get close enough, so that was where the battle came to an end. At that point, they locked the door again and just held out until the rest of the zombies disappeared since they couldn't get any closer. This all sounds really nice right now, because they were able to keep the horde out, but Song feels a little worried because if the monsters couldn't get into the building, then where are they now? After he points this out, Sion can already understand that he's worried the brain eaters could come in again. So, in an attempt to calm him down, she simply reminds him that the iron door at the entrance was broken. And so, they went over to Site 2 to collect some scrap metal that they could use to fix it. That's when he found them. After listening to the whole story, our guy can't help but feel really proud of his party members. He commends the both of them for all their hard work, admitting that they were pretty impressive, and San just giggles in excitement when she hears him say this. Now that she's told him everything that happened while he was away, he decides that it's time to tell them how his time out in the city was. He starts by informing them that he was able to grab whatever they need, showing them the backpack he returned with. The most important thing obviously is the induction cooktop that he risked his life to get, and he's hoping that they'll be able to make the best out of it. Thankfully, Choi Jae-sung already has plans for it. The assistant manager is very delighted to see that our guy was able to get his hands on it, because they can finally build a generator using its components. Hearing this, Song is pretty relieved because it was definitely not easy to carry that heavy thing on his back all the way back to the warehouse. He's feeling really proud of himself for being able to help with this, and that's when San comes over to commend him for working so hard. His head is already swelling at this point, but he hasn't even shown them the other stuff. So, he takes out the backpack and tells them to get ready for the grand reveal. Hearing this, they stretch their necks to take a peek to see exactly what he's talking about. That's when he shows them all the ammunition and the guns that Kelly gave to him. She spreads them out on the table for his teammates to see, and they're absolutely blown away at this point. They gasp in amazement as they stare at the weapons that are practically shimmering and before their eyes. As impressive as it is, they're also pretty surprised that he actually went to the gun store all by himself. It's at this point that he lets them know that he didn't actually go there. So they curiously asks him to spill the beans on how he got all this ammunition. Seeing just how eager they are makes him feel like being even more dramatic about the whole thing. They're definitely very curious now, and so he gets them all pumped up for the details, claiming that they'll be shocked when they hear the story. To be fair, it is a really crazy story, since he could easily have gotten shot dead by foreign soldiers. Anyway, he tells his party members exactly how everything went down, and of course, it's like a bombshell. It takes them a while to take it all in, and Sion is particularly feeling bad that he had to go through all that. She knows that he must have been very terrified when things got super dangerous, and he admits it, claiming that he was very lucky that things played out the way they did. Now that he's shared his experience with his buddies, he immediately changes the topic to some equally important, which is what they're having for dinner. He's definitely starving after that near-death experience, and the assistant manager can see it too. The guy in glasses teases him a bit and chooses to make him even more curious about what they're eating. He makes it sound like they're going to eat something insane, but then finally reveals that they're going to have chicken. Under normal circumstances, this would be pretty basic food to have for dinner, but ever since the zombie apocalypse started, even chicken has become luxury food, which explains why our guy is extremely excited when Choi Jae-sung shows him the pack of frozen chicken. But that's not all they have in store for him. They've got even more good news for him, because it turns out that they also picked up a good amount of good while collecting scrap at Site 2 earlier in the day. So after such a successful day of defending their base, they feel that a party is much deserved. It's a really exciting mood in the warehouse that night, and like the first time in a long while that they've been able to feel this relaxed and carefree. Well, they've been through a lot of hard times this last couple of weeks, so they're not holding back in the enjoyment. They start a fire with the wood they gathered not too long ago, and then proceed to roast the chicken over it becomes unbelievably juicy. And of course, the look isn't the only thing making the drool right now, because it also smells absolutely amazing. The aroma is so good that they can't even wait anymore. Sion feels that the chicken should be done by now since they've been roasting it for almost 2 hours now. Of course, our boy is just as eager as she is, so after staring at the meat for a few seconds, he starts salivating again and decides that it's time to dig in. Without wasting another second, all three of them dive into the meat at the same. They tear through the tasty hot chicken without thinking twice and gasp in awe when they realize just how good it is. It's so good that it doesn't take them long to devour the food. Once they're done eating, The assistant manager does the honors and feeds the fire with a stick before flopping back down on the chair like the others. He sinks into the chair to relax after that gobbling session he just had. They're all pretty stuffed, so they just sit by the fire to warm themselves on this very cold night. The two men sit next to each other with Song Jin, Song folding his arms to get warm while the assistant manager just places his hands on his belly. The assistant manager takes another look at the scene in front of him and suggests that this is pretty romantic in its own way. As far as he is concerned, this is such a nice experience that he's starting to feel like he could get used to it. In this current situation, they don't have to go to work, and there's no miserable office building where their bosses are breathing down their necks, so it's almost like a vacation for them. If someone asked them whether they'd rather go back to reality or stay here, Choi Jae-sung would probably have a hard time choosing. But I guess that's not the same case for our guy. The MC stops him before he can even finish making this statement, suggesting that it's insane to even say such a thing. As you can imagine, Song would choose to go back home to his real life in a heartbeat, and he makes this very clear to the rest of them. I agrees with him, claiming that it's even ridiculous to consider anything otherwise, and so the assistant manager just laughs nervously, knowing that no one else is thinking in the same line as he is. And so, he playfully corrects himself, suggesting that it wouldn't make sense to choose staying in the apocalypse. After this awkward moment, the assistant manager decides to change the topic. He looks up at the moonlit sky and then slouches back on the chair, claiming that it would have been a perfect night for him if he had some beer. In response, the office worker states that perfection is boring anyway, but the lady in the room also wouldn't mind having some booze. She surely is having a good time as well, but feels that it would be better with alcohol, so she suggests that they hit a supermarket or a beer factory instead the next time they want to do something like this again. Hearing this, Choi Jae-sung simply chimes in with excitement, reminding the others just how good the beer they had the last time was. Of course, our guy remembers how fun it was when they all shared their cans of beer when they first arrived in the warehouse, so he starts to see the appeal in the assistant manager's idea. Just as the thought crosses his mind, Choi Jae-sung changes the topic to something more crucial for their survival. It's regarding the guy on the motorcycle who has been leading the horde of zombies from town to town. Remember how they had an encounter with him while our guy was out? Well, it turns out that in that brief moment I somehow managed to catch a glimpse of the rider's face when he took off his helmet. The assistant manager breaks the news to our guy, and as you'd expect, it's a real shocker. The office worker just stares at the man with a look of bemusement on his face like it's too hard to believe, but he quickly shakes off the feeling of shock, but it's still a lot to take in, so he turns to Sion. Immediately, curiously asking her if what he just heard is actually true. Of course, the assistant manager isn't trying to pull Huss legs because the lady immediately confirms that she did actually see the face of the motorcycle rider. But that's not all they have to tell him, because it turns out that this mysterious man on the motorcycle has been someone that they actually knew all along. Reveals this to the MC, and it's like she just dropped another heavy bombshell. Our guy is taken aback when she says it because he never would have imagined it to be the case. Anyway, he expresses his shock along with the look of curiosity plastered on his face, so proceeds to tell him who it is. She starts by reminding him of an intern who worked in their building when there was talk about a connections hire. Basically, during the internship, there were only supposed to be 15 of them who would work in the building, but 16 people showed up. One of them was rumored to be a parachute hire, and so they quit halfway, and apparently, that person is the one she's talking about. Admits that she can't remember the guy's name, and while attempting to recall, our guy chimes in, reminding that the Nepo baby intern was actually Park Min-tae. Turns out he's right about this because she instantly recognizes the name. She also remembers that this young man is the son of the company's CEO, and while she's still trying to make her point, the assistant manager cuts her off. Choi Jae-sung is pretty taken aback by everything they're saying because it would mean that the biker leading the zombie swarms around is someone from their company. Well, it's looking likely that this is the case, but Song suddenly suggests that it might not be the guy they're thinking of. This leaves a little confused, so she asks him what he means. He's surprised that she's not aware of something that was common knowledge in the office, but then spills the beans, revealing that Park Min-tae actually has an identical twin brother. It was pretty well known within the company that their company, Taeseom Group's CEO, Park Man-jung, has identical twin sons. The older one, Park Min-tae, and the younger one, Park Min-song. The twin brothers look exactly the same, but their personalities couldn't be more different. Park Min-tae was a complete troublemaker who has a history with drug charges. A few years ago, he made the news for getting busted at a drug party in Gangnam Club. On the other hand, they say Park Min-song was a total elite. He entered science high school early and even earned a PhD in the United States in his 20s. Hearing this, Sion is truly amazed because she did not really think that identical twins could be so different from one another. You see, our boy even heard that one of them got hurt as a kid and had to stay in the hospital for a while. So now, he feels that the incident must have been the reason why they turned out so different. Song Jin-song continues the story, revealing that after finishing grad school, Park Min-sung came back to Korea and joined the Taesong Bio Company. Last he heard, the good brother was actually doing really well there. Upon hearing this, Mr. Glasses at the side nervously suggests that the person Son saw earlier must have been the bad twin. Before he can even finish his sentence, the MC admits that it could be either of the two brothers. He claims that it could have been the older one, Minty, or the younger one too. However, Jae-sung is pretty convinced that it must have been the older brother, since he already has a reputation for doing bad stuff. Song Jin-seong admits that this is actually a possibility, but at the same time, he doesn't feel that they can be too sure about this because it could also be the good twin responsible for what's happening. But then, Jae-sung recalls how Park Min-sung is an actual genius, and since the guy was working at Taesong Bio Company, there's a good chance that he could be connected to what is happening right now. The guy in glasses explains this to the other members in his crew, but for some reason, they just can't seem to take it seriously. For a second, they ponder on what he said but ultimately decide that his theory is incorrect. After having a short laugh about it, Song Jin-song simply turns to Seon-ah and asks if she's even sure about the face she saw on the motorcycle. She assures him that it was one of the twins, reminding them of how sharp her eyes are. She doesn't even expect him to be doubting her right now, and so he decides to follow her instinct. Anyway, now that they've come to this point and probably even have a suspect, Song Jin-song decides that it would be best to keep this information between themselves. Jae-sung agrees with him, and then suddenly remembers that something interesting popped up on the community board earlier in the day. The guy in glasses whips out his phone and starts scrolling through to show the others what he's talking about, and it doesn't take long for him to find what he's looking for. It's a post talking about the shocking true story of the West Coast shelter finally coming to light. Upon seeing this, Seon-ah immediately remembers that this is the same place that everyone was worried about before. Even though she's familiar with this whole thing, our boy feels pretty lost. So, he asks her what she's talking about and what's up with that place. That's when the two reveal what they just discovered on the community board. You see, someone uploaded photos of the West Coast shelter for proof earlier, and now they're certain that the people living there are a cult. As you can imagine, this information catches our boy off guard, so he's pretty baffled for a second, but his buddies are fully convinced that the person who put up the post is telling the truth. From what they've read, they believe that the people there call themselves the Sejongyo, which is short for extinction of the world. They're some kind of apocalypse fanatics who believe that it's time for a new beginning to rise, and the only way for that to happen is for this present world to come to an end. As you can imagine, this is a lot for Song Jin-song to take in, and he has a hard time believing that it's true, but his buddies assure him that they're not joking. As it turns out, the prophecy of this cult has already come true by coincidence, and as a result, it just made their belief stronger. After the apocalypse started, more people started flocking there, and with all that attention, it looks like the cult of the West Coast shelter has already taken over Incheon International Airport. Hearing this, the MC doesn't even know what to say. All he knows is that the whole situation just sounds very chaotic. Seon-ah agrees with him. She admits that there is a lot of controversy, but apparently, since the airport has solid infrastructure, the place seems surprisingly inhabitable now. On this note, Jae-sung begins to think that they should actually look into it more, but our boy isn't exactly in support of this idea. He takes a second to ponder on it, and ultimately decides that it's better not to get mixed up with any religious groups. He knows that things could get really messy if they clash with weird beliefs, so he just doesn't want to go near that cult. His buddies really get the point he's making, so they agree with him. As such, Jae-sung decides that he's only going to share any useful updates or strange posts that pop up, in order to avoid getting mixed up with the fanatics. Song Jin-song simply thanks him for this, and the three of them carry on with the rest of their night. The next morning, they wake up to see that it's still snowing heavily, but they don't have a choice but to inspect their environment. During the routine checks, Song Jin-song sees that their gate is broken open and immediately starts racking his brain on how to fix it. He knows that it's going to be a problem later if he doesn't get it sorted out, since they'll be exposed to zombies and raiders otherwise. As much as he would prefer to not go through the trouble, he ultimately concludes that he doesn't have a choice. He just has to fix it quietly and carefully to avoid drawing any unnecessary attention to themselves. The office worker suddenly grabs the metal bars and starts forcing them back into shape with his bare hand. Of course, this is not exactly an effective method, but there's really no other way since he can't start welding the gate back. Anyway, it doesn't take too long for the bars to start budging and returning to their original shape. It's definitely not perfect, but Seon-ah is pretty satisfied with it, since this is as good as it can get with their limited options. Seeing that the bars aren't that hard to mend, she takes a wooden plank and uses it to fill up the spaces between the bent bars. Our boy does the same, and a few hours later, we see the both of them panting in exhaustion on the floor next to each other. Apparently, they've already been at this for 6 hours, and they still haven't been able to perfect the job. They used wrenches and some other tools they could get their hands on, but it didn't really make the process that much smoother. Overall, after 6 hours of trying to mend the gate, they managed to close the gaps between the bars with the wooden planks, so it's not exactly a terrible result. Sion believes that it's good enough considering the resources at their disposal, and she also thinks that making it a double door was the right way to go. To her, this was the best idea, and Song Jin Song agrees with her, adding that it was the right call. Once they're satisfied with the result, the MC suggests that it's time for them to go back inside before they freeze to death. But before that, Sion remembers that they still need to check on the third member of their crew. Apparently, Jae-sung also had something to sort out on the other end, so she wonders if he's done with that as well. The scene shifts shortly after, and the next thing we see is that the two are now staring at a shiny bicycle. It looks brand new and really good, so they're both pretty amazed by it. Sion can't even wrap her head around how cool it looks, so Jae-sung decides to explain how it works. Apparently, this isn't really a bicycle. It's some kind of generator that produces electricity as you pedal. The guy in glasses felt that this would be a good way for them to generate power, and he even set it up by a high window so that whoever is riding it can see the outside while using it. Of course, all of this just sounds pretty impressive to the MC. He commends Jae-sung for his smart thinking, and the nerd gets a little carried away when explaining how it works. He says some stuff about kinetic energy and electromagnetic induction rate which Song Jin Song has no idea about, so our boy quickly asks him to come back down to their level. And that's when Jae-sung bluntly states that the machine's efficiency is pretty bad. Apparently, even though it looks cool and is easy to use, it's not exactly reliable, and this leaves the other two pretty concerned. Sion anxiously asks him just how bad the efficiency of this machine is, and the guy is quite reluctant to go into details. He does so regardless and explains that pedaling for a whole hour only generates about 15 minutes of power for an electric heater. Of course, this is a very poor turnover and our guy is pretty crushed by this information. It's simply brutal to think that this is what the generator's efficiency is like, but Jae-sung assures them that it's not all that bad as well. He admits that this is the best he can do with their current setup, but assures them that it's enough to charge a phone. If they pedal non-stop for 30 minutes, then they should be able to get a full charge out of it. As you can imagine, our guy is pretty relieved by this because it was starting to sound like they were just doomed. He admits that it's not actually as bad as they thought, and Sion agrees as well, claiming that it's even amazing that they can even rely on something other than solar panels for electricity. Looking at it from this angle, it's pretty clear that Jae-sung has actually made a breakthrough. They shouldn't even be complaining about efficiency because all thanks to him, they'll finally be able to have stable electricity and not just keep waiting for the sun to come up. Song Jin Song thanks the inventor and the group, but the guy modestly reminds him that the only reason any of this is possible is because he risked his life to go get that induction cooker for them. The MC is flattered by this, so he playfully teases Jae-sung for being a smooth talker and tells him to make sure he asks if he needs anything else. To this, the inventor jokes, claiming that he'll take the MC up on that offer. The two have a laugh and the scene suddenly shifts to late that night. When everyone else is asleep, our guy receives a notification from that online platform. Apparently, there's a new item up for grabs on the window shop, so he starts browsing the catalogs. Song Jin Song is currently looking for some kind of defensive item he can use more effectively. The last time he found a deodorizer through the scanner, so he's thinking he should buy it again since it only costs 1 coin. Besides, he's got plenty of coins to spare this time around, so he doesn't think it would hurt to go for it. Song Jin Song clicks the button to purchase the search tool, determined to find equipment that can prevent outsider intrusion. Unfortunately, after using it, he's shocked to see that there's no result found. On the bright side, at least the scanner he purchased isn't consumed, so he decides to search for a gun on the shopping platform instead. But once again, there's no result found. At this point, he simply searches for a GPS tracker, and he finally gets something similar. The scanner brings up a similar tool called a location tracker that works for 24 hours, and it costs 7 coins. The MC's eyes widen in shock when he sees this, because he had no idea that something like this even existed. It gets him really excited because he realizes that he can actually track a dangerous person, or a lost teammate with this tool. Just when he's about to purchase the thing, Jae-sung rushes into the room, calling out to him and raising the alarm. He barges in, urging everyone to wake up because they have visitors at their gate. The three of them pull out their guns, Jae-sung mounting the sniper rifle while the MC and Sion arm themselves with pistols. She has an idea who could be at the gate, and there were supposed to be 2 of them. Song Jin Song confirms this, revealing that the visitors will be here any minute now. Even though they're armed and prepared for any intrusion, the lady can't help but feel really nervous. You see, she has never fired a gun before, so her hands are practically shaking. When she tells our guy how nervous she is, he doesn't hesitate to help her out. He holds her hand and helps her get a grip of the weapon. He assures her that it's just a normal gun, claiming that all she has to do is aim and shoot. He tells her that it's not hard and gives her a reassuring look to help her calm down. Of course, it takes her a while to actually feel better, so Song Jin Song assures her that they won't even have to shoot as long as these visitors act rational. He tells her that the only time she would need to pull the trigger is if they do something unpredictable. Upon hearing this, Son I is finally relieved, so she finally gets a grip, and once her head is back in the game, our guy encourages her to just stay on guard and keep an eye on Jae Sung's hand signal. He then steps forward and walks up to the gate, where he takes a peek through one of the holes in the gate. He looks out there and immediately sees the visitors they've been expecting, and judging by their silhouettes, it's an adult and a child, which leaves him surprised. Just as he's looking out at them through the hole in the gate, Jae Sung spots the visitors coming their way, so he gives Son a hand signal to inform her that there are two of them. As soon as she sees this, they confirm what Song Jin Song saw earlier, and since there are no other shadows in sight, they get ready to finally meet these guests. The MC and the lady tighten their grip on their guns as they brace themselves for what's about to go down. He tells her to stand by while he acts as the first line of defense, pointing his gun at the visitors through the gaps in the gate. Just as the man and child are about to reach the gate, he points the gun at them and warns them to stop right where they are. The old man is alarmed when he hears this order, and the kid is equally confused, but they just stop in their tracks to avoid getting gunned down. At this point, Song Jin Song demands that they identify themselves, so the adult explains that they're just an old man and his granddaughter. Hearing this, the MC asks them where they're coming from, and the man explains that he and his granddaughter have been running from the zombies because their last shelter was destroyed. At this point, both the old man and the little girl have their arms up in the air to show that they mean no harm. They're desperate for another shelter, as they're clearly tired of running away from the undead monsters, so the old man pleads with the office worker to let them in. He claims that the axe with him is the only weapon they have, and as you can imagine, in an apocalypse like this, that's definitely not enough to stay alive for long. The old man keeps begging for their help, confessing that they have no other companions with them when Song Jin Song asks if they have anyone else with them. With everything he just heard, our boy is a little torn because he actually wants to help these guys, but at the same time, he doesn't want to jeopardize the safety of his friends by letting two strangers into their safe house. He doesn't even know if they can trust these two, so he's really not sure what call to make. After hesitating for a bit, he finally comes to a decision. San-ai is anxiously staring at him, waiting to hear what decision he makes, and that's when he suddenly tells her to go hide in the corner and stay alert. Clearly, he's decided to open the gate for these strangers, but he also knows that they have to take the necessary precaution. So as soon as the lady moves aside, he carefully reaches for the gate to open it, and while he's pulling the door open for them, he's also pointing his gun at them with the other hand. He tells the old man and his granddaughter to come forward slowly, and of course, they comply. The two visitors finally enter, and Song Jin Song orders them to shut the gate while pointing the gun at them the whole time. Once again, the old man cooperates. Now that they're partially inside, the office worker asks them to stand by the entrance for some time. While they're waiting, the little girl starts to get a little restless. Her grandpa encourages her to be a bit more patient, but the kid is probably already freezing at this point, so she suggests that they ask if they can go inside. A while later, we see that the old man and his granddaughter are still in the tiny waiting area. Song Jin Song and his friends can see them clearly through the window from upstairs, so they'd know if the visitors are up to anything bad. At the moment, the three of them are deliberating on the right call to make. San-ai feels that they should just let the man and his little girl enter. As far as she's concerned, they're harmless and they wouldn't be much of a burden on them. After all, it's not like they're running out of supplies or something. They can easily take in the two without stress, so she urges the boys to see reason with her. Unfortunately, Jae Sung is not on the same page as her. The inventor of the group insists that it's way too risky to let anyone else into their fold. The incident with Kelly is still very much fresh in his mind, and he's not looking forward to experiencing another case of betrayal. Jae Sung explains that they can never know when people will turn on them, no matter how friendly they seem at first. If this apocalypse has taught him anything about this world, it's that no one can really be trusted, especially strangers. Of course, Mr. Glasses over here has a point, and San-ai doesn't dispute it, but she also tries to explain that these guys in particular aren't a threat. She doesn't think they can cause any harm because it's just an old man and a child. From what she can see, it appears that they haven't eaten or bathed properly in a long time and feels horrible turning them away. On the other hand, Jae Sung doesn't have any problem with sending them back. The guy insists that there's no need for them to take any unnecessary risks, even though it feels wicked of them. Once again, San-ai counters his opinion, claiming that the risk is minimal since they have guns and all the strangers have is a single axe to protect themselves. But of course, this argument isn't really valid to Jae Sung because he feels that they could be hiding other weapons in their bags or something. Besides, They're not obliged to help the old man and his little girl, so he doesn't see any reason why they need to take the risk at all, even though it seems minimal. It doesn't take long for the debate to turn into a full-blown argument. The two go at each other, throwing point after point while Song Jin-song just stands at the side, knowing that he's the only one who can solve this situation now. Seon-ah is of the opinion that they'll never get anywhere if they always focus on the risks involved in anything they do, but Jae-sung doesn't think that this is a situation that they should be gambling with. At this point, the MC figures that they won't get anywhere if this argument continues. He already knows that neither of the two are wrong. They've both made very solid arguments, but his vote is going to be the decider, so he suddenly interrupts them, revealing that he wants to let the strangers in. As you can imagine, Seon-ah is delighted to hear this while Jae-sung just expresses his displeasure. The guy tries to protest, but before he can even start, Song Jin-song starts giving him reasons why they should let the strangers in. He admits that he understands what Choi is saying, but right now, they need more people on their side, and he explains this to the guy. Song Jin-song points out how they haven't made much progress clearing debris or gathering food from their second site, despite having stayed there for a while now. The senior feels that they need more hands on deck, so Choi finally has a change of heart. He begins to have a rethink of the whole situation, and even though he's reluctant to let those strangers into their hideout, he kinda agrees with what the senior is telling him. Song Jin-song suggests that the old man can help them out with work while the little girl helps stand guard at the same time. It's a really good idea, and even Choi knows it, so after pondering for a while, he ultimately agrees to get on board with them. And of course, Seon-ah is really excited to hear this. A few moments later, we see the old man passing his bag to Song Jin-song through the gap in the gate. Even now, the gun is still being pointed at them to make sure they don't try anything funny, while the strangers keep their hands up. Seon-ah proceeds to search their bags thoroughly for any weird stuff. Luckily for them, she doesn't find anything suspicious inside the bag, and just like that, the senior office worker finally puts the gun away. Now that they're sure these guys don't pose any threat, he allows them in. The office workers let the strangers into the warehouse, and as you can imagine, they're extremely grateful for the opportunity. Song Jin-song leads them into the safe house and immediately asks them the last time they ate. The old man claims that they haven't eaten for the past 2 days, which leaves the MC shocked because he finds it hard to believe that the little girl hasn't eaten since that time. The man confirms that they have indeed been starving and immediately suggests that they should eat first before anything else. Shortly after, the scene shifts, and the next thing we see is a table full of noodles and other processed foods. The new members of the crew dig into the food, and not long after, we see that the little girl is fast asleep. Seon-ah puts the girl to sleep and just keeps admiring her while all the men chat at the table. The old man thanks them once again for letting him and his little girl stay with them. Just then, the MC asks the old man to tell them exactly how they got to this point even in this apocalypse. That's when the man begins to tell his story. He reveals that they came from the north, all the way from Yangju. Before the Ice Age apocalypse, he used to live in Gangwon, where he hunted for a living, but when he says this, the office workers are a little taken aback. Our guy is particularly surprised to hear this, so the old-timer explains that he used to catch mainly wild boars back in his home, which is quite impressive to the city folk. The three of them suddenly realize that the man sitting in front of them might not be as weak as they thought. This gets them really intrigued, so they encourage him to speak comfortably with them. Hearing this, the old man finally feels that he can relax, so he goes ahead to tell them his story and how he ended up at their front gate with this granddaughter. By the time he's done talking, Seon-ah is really touched. She can't even imagine what he must have gone through, losing a child and being left with only his grandchild. As for Song Jin-song, even though he's trying to get to know these guys, he's also analyzing everything they're telling him. So far, there's nothing strange or suspicious in their story, so he figures that they won't cause him and his friends any problem. Once the old-timer is done talking, the office worker simply tells him that they're all glad he and his little girl made it to their safe house. That being said, he stretches out his hand to shake the elder and asks him to stay there with them. As you can imagine, this offer comes as a shock, because this is the same guy who was pointing a gun at his head not too long ago. He asks the office worker if he's sure about this, because he thought that they would probably ask him and his granddaughter to leave first thing in the morning after hearing their story. But the MC simply responds to this by reminding the old man that they all need to help one another to survive after all. As soon as he says this, the elder takes his hand and starts thanking him for letting them stay. From the look on his face, you can tell that this old man would have been utterly devastated if he was sent away. He's deeply grateful, so much so that he promises to do whatever he can to help them out in the warehouse. Of course, our boy is more than happy to accept the help, because they actually need it around the site. Song Jin-song admits that they'd appreciate the help because they're always short on hands anyway, but Choi Jae-sung still seems to have his reservations about these newcomers. The hunter assures them that he's ready to assist them, claiming that he's not weak even though he is old. In fact, he tells them that they can work him as much as they want. and this just amuses the MC because they'll finally be able to get things done faster, even though the man offers to be their workhorse. The very next day, Song Jin-song doesn't ask him to do anything. They know that his journey must have been really hectic, so on his first day with them, they just let him rest up. They encourage him to rest, recover his strength and soothe his weary body while spending time with his granddaughter. The two clearly needed some time to just relax and not worry about being hunted down by zombies. Sure, the office workers wanted to let their visitors recover, but they also needed time to see if the old man could be trusted. Soon, it's day 36 of surviving in the Ice Age apocalypse, and the old hunter wakes up feeling really eager to help out. He tells them that he wants to work on something in the warehouse, claiming that he can't just let himself sit idle forever. The man insists on doing whatever he can to help, so our boy realizes that they can't keep him on the sidelines anymore. The MC finally decides to involve him, so he asks the little girl if she can start by riding the shiny bicycle by the window. Of course, this is just the kind of thing kids like to do, so when he asks her, her eyes light up immediately. While the girl is at it, Song Jin-song goes outside with her grandpa to join the others. Soon they're standing in the field full of snow and dead trees, which is the perfect spot for fetching firewood. Our boy notes that there's a lot of good wood here and suggests cutting down a few trees. Thankfully, this old hunter came along with his trusty axe, so he is pretty eager to get started. It only takes him a second to pick a tree to cut down, but just as he's taking the first swing, our boy realizes that something is off. The man is about to bury his axe into the stem when Song Jin-song stops him. Thankfully, his reflexes are still pretty sharp, so he's able to stop the swing before it can hit the tree. The man is pretty confused, so he asks the office worker what exactly the problem is, and that's when our guy explains that they do not cut trees. You see, cutting wood makes noise that could attract zombies, and if outsiders see felled trees, they might figure out where they are hiding and come looking for them. For these reasons, they only pick up fallen branches for firewood, and the MC explains this to the old-timer. Hearing this, the man finally gets it. He admits that he wasn't thinking that far ahead when he took the first swing, but Song Jin-song is not mad at him. Our guy lets him off the hook, and not long after that, we see the two still picking branches scattered all over the field. Song Jin-song has been keeping the branches in his bag since they started, and now he's starting to feel like it's time for them to go back. It's getting cold already, so he feels they should wrap it up pretty soon. Turns out, these two have been gathering twigs and talking about different things for the past 3 hours. And after hearing some of the things our guy has to say, the old man realizes that he's not the only one who's had a rough time in this Ice Age apocalypse. He now understands that Song Jin-song has been through a lot too, because just like his granddaughter Bitna, the office worker lost his parents at a very young age. The only difference is that the girl actually has her granddaddy to look after her. The old man admits that this is true, and while still picking up twigs, he tells the MC how he wants to live, as long as he can for her sake. He wants to be there for the child to protect her from all the dangers out there. Just thinking about this makes him wonder if he can actually hold out until she becomes an adult. Hearing this really touches the MC somehow. He knows how worried this old man must be about his little girl, so he simply assures him that he'll be able to long enough to take care of her. Shortly after this conversation, the two men make their way back to the hideout. On the way back, they keep chatting, and for the first time since these outsiders joined their pack, the office worker can finally tell that Mr. Ju is a good man whose wisdom comes from experience. But on top of that, the way he carries himself makes it pretty obvious to Song Jin-song that this man is a responsible, admirable adult. Soon enough, the two men return from fetching the firewood, and as soon as the little girl sees her grandpa, she throws herself at him in excitement and stops her arms around him in a big warm hug. Bitna is so happy to tell him all about her day, starting with how she rode the bicycle for a whole hour when he was out. Her grandpa is amused by this, but also knows that it must have been really tiring for her. So, he promises to teach her how to keep watch the next time he goes out. But she doesn't seem to get what he means by this. While the man and his granddaughter are catching up, Song Jin-song proceeds to take out the branches and twigs they picked for firewood. Afterward, he calls on Choi Jae-sung to have a little talk in the corner. The MC reveals that he talked to the man in the forest, and now he feels that they can trust him. Surprisingly, Jae-sung agreed with him. The skeptic in the group seems to have had a change of heart regarding the outsiders, and since they're all finally on the same page, our guy suggests that it wouldn't be such a bad idea to give Mr. Ju a rifle. The old man is a hunter who knows his way around guns, so Song Jin-song wants to entrust him with the rifle instead, knowing that Choi wasn't really comfortable handling it from the start. Of course, the inventor is fine with this plan. He doesn't mind having the gun taken off his hands. After all, before this apocalypse started, he was a public service worker who didn't have much experience with firearms. While these two are busy with this, we catch up with the old man and his little girl, who notices that the hat on his head is different from the one he wore in the morning. That's when he remembers that it was Song Jin-song who gave it to him. The office worker gave it to him as some sort of official welcome into their party. The man was taken aback by this because he already had a hat on his head, but the MC insisted, so he finally accepted it. After all, it was much warmer than the one he had. The old man put it on and immediately noted how much better the insulation is. It's so warm that he feels that it should have been the office worker wearing it, but our boy assures him that he's okay. Our guy makes it look like he's only doing this because he cares for the hunter, but in reality, the party member has to wear the hat for the slot to count. So, right after Mr. Biam, Joe wears the hat, the MC receives a notification, confirming that a new member has joined his party. And just like that, he now has 4 people in his party. And so, just like that, all the coins earned by all 3 of the others will be automatically claimed by him. With his party size now increased, the prices of stuff on the shopping platform are adjusted, and this comes as a surprise to him. His eyes widen with glee when he sees this new update, feeling that things in the shop are probably about to get a lot cheaper. But then he's shocked to see that it's actually the opposite. The MC goes on to the shopping platform to check the new prices, and is horrified to learn that they actually went up by 1 coin each. The shocking surprise practically knocks the color out of his body, and his reaction is so obvious that even the others notice that something is probably wrong. Choi Jae-sung is the first to notice that the senior's body has suddenly gone pale, so he rushes to check up on him. Our boy is so shaken by the new prices that he almost faints on the spot. Thankfully, Choi catches him, and he simply tells the guy that he's just exhausted from all the stress of the previous day. The inventor in the group believes him, since the senior literally just got back from fetching firewood. He understands that the hero would be exhausted, so he suggests that ho for and get some rest. Later that night, while everyone is asleep, Song Jin-song goes on the shopping platform again to make sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. He didn't want to look again during the day because his party members were looking at him, but now, he finally has the chance to see what exactly is going on. He now realizes that adding party members will only increase the prices of things in the shop, so he concludes that he can't just keep adding members carelessly. Right now, he has only 12 coins available, and the random box he used to buy for 10 coins now costs 11. He pushes the button to buy regardless and is surprised to receive a document containing information in return. He grabs the document with annoyance, wondering why a single sheet of paper would cost 11 coins. That's literally the price of 11 zombies, so it makes him wonder what kind of information could be inside it. He starts reading through and the scene shifts immediately. A few moments later, we see the MC sitting in a corner, looking really worried. He's panicking, wondering what he should do because if what's written in that paper is true, then another large-scale death will happen very soon. As it turns out, the document contained 3 points. For starters, the contents of a random box are always random. It may contain information, other items, or things not sold in the store. But of course, not all outcomes are necessarily positive. Secondly, mutant zombies don't spawn randomly. They appear only under specific conditions, based on location, people, and environment. Also, the type of mutant and the number of zombies can vary. The first 2 points are useful to know, but not stuff he needs right now. The real issue is the last point. The third point he saw in the document was news of a D50 blizzard coming soon. A blizzard means a snowstorm mixed with strong winds, and from what he saw on that sheet of paper, the storm will be upon them in less than 2 weeks. The scene shifts once again, and next thing we see is the office worker being woken up by some noise. He slowly gets up from his bed, surprised that it's morning already. He didn't get much sleep since he stayed up worrying for long, but with Sion running around all of a sudden, he just has to get off his bed. He asks her what's up, and she tells him that the wall crawler apparently showed up the previous night. As you can imagine, our guy freaks out when he hears that. He jumps out of his bed, worried that the wall crawler might have gotten into the warehouse, but the lady claims that the intruder might have gotten caught in the barbed wire instead. Turns out, Choi was the one who spotted the wall crawler, so the old man went out to deal with it. The experienced hunter sneaks out, walking as quietly as possible toward the trapped zombie, and when he gets close enough, he stabs it with a sharp spear. This kill is instantly confirmed with a reward that goes straight to Song Jin-song's wallet. He immediately receives a notification stating that he just got another coin. After learning that Mr. Biam Ju was able to handle the situation so swiftly, he thanks him and the other party members for their hard work, and then he suggests that it's time for them to have breakfast. While eating, Jae-sung comes up with the idea for them to have a ladder inside, just in case something like this happens again. Of course, our boy thinks it's a good idea because if anything climbs over the wall, they'll be able to take care of it from inside. Choi agrees, admitting that he was also thinking of designing the ladder like some kind of medieval siege tower. The senior is a little unsure that the inventor would be able to pull it off because it sounds pretty complicated, but Mr. Glasses assures him that it won't be tag hard. After all, he has an idea for it. This response is surprisingly enough for the senior to trust him completely with the job. Soon, they're all done eating, and that's when Song Jin-song reveals that he has something he wants to discuss with them. He suggests that they stock up on more food and firewood just in case. Thankfully, they all agree with his suggestion even though it would require doing more work. After that meeting, Seong-I and Jae-sung went to Site 2 for food. While Song Jin Song and Mr. Ju went to collect some more firewood. On reaching the snowy forest, they both notice that there's barely any wood, so they ultimately decide to go deeper into the forest. Apparently, it's easier to find stuff further in, since there are plenty of thicker branches there too. But shortly after, the old man reveals that he's already filled his load. At this rate, it's looking like they could make another trip in half an hour. But just as they're making plans, they hear a strange noise that confirms that they're not the only ones in this forest. As soon as they hear the strange noises, they conclude that there must be something or someone lurking in the forest with them. And of course, they don't think twice before taking out their weapons to defend themselves. Song Jin Song holds his gun while the old hunter takes out his spear. They hide behind the trees and brace themselves for whatever is about to come. Song Jin Song wonders where the noise is coming from, and that's when the hunter whispers to him, revealing that it's positioned at 11 o'clock. The two men are already preparing themselves for the worst when they suddenly see that it's actually a roe deer that was making all that noise. This leaves them both pretty stunned because they had no idea that a roe deer can even survive in this temperature. At this point, the deer has already heard them, but hasn't run away yet. They don't want to startle it, so they keep whispering. The old hunter admits that it's not something you can see every day, with no food to eat and the weather averaging around -40 degrees. Hearing this, our boy is a little stunned because he has never seen an animal before until now. Even though it's a city, not even a stray cat, pigeon, or dog. Thinking about it, the hunter figured that they must have all died when the temperature dropped. But then again, he's never even seen a corpse. If only they could hunt something, then he would be able to feed the others. This is all what Mr. Bu is thinking about right now. But just as the thought crosses his mind, he realizes that something is off with this roe deer. The animal's eyes are pitch black in an ominous way, and it looks like there's something wrong with it. He's still trying to figure out what could be going on with the roe deer when it suddenly charges at them. As soon as the creature starts running toward them, the old hunter steps forward to face it. He tells the office worker to fall back, offering to handle the situation. The roe deer charges forward to intercept it. He uses his spear to scare it away, and then when it refuses to back down, he stabs it with his weapon. As soon as he does this, the roe deer goes down, and that's when Song Jin Song realizes the reason why the hunter had a bad feeling about it. Everything is frozen solid this turn of year, yet the deer is so plump as if it has been eating continuously. The old man points this out, and then goes on to talk about how the creature didn't even make a sound the whole time. Hearing this, the office worker realizes that the man has a point. The roe deer didn't even make a breathing noise, and he finds it hard to understand how this is even possible. It makes him begin to wonder what the hell this creature even is. He starts to feel that this is no longer the same kind of animal that they used to know. The normal roe deers weren't so hostile, with such ominous looks in their eyes. Still very creeped out by the whole situation, the hunter suggests that they just leave the body there. Song Jin Song agrees with him, of course, claiming that he was about to say the same thing. He admits that he has a bad feeling something might happen, so he wants to get the hell out of that frozen forest as soon as possible. Soon, they're both back at their hideout where they meet up with the others. They tell them what they say out there, and Choi is definitely intrigued by the story. He admits that it's indeed strange, and now that he thinks about it, he hasn't even seen a single stray cat either. It's like all the animals in the world suddenly disappeared after the snowstorm started, and this possibility leaves all of them pretty confused. I asks them what they think all of this means, and our boy immediately comes up with a theory. The MC has a hypothesis, but it's just a guess. If he says it now without proof, it will only cause panic, and he doesn't want to get his party members worked up over something that might not be true. So, he takes a deep breath and tells them that he doesn't know what to think of it. Since no one else has any idea what could be going on, he suggests that they call it a night. After all, they still have a lot to do the following day. Of course, this makes sense to them, so they all agree to retire for the night. A few moments later, we see someone pedaling on the generator while the MC scrolls through the updates on the Chonin community board. He sees a post from someone claiming that they now have plenty of food since they recently raided a supermarket. However, this person doesn't have a proper vehicle, so they want to know if anyone on the platform has a car that still runs in this snow. They're willing to travel together to Gyeongsang province with anyone who can offer a ride. Of course, several other survivors are pretty interested in the offer since there's food involved, but the only thing that catches our guy's attention is the fact that someone wants to go to the harbor. As interested as he is, he also knows that it might not work out because of how difficult traveling has become since the apocalypse started. People say all manner of things even when they don't mean it, and Choi points this out to him. Song Jin Song admits that this is actually true, claiming that it's hard enough just to move around nearby, let alone meet up from completely different regions. To this, Choi simply concludes that the platform has become a place where people just talk about what they wish they could do. He doesn't take their posts seriously anymore, and this MC can definitely see why he feels that way. Just then, Choi hops off the bicycle generator to rest for a bit. He sits next to Song Jin Song and then admits that the community has become more active recently. It's starting to look like the number of users is growing too compared to before. While Choi catches his breath, our boy keeps reading through the survivors gallery, and after reading some more stuff on there, he figures that Choi is right, convinced that people are still managing to survive in their own places somehow despite the apocalypse. All of a sudden, he comes across something that piques his interest and begins to wonder if the platform is actually anonymous. He can see some numbers attached to the username, so he asks Choi what it means. So, the genius in the group explains that these numbers are only temporary IDs that change every 24 hours once you log in again. Hearing this, the MC figures that his anonymity is most likely guaranteed. Now that he's quite certain that he's safe, he asks Choi if there are people who use fixed nicknames on purpose. To this, Mr. Glasses admits that he hasn't seen anything like that till now. However, he states that some people do express themselves through photos instead. But then again, even photos can be faked, so he can't be sure. Our guy thanks him for the explanation and goes back to brainstorming. You see, right now our guy is starting to think that there's a way he could trade the info he has for something else if he uses the site correctly. Song Jin Song comes up with this idea, staring at the screen of his phone, and the whole time, he can't take his eyes off those ID numbers. The next morning, the office worker and the hunter return to the snowy forest where they killed the row deer. But on getting to the site where it attacked them, they don't find anything. They don't even find some kind of sign or trace that anything like that was there, but the experienced hunter is certain that this was the spot. Even the office worker has no doubt that mystery. Jaehyoo is right about this, because the man is obviously more familiar with forest terrain than him. The old man insists that this is the spot, but neither of them can understand why there isn't a body there anymore. They're both baffled by the situation, and the fact that there aren't even any blood stains anymore makes it all the more confusing. The hunter is certain that it didn't snow the previous night, and the MC agrees with him. The corpse obviously wasn't covered by fresh snow, so they can't even understand how there's not a single trace left at all. The hunter begins to panic at this point. He can't believe his eyes, as he's never seen anything like this before. It's as if there was never any blood there to begin with, but the missing deer corpse isn't even the strangest thing in the forest right now. It turns out, there's a rabbit lying in the snow right now, and even though both of its legs have been severed, the creature is still alive. It's a pretty gory sight for the MC, and now, he's starting to feel like their previous theory was right. As far as these two men are concerned, these animals are suddenly strange because they've been infected by the zombies. It actually makes sense that the animals would also be zombified, because why would the plague only affect humans? Just as they thought. When they get back to their hideout, Choi and Sion show them the latest update on the news. Reports of abnormal animal behavior in forests begin appearing all over. With this new development, our guy concludes that the infection among animals must be spreading quite a bit. According to the post, there's also a chance that people could get infected by eating zombie meat. If that's the case, then they won't be able to eat animals anymore, and the MC makes it clear to the rest of his party. As you can imagine, this is pretty bad news, so Choi tries to make a point, not wanting to be a vegetarian. He explains that deer and rabbits are herbivores, but Song Jin Song reminds him that even humans suddenly turned into bloodthirsty zombies after getting infected. If that's the case, then the same should be true for animals as well. Then again, San notes that they haven't exactly seen any animals for a while. Regardless, the senior tells the both of them that they have to be cautious around animals too, for the time being. Just as they're still talking, Mr. Ju comes into the room, claiming that there's something he needs to tell him. As it turns out, the old man just came up with the idea that they should cut down the trees. Song Jin Song is a little unsure about this, but the hunter claims that it seems like they have to do it, because there aren't many small branches left to gather. As far as Mr. Ju is concerned, it wasn't a big forest to begin with, and it went from summer straight to winter. Looks at the boxes they've got, and the little firewood they've been able to gather. He admits that there's still a long way to go and ultimately decides that it can't be helped. He agrees to cut down the trees with Mr. Ju and decides that they'll have to take the axe. Just as they're about to head out, they come across Jae-sung moving a new contraption he put together. He calls out to the inventor and asks him if he can make one more weapon for them. The guy in glasses is pretty taken aback by this, so he expresses his confusion. That's when he explains that they need a ranged weapon. The MC claims that they have enough weapons for close combat but none for long-distance fights. This surprises Choi because the last time he checked, the senior always carries his pistol. Of course, this is true, but he admits that the gun is way too loud. If he's going to fire it, then he should better be ready to be surrounded by zombies. Choi agrees with him, and so he figures that what they need is a weapon that doesn't make any noise. At this point, the office worker suggests something like a crossbow, hoping that it wouldn't be too difficult for them. But San isn't too keen on getting into that. She teases Song Jin about it, reminding her that being in the mechanical department doesn't mean that she can make everything. He laughs nervously at this point, feeling that what they need is something like a crossbow since Ju used to be a hunter. The two men are still not sure if this would be possible, and when they don't get a definitive answer, our guy concludes that it might just be too difficult for them. Just when he's about to lose all hope, the guy in glasses tells him that he thinks it might be possible. They're taken aback when he says this, so they just stare at him in disbelief. But then, Choi tells them how Has6 actually a military geek. This leaves them even more confused because they've never heard him say anything like that. Besides, they've probably never even heard this combination of words before. Seon I and Mr. Ju keep staring at the guy with bewilderment on their faces, so he tells them that what Has6 trying to say is that he's into medieval weapons and armor. He tells them how he even made a crossbow with some classmates during college break. And he didn't just make some caricature contraption, because the crossbow even had a stock for stable aiming. Basically what he's trying to say is that he can make the weapon they need, and this really catches the others by surprise. Song Jin Song and the lady in the group keep trying to process this, but the Choi Jae Sung assures them that he can do the job. Unfortunately, he doesn't have all the tools he needs right now, so he admits that it's going to take him a while to get it done. Hearing this, Son can't even hold the smile that creeps up on her face. She gets really excited about it, like she can't wait to start working on the weapon. The MC is a little surprised that she's that much of a nerd, and before he can even say anything, she heads out in search of food. The scene shifts, and a while later, we see that our boy and his new hunter friend are back in the snowy forest. Even though it wasn't what he wanted at first, they're now chopping down the first tree. They can't help it since that's the only way they can get the firewood that they need, and as you can imagine, it's extremely difficult. After swinging a couple times, the MC gets so exhausted that he flops down on the snow to catch his breath. Chopping down trees has never actually been easy, but now, it's particularly difficult because of the weather. The trees are frozen, so they've become even harder, and at this rate, he's afraid that they might not even cut down a tree by the end of the day. After resting for a few seconds, he suddenly realizes that Mr. Ju still hasn't returned. Just as the thought crosses his mind, the old-timer suddenly enters the scene, so Song Jin Song just wonders where he went before. But before he can even ask the new party member anything, he hears the man calling out to him like he just saw a ghost. He's literally running across the snow and screaming his name, so the office worker rushes to check what the emergency is all about. He asks Ju what the matter is, wondering if they're about to get into a fight or something, but the man tells him that it's not exactly the case. He takes a few more seconds to catch his breath before revealing that there's something on the opposite side. The old-timer is still panning a lot, so our guy just tells him to calm down first. He tells him to talk slowly, but then Ju drops a bombshell, revealing that there's a village on the other side of the hill. He tells Song Jin Song about it, but then also admits that something feels really off about the place. As you can imagine, these two pieces of information leave the MC dumbfounded for a second. He's just stunned, so silence follows for some time. Eventually, the old hunter regains his energy, so he carefully shows the office worker the way to the place. He takes him up the hill so they can take a closer look, and then shows it to him. Song Jin Song sees a few tents scattered in the area and concludes that this must have been some kind of campground. The hunter confirms this, but that's not even the main point. The office worker assumes that there aren't many people living here, and Mr. Ju agrees, claiming that he's seen about 2 or 3 of the people living there. Clearly, there are still a few of them hanging around here because the traces are still lying all around there. There's red-hot charcoal just sitting in the campground, which proves that someone else was there not too long ago. Just as they're about to head down to investigate, the office worker spots someone, so he quickly stops the old hunter from going down. Ju asks him where the person is, so he points him in the direction. They see the 2 survivors carrying something that looks like an animal, and upon closer inspection, they realize that the animal is about the same size as the roe deer they caught the day before. The old man doesn't think that there are many animals about the size of that animal just hanging around, so he is convinced that these guys are the ones who took the deer corpse away from the site earlier. The office worker is reluctant to believe this because it would mean that they took the deer to use it for food. He hopes that this is not the case, but the old hunter simply suggests the same thing. Judging by the recent state of the roe deer and rabbits, it's clearly extremely risky to eat the animal. The two agree on this, and the hunter asks if they should alert the people in the camp about the danger, but the office worker doesn't think that they should. Right now, he wants to make sure that they remain hidden. He feels that they can't just expose themselves to the strangers without knowing who they are. That being said, he decides that it's best if they observe the people a little longer. Shortly after, we see that the office worker and the hunter have come back to their base. They tell the others about what they say, and San immediately knows what they're talking about. She figures that they must be talking about the glamping site just below the cliff. Song Jin Song is almost surprised that she knows about the place. He confirms it, and the lady reveals that it must be the Dong glamping site. The exterior looks like a tent, but inside it's basically a livable space. But she also remembers that the place is structured so that approaching from this side is difficult. Our guy wonders if this is because of the cliff, and Sion confirms that it is. She reveals that you can actually come around through the road, but explains that the other side of the forest is a cemetery. Hearing this, our guy is a little uncertain about what to do. He feels that they can't completely rule out the chance of an encounter, but Son doesn't really get why, wondering if people come into the forest from that side too. Song Jin Song explains that they've been cutting wood because they're running out of firewood. He's not sure if they enter the forest, but seeing the cut wood would let them know people live nearby. At this point, the old hunter suggests having Sion go to the campsite the next day. The lady is taken aback when she hears this and reluctant to accept the task. However, the hunter feels that it's better than a near-sighted old man. After all, he's heard that she has good eyesight. She eventually agrees to do so, and the scene shifts shortly after. The next thing we see is that Sion and the MC are back out in the snowy forest. They're still sneaking around to make sure they do not get spotted, and after staking out the area for a bit, the girl concludes that there are about 10 people in total staying at the glamping site. As soon as she says this, the office worker comes closer and asks her what she thinks about the site, so she admits that it's kinda strange to her. She expected to see something else when she set off earlier, but now she's surprised, because the people at the camp all look like ordinary people. They seem to be in the middle of cooking a huge meal for the entire camp, and that's about when Song Jin Song asks her what is so strange about them. Turns out, from her observations, these guys have no facial expressions, and she finds this really weird. All of them have blank looks on their faces, which is very creepy, and she can't help but feel disturbed by it. While she finds it strange, our guy doesn't think it's that unusual to see. She admits that it might not be so, but also points out that having over 10 people all with blank faces feels off to her. It's definitely weird as far as she's concerned, and on top of that, she has this feeling that something about it is going to be unpleasant. Just as she's saying this, she suddenly realizes another creepy thing about the people of this camp. They've been hiding just above the cliff for a while now, and the whole time they've been there, she hasn't a single one of them talk. It's really weird, because in a settlement like this, you'd think all the residents would be close to one another and interacting frequently, but that doesn't seem to be the case. None of them has said a single word, and it's almost as if they're all dolls walking around in the snow. A while later, we see Seon and Song Jin Song returning from the snowy forest. The little girl in the group peeks out the window to see the two of them talking as they walk back, and immediately rushes down to go welcome them. Meanwhile, even though they're back in their safe house, Seon is still worked up about what she saw in the forest. The more she thinks about it, the creepier it gets for her, and our guy is starting to realize that the stuff must have really gotten to her. He didn't think that her reaction to it would be this bad, but she just concludes that he's so chill about it, because he didn't see their faces properly like she did. She's still talking about this when the little girl rushes out and jumps on her with a warm hug. She grabs Bit Nai and hugs her back as well. She then asks the little girl if she's been playing well by herself because she looks really excited. Sure enough, she actually kept herself very busy while the adults were away. She doesn't even deny how much she's been playing, claiming that she rode the bike for 2 whole hours. She's suddenly interrupted from telling her story when she smells something off on A's body. She can't ignore the smell, so she keeps sniffing the woman until the lady is forced to ask her what's wrong. After this point, Bitna informs Sion that she actually smells a bit different than usual. As you can imagine, this gets the lady really nervous because she immediately assumes that the girl is telling her that she stinks. That's one of the worst things for a lady to hear, so she instantly panics and asks for a second opinion. She asks Jin Song if she smells, and the office worker takes a light sniff before assuring her that she doesn't stink. She then asks the little girl to tell her what kind of smell she's picking up, and Bitna claims that she smells musty today, unlike other days when she usually smells like fruit. As you can imagine, the lady had no idea that she smelled this way, and Song Jin Song also didn't notice either. That's when the girl informs him that he also smells like that, which leaves him pretty confused. I mean, he remembers washing himself properly before heading out in the morning, and the weather is absolutely freezing, so it's not like he was sweating or something. Because of this, they begin to wonder if they picked up the musty smell somewhere when they went out. That would be hard to believe since they only went to the forest. They start racking their brains over what could have caused the weird musty smell. And that's when the little girl comes up with an unlikely guess. She's about to say it, but suddenly changes her mind when the adults ask her. Before the office worker can interrogate her, she tells them not to worry about it, and immediately drags Sion away. She claims that she's hungry and then snatches the lady with her, so that they can wash up quickly and eat. Seon follows her without any hesitation, but our boy just stands there feeling pretty curious. The scene changes yet again, and we see that the temperature has suddenly risen. It's 7 days until the dreaded blizzard hits, so it is pretty unusual that the weather would be getting warmer, since the weather has been drastically low most of the time since the Ice Age apocalypse started. Our guy is concerned by this strange occurrence, so he goes on the community board to check what's going on, and that's when he sees messages from other survivors talking about the same thing. They say that the weather suddenly got warmer. It literally went up 10 degrees in a single day, so they're thinking that it's some kind of sign. They wonder if the ice age is ending or something because the weather hasn't gone up this much in a long time. While most people on the platform think that this might be a good sign, the MC doesn't think so at all. He feels that this is just a trick to give them hope that the ice age might be ending soon. With this idea, the people would let their guard down, and that's when the high-grade blizzard will strike. He already knows that another mighty snowstorm is coming for them, so this little fluctuation of the temperature doesn't move him at all. He knows better than to call for the trick, and sadly, he accepts that the number of survivors will be very small after that blizzard hits. He's not the kind to sit back and watch people die though, so he tries to warn them about the storm coming soon. He posts on the platform that a high-grade blizzard will hit in 7 days, warning them not to let their guard down. He tells them to get ready and advises them to get ready for what is to come. Song Jin Song urges them to stockpile food and prepare different ways to maintain body temperature for when the blizzard comes. Sure, this isn't the first time they'd be experiencing a snowstorm, but this time it's not the regular they're used to. It's a heavy life-threatening blizzard, so he warns the other survivors and clears his conscience, knowing that he's done his part to try to help them. I mean, he can't be sure that it would change much, but he's done his best because whether they believe him or not will be left up to them. He walks into another room where he's approached by Sion, Ah, and Jae Sung. They just saw the posts on the community board, and they're now really anxious about the whole thing. They're pretty worked up over the whole thing, telling him how chaotic it is on the platform with everyone saying that the ice age seems to be ending. It appears that these two are also thinking it might be true, but the MC immediately tells them not to make a fuss about it. The look on his face is stern, suggesting that he definitely doesn't support the idea that the ice age is about to end. He dashes all their hopes in an instant, informing them that it wouldn't be strange if an avalanche happened right now in the world. If they've learned anything these past few weeks, it's that nothing is predictable anymore, and as soon as he points them out, they both agree with him. That admit that he's right, so he goes on to make things clear to them. Of course, being hopeful is good, but he still thinks that they need to assume the worst and prepare for it. He reminds them that there's such a thing as the calm before the storm, hoping that they get what he's trying to tell them. He doesn't want to tell them what he saw about the blizzard coming for them, because he wouldn't even be able to explain where he saw it. At the time he's saying all this to his party members, a part of him wonders if he's being too cold, but at the same time, he knows that it can't be helped. He knows the danger coming, so he needs every single one of them to get their head in the game. They need to be focused and prepared, because that's the only way they can survive the massive snowstorm that's coming for them. Now, it's 6 days left until the blizzard hits, and all of a sudden, things start to get really difficult for Jin Song and his party. For starters, Mr. Beam, Ju suddenly falls sick from exhaustion, which is definitely a blow since he's been a major part of the workforce in the team. Even though the old man can't even stand up, he still feels bad that he can't help. He apologizes to the office worker about it, claiming that he just needs to rest for only 1 day. Apparently, the man still has the feeling that the only reason they haven't kicked him and his granddaughter out of their safe house is his ability to work, and since he needs to protect his little girl, he's more than ready to keep working. Clearly, he overexerted himself by chopping wood more than usual, and since he can't move out with the others, the group leader decides to leave him to rest. Jin Song feels that a 2-man team going out to gather food is dangerous, so he decides that they go out as a trio. So just like that, it's him, Sion, Ah, and Jae Sung working together again. However, the very next day, Mr. Ju claims that he's feeling much better, so he opts to go out with the others. The 4 of them go out to scavenge for food, and while they're at it, they stumble upon a box of retort food. As soon as they see this, the MC concludes that they must be a very lucky bunch. They take the crate and open it up to check what's inside, and sure enough, the food is still very good to eat. While Song Jin Song is snacking on a protein bar, Choi suddenly approaches him, urging him to follow him because he thinks that there's someone else there with them. As you can imagine, the office worker isn't exactly happy to hear this. His eyes shoot wide open in shock as he expresses his confusion, and then Choi leads him to the place where he saw something fishy. The guy in glasses takes the group leader there and tells him to take a look, but it's too far so Jin Song can't see anything. He decides to go a little closer so he can get a better look, and that's when he sees the figure Choi is talking about. It looks like a person, but he still can't see clearly, so he asks Choi if he's sure that it's not just another zombie they're looking at. However, the guy in glasses insists that it's more likely a human. He's not 100% sure, but judging by the movement and posture, he's convinced that it's a person. That being said, our guy begins to wonder if there's another village nearby or something, but Choi doesn't think that it's a group of people. You see, from his observations, there's no space nearby for a group to live, and so he can't imagine it being a village. If anything, It would be a small group just like them, and this makes more sense to our guy since there are offices and apartments around. Choi uses his camera phone to zoom in on the strangers lurking outside and confirms that they're watching them. The outsiders are obviously observing them, which is something to worry about. A few moments later, the guy in glasses checks again to discover that the spies are gone. At this point, both men are definitely thinking the same thing. It's pretty obvious that they can't expect to be safe there much longer. I mean, they already knew from the start that they wouldn't be able to stay there for long, but they didn't think they'd be at risk this early. Choi points this out and the leader agrees with him. They're no longer safe, especially since they're not deep in the countryside either. On this note, the guy in glasses asks what exactly they should do now, and without any hesitation, the MC decides that they have no other choice but to diligently move supplies to their base camp and stockpile them. Later that night, once they're back at their safe house, Choi sets up a few dummies outside that look like cartoons, and the moment our guy sees this, he's pretty taken aback. He asks if these are supposed to be the targets, and when the guy in glasses confirms this, he admits that they look pretty pitiful. However, Choi doesn't really care about how they look, because as far as he's concerned, that's not even what matters right now. He holds a tarp and suddenly asks Jin Song if he's ready for the unveiling. Apparently, the inventor has successfully finished building a new ranged weapon for the teams, and now he can't wait to show it. The MC is impressed by how confident the inventor is, and so it makes him actually look forward to seeing what he's built. To this, Choi just laughs, claiming that he can't help but feel excited because he knows that he created a masterpiece. Anyway, he finally takes off the tarp to reveal the beautiful crossbow he put together. He feels really proud of himself already, but he's still pretty curious to hear what the group leader thinks about it. He made the weapon from steel scraps, so this is the only color available, but the MC doesn't even mind. To him, that makes the weapon even cooler. Hearing this, Choi is actually relieved because he was really nervous about the whole thing. Since it's a prototype, getting the exact aiming angle with the sight is going to be a bit tricky. He explains this to Jin Song and also tells him that it fires directly. And as such, this means that the crossbow should be usable as long as it's not too long range. Feeling satisfied with the weapon before him, the group leader curiously asks if they have enough arrows. To this, the inventor admits that there are enough, claiming that he could only make 10 for a start with the resources available. Choi would have actually made many more, but it's really difficult to make these arrows without the equipment. Regardless, he'll eventually make more, but this just means that he'll have to go out to find some more materials soon. A while later, we see the office worker finally testing out the new crossbow. There's a big grin on his face when he picks the weapon up for the first time, suggesting that it feels really good in his hands. Jin Song admits that it is heavier than he thought, and he also knows that it's because of the weight of the iron. Choi explains this and goes on to talk about how difficult it was to make the crossbow lightweight with the mechanical structure and density of parts he used. Even though it's quite heavy, Jin Song confirms that it's portable enough at this weight. It's not way too heavy that it can't be carried around, and so Choi proceeds to teach him how to use it. He tells the MC to start by lowering the crossbow to fix it to the ground. After that, he asks him to put his foot in the stirrup, so he follows the instructions and asks the inventor to check if he's doing the right things. Once his foot is in place, the inventor tells him to pull the bowstring and hook it into the rail. He pretty much gives him a step-by-step guide on how to use the crossbow. Jin Song starts pulling the bowstring, but he immediately realizes that it's a lot more difficult than he thought. He keeps pulling regardless and eventually gets it right. It's tough, but this is kind of a good sign, because it means that the power is very impressive. It makes him look forward to launching the first shot, and so once he's finally got everything in place, he starts aiming. Choi Jae-sung encourages him to take the shot, so he gets his head in the game. He focuses on the target he wants to hit, and the look in his eyes confirms just how locked in he is right now. He can't take his eyes off the target, and even the inventor can't wait to watch him let the first arrow fly, but just as Jin Song is about to take the shot, he gets distracted. The loud noise takes his mind off the shot, so both him and Choi turn to the direction where it came from, wondering if that was an explosion. From the look of things, it was actually an explosion, and it came all the way from that village just over the cliff. The noise was really scary, so much so that I has to comfort the little girl. She rushes out to tell the guys what happened, fearing that something really bad might have just happened in the village nearby. She saw a bright flash graze past the forest, and after informing the others, they begin to panic a bit. Choi asks what they should do, wondering if they should go to the village to check. As much as he would like to and check, he knows that they can't because the zombies will be all over them. The noise was extremely loud, so it won't take long before that part of the forest is swarming with zombies. On top of that, they'll also descend on the logistics warehouse on the way there, which means that they'll have to get ready for the worst. A massive number might come swarming in tonight, and the MC knows this all too well, so he wants his team to be ready to defend themselves. Not long after hearing that loud bang, the party members set up a proper defense, in case they're visited by a wave of zombies. The little girl keeps watching while Jin-sung mounts the fence with the crossbow. Standing at the top of the fence, he can see the incoming attack. As soon as he sees the swarm of zombies, he calls out to the others, urging them to get ready for it. Choi and the others scurry to put everything in place, and while they're at it, our guy just takes a deep breath to brace himself for the huge challenge before him. Song Jin-song looks over the fence to see the wave of bloodthirsty zombies coming toward them. There's so many of them charging toward their base camp, and it almost looks like this might be the end of their stay in the warehouse. A couple of these zombies speed to the front of the line, desperate to get into the compound, but they're instantly dealt with by the party's defenses. One runs up to the gate and starts banging on it, but it's greeted with a spear to the face which sends it falling right back down to the ground. Turns out, the ones responsible for this takedown are San, Ah and Byum, Gyu. And judging by the looks on their faces, these two are fully locked in and ready for the battle ahead. Just when they're trying to build their confidence up, the office worker spots something that actually scares him a little. It's another zombie that's much bigger than the others, and it's coming their way with nothing but murderous intent. The reason Jin-song is so bothered by this particular zombie is the fact that it's not the regular ones they're used to. It's a variant, which means that it's a lot more powerful than the others. They'll definitely be in a lot of trouble if that zombie gets into the compound, so frantically takes out the new weapon to take his first shot. He aims it at the zombie to take it down, because it's only a matter of time before the thing comes crashing into them. You see, he didn't exactly hope that the time to test out the crossbow would come this soon, but now, it's clear that he doesn't have a choice. The variant zombie keeps charging at them, and as soon as he's got the target locked, he lets the first arrow fly. Unfortunately, just when he thinks he's about to deal some damage to the monster, he misses the shot. The arrow flies right past the zombie beside it and hits the floor instead. Seeing this, our guy is pretty frustrated because now the zombie knows that he's trying to kill it. He's pissed that he missed by that much, but he can't lose his focus now. He needs to try again, so he does just that, pulling on the bowstring as far as he can. Unfortunately, the whole mechanism becomes stiff this time around. He panics and begins to struggle because he knows that he's running out of time. Jin-song has no idea why the bowstring is suddenly so stiff. The situation is clearly getting out of his control, and he knows that it will only get worse if he doesn't get his shit together. With this in mind, he manages to calm down and then snaps out of panic mode. He tells himself that he absolutely can't let that variant cross over, and just like that, he's suddenly able to set up his weapon for the shot. He lifts it up, aiming at the big zombie once again as he prepares to shoot. The first time, the arrow veered to the right, and he doesn't want that to happen again, so if he wants to make contact with the target, then he'll have to adjust his shot to the left, and that's exactly what he does. As soon as the arrow flies out of the crossbow, Jin-song can already tell that this is a good trajectory. He's confident that this shot is going to land, and sure enough, the arrow hits the variant zombie and sends it falling back down into the snow. He expected it to work, but he didn't think that the crossbow could generate that much power to take down such a big zombie with a single shot. It's more powerful than he thought, so he decides that he'll have to commend Jae-sung some more after they're done dealing with the threat at hand. Speaking of Jae-sung, the guy in glasses is also actively involved in this fight. He's on the other side of the fence trying to hold back another zombie that's climbing in, and despite having almost no experience with stuff like this, he's actually doing a pretty good job holding his own against the bloodthirsty monsters. He shoved his spear right at the zombie's face, and it takes down the monster instantly. Blood splatters everywhere, and some even gets on his face, but this doesn't deter him. He's seriously focused on defending this warehouse from the zombies. Meanwhile, we see that Mr. Byum Ju is in the middle of a pickle near the main gate. Just outside the main entrance, there's a huge zombie that looks like it's been mutated into something else, and the old man is doing his best to make sure that it doesn't get in. He stabs the creature with his spear through the gaps in the gate over and over, but then his weapon gets stuck. He manages to pull it out at the last second and flops to the ground just as the zombie collapses as well. That's when Sion Ah comes around to check on him. She asks if he's alright while trying to hold back the other zombies as well. Thankfully, the old-timer is still okay, so he assures her that he's fine. However, he's noticed that these zombies they're facing right now are different from what they're used to. Apparently, there's several variants among them, and it seems like they have thicker skin and muscle, which makes them tougher to take down. Sion I must have noticed this too, because she's not even surprised when the old man mentioned she had the same thought when fighting them because it was much more difficult to stab them and pull out her weapon afterward. Soon, we see the whole team is starting to get exhausted. They've been holding down the fort for a while now, and judging by all the zombie corpses lying around their base, they've been doing a pretty good job too. Still, it's pretty draining, and they're definitely outnumbered, so they don't know if they can do this much longer. Song Jin-song looks around and begins to wonder how many hours it's been since they started fighting these monsters because the sun is starting to come up. Besides that, He also wonders if they can continue fighting now since he's used up all the arrows that Jae-sung made for him. Just then, the sun finally comes up and all the darkness disappears, confirming their victory. The office worker looks over the fence to the outside where the wave of zombies came and realizes that not a single one of them is left standing. All he sees is a sea of corpses around the compound, and he starts to think that maybe their little war is finally over. As much as he would want that to be the case, he also knows that they can't jump to conclusion. The four of them converge and the leader of the group admits that they did good. Since they repaired the building, fixed the gates, and improved their manpower, they were able to manage the situation. Jin-sung commends all of them, admitting that they worked really hard to ensure their safety. They're pretty proud of themselves, as you can imagine, but they also know that this won't be the last attack they'll have to deal with. Son-ai is very glad that they managed to hold out somehow today, and the hunter feels the same way, stating that survival is the most important thing in a world like this. As relieving as it is to finally be done with that terrifying night-long battle, our guy doesn't think they should let their guard down at all. He points out how the ratio of variants increased a lot, stating that almost 1 in 10 of the zombies they faced was a variant. It was definitely not an easy win, but at least there's a silver lining to taking down such powerful monsters. As hard as it was, they won, and so, the results are quite substantial. As a reward for their win, the party racks up an impressive 24 coins in one night, and of course, all of this goes into Song Jin-song's pocket. They still have no idea about the shopping platform, and maybe it's for the best because at least the MC can plan better this way. With the winnings from their zombie massacre, Song Jin-song begins to feel that it won't take much longer before he'll be able to buy the second random box from the store. The four of them are still basking in the relief of the victory when the MC suddenly notices something disturbing. He sees a light coming from the warehouse, and when he looks up at it, he's shocked to see that it's the little girl holding it. You see, Bitna is trying to tell them something with this hand signal pointing the flashlight upward. Based off what they discussed earlier, our guy immediately interprets it to mean that someone is coming. As soon as he knows that this is what's coming, he gathers his party members to give them instruction. He tells Byung-ju to go to the second floor so he can join his granddaughter and prepare for covering fire. As for Son-ai and Jae-sung, he tells the two of them to go with him to the entrance to deal with these unexpected visitors. Of course, they all know how urgent the situation is, so none of them waste a second before getting a move on. The old hunter grabs his rifle and immediately starts running back into the building to stay with his little girl, while the others follow Song Jin-song's lead as he runs to the entrance. Our guy reaches the ladder that Jae-sung built earlier and starts climbing it to get a good view. It only takes him a few seconds to reach the top, and he quickly takes out his crossbow, ready to fire if the situation demands. Once he's up, he can see pretty much everything around them, so it doesn't take him long to spot the person that Bitna was warning them about. The person is coming from the direction of the village, which is pretty surprising. But that's not the weirdest part, because this figure seems to be running away from something. The man keeps looking back like something is coming after him, and this gets the MC really curious. He quickly informs the rest of his crew that it's just one person coming their way. Jae-sung becomes curious too as soon as he hears this. Jin-sung remains up on the fence, watching to figure out what exactly is up with this character. The person has no weapons on him, and from the look of things, he escaped from somewhere in a hurry. That's why he keeps looking back like something is coming after him. Just in case, our guy reaches into his bag to pick out an arrow, but immediately remembers that he already used up all of them. At this point, he figures that he has no choice but to do without. At least, he still has the crossbow, which he feels should be enough for intimidation. After all, there's no way this stranger can know that he doesn't have any ammo. As it stands now, they're all waiting for this unusual character to reach their gate. The guy is still speeding toward the warehouse house, so Byung-ju and Jae-sung tighten the grip on their guns as they wait for him. Just as the outsider is about to come banging on their door, Song Jin-song comes out, pointing the crossbow at him. He orders the man to stop right where he is, and as you'd expect, the guy freezes instantly. He stops in his tracks, still looking pretty terrified, and then the office worker informs him that he'll get shot if he moves a muscle. The MC aims the crossbow right at the intruder and demands that the guy identify himself. By this time, the man is already shaking on the floor like a leaf. He's so scared that he can't even talk without stuttering, and it pretty much looks like he's about to piss himself. He attempts to identify himself but fails to complete his sentence, so he just proceeds to tell them about the village he just ran away from. He points in the direction of the forest, telling them that there's a village there, and then also reveals that he barely survived there. Apparently something really terrifying happened there, and that's why this guy ran away. He desperately begs them to save him, all while looking back in fear the whole time. It's almost like whatever drove him out of the village is coming after him, and he definitely doesn't want to be on this side of the fence when it comes. He starts begging, but Song Jin-song coldly asks him why he ran away from the village. That's when the terrified man reveals that it's all because of a crazy bitch who broke in and turned the village into a mess. As you can imagine, this is probably the last thing that the MC expected to hear. He was probably thinking the man would say zombies, wild animals, or some kind of disease that had spread among the villagers, but he didn't. Our guy takes a second to process what he just heard, wondering how someone broke into the village, but his thoughts are interrupted when he spots a small group of zombies staggering toward the warehouse. He's intrigued by the way they're lurking, and he wonders if this is what actually chased the terrified man out of the village. The mindless zombies are already closing in by this time, and that's when the man turns around to see that they're right behind him. He starts freaking out again, running toward the gate and begging to be let in. At this point, he's not even scared of the crossbow anymore because he's certain that the monsters behind him will be a worse fate. But then, before he can take another step, Song Jin-song aims the weapon at him a second time and orders him to stop right there. The man can't even believe it when the office worker stops him. Tears fall from his eyes as he expresses his shock and begins another round of desperate cries. He points to the zombies right behind him, assuring them that he's as good as dead if they don't leg him inside. Of course, this isn't an easy decision for the office worker. Jin-song knows that he needs to make the right call to protect his party. He can't just open the gate carelessly to let a stranger in. They have no idea who this guy is or what he is capable of, so he'll be risking everyone's lives if he allows him in. But then again, it would be truly cruel of him to stand there and watch the man get torn to pieces by the zombies, even after seeing how desperate he is. The MC turns to his party members as if waiting to see what they have to say about it, but nobody says a word. They're all as uncertain as he is, and none of them would want to be the one who makes the wrong call. At this point, Song Jin-song realizes that it falls to him to decide, and once again, he starts racking his brain to make the right choice. If they leave the man like this, he'll definitely die. Judging by how far the village is, he knows that the guy must be exhausted already, since he pretty much ran the whole way. The distance from the forest to the warehouse isn't exactly short, so he knows that the man is probably barely holding on with sheer willpower right now. He looks at the man, whose legs shaking like he can barely stand. There's no way someone this tired and scared would be able to fight off the zombies, so leaving him out there is basically a death sentence. However, the office worker also reminds himself that he can't let just anyone in. He doesn't know what the guy might be hiding either, so opening that gate right now would be a huge gamble. Even in the freezing cold, the outsider is sweating nervously. He's still standing still because he wouldn't want to take an arrow to the head either, but he keeps looking Jin-song dead in the eyes as he continues to plead. He reminds the office worker that the zombies are almost upon him and asks them to open up once again. This time around, he's getting the sense that Jin-song is about to give in, so he starts walking to the gate, hopeful that they'll save him, but after taking a few steps, our guy stops him again. The man is bewildered at this point because he can't even believe that they still haven't let him in. He's begged every way he knows how and they're still practically playing with his life. He finally loses his patience and starts yelling at our guy. He wonders why Jin-song would be doing such a thing to him when he's a human being. If not for anything, the fact that he's a survivor of the apocalypse like them should be enough reason to help him. The office worker doesn't say anything in response, so the man figures that the only other way to get their help would be to offer something in return. So, he promises to give them all the information he has about the village if they just open the gate for him. The man goes on his knees again to resume his plea, and this is when Jin-song finally gets interested. It had probably skipped his mind before now that the man could have some useful information for them. If he truly came from the village, then he must know about the explosion that happened, or even more important facts about the place. And if they're lucky, then they could find out who exactly caused the explosion as well. With this realization, the office worker begins to consider opening the gate, but just as he's thinking about it, the zombies start closing in faster. The man outside looks back to see them a few meters away from him and is absolutely mortified. At this point, he's more desperate than ever, so he starts screaming. He promises to tell Jin-song every single thing he knows, all the secrets, and claims that he'll even spill all he knows about the yellow-haired bitch who suddenly attacked the village. This last sentence catches the MC's attention. That part about someone having yellow hair rings a bell. He feels that this might just be the same woman he encountered not too long ago, so he asks the man if he remembers the hairstyle she had on. This question leaves the man pretty taken aback, because he probably doesn't see how that's important. But of course, with the crossbow still aimed at his head and the zombies coming up behind him, he has no choice but to hug his memory. He confirms that the lady he's talking about had short hair, blonde to be precise, and just like that, Jin-song realizes that he's talking about Kelly. As soon as he confirms this, he asks Choi to open the gate for the outsider. Of course, the guy in glasses is hesitant to do this, so he asks Jin-song if he's sure that this is what he wants to do. Son-ai equally looks unsure about this, but the party leader tells them that he's sure. He asks them to open the gate, but urges them to keep their guard up regardless. Jae-sung claims that he understands this, so he reaches for the gate and opens it slowly. Once it's open, Jin-sung calls out to the outsider and tells the guy to run toward the entrance. Of course, the man doesn't even think twice before dashing toward the gate. Those shaky legs move like they belong to an Olympic runner, but not for long, because just when he's about to reach the entrance, he trips and crashes into the snow headfirst. Sadly, the zombies coming after him aren't slow either, so they close the gap pretty quickly. The man still has his face buried in the snow even after a few seconds, so San, and Jae-sung begin to panic. They're exposed, and the person they're trying to save seems like he might not make it. The lady fears that the guy might not be able to reach them in time on his own, because that was a hard fall, so she asks if they should go out and help him, but the MC bluntly orders her to hold her position. He forbids them from going out and insists that no matter what, all they should do is get ready to lock the door. As you can imagine, right now, only two things will lead to the gate being locked. Either the man gets back up and makes it in time, or the zombies beat him to it and get too close to the gate. Just then, the guy finally gets his head out of her snow. He looks up at the warehouse. He's so close to safety, so he can't afford to give up now. He refuses to die like that after everything he did to survive, so he starts running again, using all the energy left in his body to carry his legs, but it's not looking good. The zombies have already closed a lot of the distance, and since they're pretty fast as well, it's looking like this guy will get caught. Jin-sung can see how close the monsters are, so he climbs down from the fence to join the others and help them in case a zombie gets too close. The man eventually makes it into the warehouse, diving like a dolphin to cross the line, but just as Sion is about to shut the door, a zombie appears right in front of her. It was right behind the guy, and now it's right on top of her. She freezes in fear as it appears before her, but just when it's about to strike her, Jin-sung jumps in to save her. He shouts for her to duck and get out of the way, which she does at the very last second, allowing the MC to take out the zombie. After that swift save, the next thing we see is the man expressing his gratitude. He thanks them over and over, knowing that it was pretty much over for him a few moments ago. He can't stop saying thank you to them, but of course, this isn't what concerns San right now. She helps him back to his feet and asks him if he's alright, to which he admits that he's fine. While they're talking, the hungry zombies left outside the gate keep growling in frustration. They were so close, so they're pretty pissed that the guy escaped them. Jin-sung and Jae-sung go over to the gate where the monsters are, and the guy in glasses asks if they should just leave them alone. As much as the MC would love to not have to deal with them, he admits that they just can't ignore the remaining zombies. They'll make noise and attract more, so they have to finish them off right away. The two proceed to take out the trash, and this little exercise increases the total number of coins in Jin-sung's purse to 28. Later, all the party members get reunited, and that's when Bitna gets introduced to the newcomer for the first time. He doesn't make a good first impression though, since he smells really bad, something that she points out instantly. The little girl has a really good sense of smell, so you can't really blame her for picking it up more than everyone else, but her grandpa doesn't think it should be an excuse to be rude. He scolds her for speaking like that, reminding her that she shouldn't say things like that, and makes her apologize. Apparently, the smell is so bad that she doesn't even think she should apologize, but her grandpa insists, so she finally tells the man that she's sorry. Of course, the guy is still too happy to be alive to even be offended by it, so he assures the little girl that it's okay. He explains that he smells so bad because he got covered in blood on the way here, but that's when Bitna reveals that she wasn't even talking about his smell of blood. She's about to elaborate on his stench when her grandpa stops her by calmly covering her mouth. He knows that she's about to say something even worse, so he stops her and takes the little girl out, but not before telling the visitor to make himself comfortable with a cup of tea. Once the talkative girl and her grandpa are out of the scene, the man apologizes to Jin-sung for being covered in blood. Surely, this isn't even a big deal in the Ice Age apocalypse where zombies are everywhere. What really concerns him is whose blood it is, so the guy explains that it's from the zombies. You see, this guy came up with a plan that backfired before coming here. Since the zombies are very sensitive to smell, he thought that they wouldn't know he was human if he smeared zombie blood on himself. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case because they still managed to pick up his human scent. Thankfully, it didn't end with him getting killed by them and turning into a zombie himself. He's safe now, so for the first time in a while, he can actually enjoy a cup of tea. The office worker gives him one, and the guy is just amazed that they have tea bags in their base. He expresses his shock, and Jin-sung casually confirms that they have a lot more, like it's nothing. The stranger is still trying to process this, so Choi Jae-sung admits that they picked them up a while ago. With the steaming cup of tea in hand, the stranger can't wait to take a sip. He blows on it a couple times, but the stench of his breath almost makes Jin-sung pass out on the spot. The wave of bad breath hits the MC like a lightning bolt. It's horrible, like something is rotting inside this man's body, so it makes him wonder if this is how bad they smelled the times that they couldn't wash up. For now, they're still trying their best to be polite about the whole thing, They turn away whenever the guy opens his mouth to avoid getting choked to death by the stench, but even they know that they can't do this for much longer. For the meantime, they're willing to manage so they can get some information out of the guy. Choi is the first to start the interrogation. He asks the guy to start by identifying himself, and that's when he reveals that his name is Baekdong-gyu. He tells them that he's 36 years old, and just like he said earlier, he reveals that he's from the village across the forest. Now that they've gotten that out of the way, the guy in glasses gets a little more specific. He asks Baekdong-gyu how he knew to come to the warehouse, wondering if he already knew about the place. He urges the man to be honest with him, reminding him that he promised to tell them everything he knows when he was outside the gate. The guy is about to say something but then suddenly gets really nervous. He's pretty uncomfortable, so he asks if he can get a change of clothes, but this pisses off the guy in glasses. He snaps at Baek for even suggesting that he's more or less at their mercy right now. You'd think Baek would be more careful with the way he talks, but he just can't help it. He admits that he's self-conscious about the smell earlier and feels that it might be because of the blood, so he wants to wash up and change his clothes at least. He claims that anything they have to spare is fine with him, and after hearing him out, Jae-sung finally agrees to help him. The guy in glasses asks him to follow him, and Baekdong-gyu immediately starts thanking him. But of course, it wouldn't be wise of them to let the stranger be alone with their friend, so Son stands up right after to follow them. Before she leaves, Jin-song stops her and gives her something to go with just in case the need arises. At first we don't see what it is, but then she shoves it into her pants, confirming that it's a pistol. And judging by the look on her face as she marches out of the room, she's definitely ready to use it, if necessary. The scene shifts and we see the three of them walking away, with Son at the back in case Baekdong-gyu tries anything funny. Bitna watches them the whole time, and once they're out of the scene, she runs back in to give the office worker an update. Jin-song asks him where her grandpa is, so she tells him that the old man went to the restroom. Just then, Bitna tells Jin-song that she has something she wants to talk about with him, and this understandably catches his attention. So, he drops everything else and asks her what it is she wants to talk about. At first, she's reluctant to tell him, claiming that it's actually a secret. She needs to be sure that he won't tell anyone else, so she opens with it. Hearing this, Jin-song figures that she's probably talking about the smell from Baek's body. If that's the case, then he advises her to stay away from him, but the little girl just looks pretty confused when he says this. She stares at him with a puzzled look for a few seconds before suddenly informs him that she's not talking about the bloody smell. As it turns out, Bitna has sensed that Baek smells kind of musty. It's the same smell that she picked up on Jin-song and Sion when they came back from the forest before. The scene shifts and the next thing we see is that Baekdong-gyu is back in the middle of his interrogation. He's gotten a change of clothes, but he's still freezing, so he's been given another cup of tea to calm down a bit. This time around, he's more willing to talk, promising to tell them everything he knows one by one. You see, the place Baek was at was a community made up of families who got stuck while camping. Baek reveals that there were 15 people in total. Since there were children, they barely managed to hold on by looting convenience stores or marts. Turns out, this guy had a family before the village was turned into a mess. One day, he came back home to his wife, So-jin, and his kid. His wife was surprised to see that he came back so soon, but he casually asked them if they've been good. He thought he'd come later, but he found food early that day. In this flashback, we see how much Baek's wife and kid praise him for being able to provide for them even in the apocalypse. He really was doing his best to keep his family together and healthy. But of course, it all came to an end. It was an ordinary afternoon like any other. Baekdong-gyu is inside taking a shower, and surprisingly they even have heaters. Afterward, he comes out to put on some clothes, and the whole time all he can talk about is how glad he is that they came to this village. There's plenty of LPG so they can even take hot showers, and this is something that he's really grateful for. He's still talking about how great the place with tragedy strikes. In the blink of an eye, the entire village is swept up in an explosion, the same one that our guy and the rest of his party heard not too long ago. Everything happens in an instant, so fast that people even died without knowing what killed them. The whole place goes up in flames and the blast causes Baek to pass out for some time. By the time he regains consciousness, it's already too late. The surroundings of his home in the village have already collapsed, and some of the debris is even on him. A few large pieces pin him to the ground, but he manages to get out from under the rubble. Once he's back on his feet, he begins to search what is left of his home for his wife and daughter, but with each passing moment that he doesn't see them, he can probably already sense the horror awaiting him. He calls out for his wife over and over, desperate to find them, and he does eventually. But what he sees absolutely crushes him. Baekdong-gyu is absolutely devastated when he finds his wife and daughter lying lifeless under the debris. They had been crushed to death by the falling pieces after the explosion happened, and just like that, the poor man's life came crashing down before his own eyes. He lies down next to his family, refusing to believe that they're gone. He stares at his wife's face for a long time, hoping that she'd just wake up and say something to him, but the reality hits him after a while, and he finally accepts that the people he loves the most in this world are now gone. It's still very hard for him to process, so he just sits there next to him, staring into the empty space. After losing his family, Bake was so confused, having no idea how this calamity occurred or what to even do. He couldn't even do anything as the warmth left his daughter's body right before his eyes. It was definitely a traumatizing event for the man to go through, and thinking back now, all he remembers doing after was cry as he held his baby girl. Unfortunately, he couldn't even get the chance to mourn his family properly because the last moment he had with them was rudely interrupted. In this scene, Bark suddenly hears an argument coming from nearby. He recognizes the voice as that of his neighbor Hyung, and judging by what they're saying, Bak realizes that there's an intruder. Hyung is currently trying to fight off said intruder, and the fact that someone got into the village really scares Bake. It's something that hadn't happened since they arrived there, so he figures that whoever must have been the one who blew up the gas tank. Bake Dong-gyu goes outside to face this intruder. He wants to at least see the face of whoever did this, and the moment he steps out, he's greeted with a huge inferno. Even though there's snow almost everywhere, the flames still haven't gone out. His neighbor Hyung spots him and asks for backup in the hunt for the intruder, so he rushes toward the man, but he's forced to stop his run when he hears the loud bangs. This noise is followed by Hung's lifeless body falling to the floor, confirming that he just got shot dead. Seeing this, Bak rushes to help his neighbor up. He carried Ung, calling his name to wake him up, but after dragging the corpse for some time, it dawns on him that his neighbor is never waking up. By the time he realizes what's really going on, he's already covered in the blood of the dead man. Hyung is dead, and just as Bake is coming to this realization, he looks up to finally see the person responsible for all the death and destruction. A yellow-haired woman killing the village people. Even with the flames burning all around, she brutally massacres everyone she sees. She shoots all the people in her path, but all Bake can do is hide and watch in horror. There was really nothing he could do against her since she had a gun, so he did what felt right to him at that point in time. He ran away. Unfortunately, just as he took off, the lady heard him, so she shot at him, yelling at him to stop. But of course, Bake knew that slowing down or stopping would be suicide, so he just kept moving as fast as he could until he was out of range. Of course, you could call this a cowardly move, but after waking up to find his family dead and witnessing multiple murders, you could also say Bake is a very wise man. Anyway, that's about where the story comes to an end, and this explains why he was running toward their warehouse earlier. They finally understand why he kept looking back like someone was after him. After telling them how he got here, he reaches into his pocket to show them something. It's something that his daughter gave him when she was alive. Apparently, it was some kind of lucky charm because she gave it to him while saying that he must survive no matter what. So far, it's doing a good job keeping him alive, because this man right here has already had several close encounters with death. San I is really touched after hearing this story, especially the part about his daughter. The lady is practically fighting back the tears at this point, while Bak declares his trust in his daughter's gift by claiming that he can't die here. If not for anything, then he'd stay alive for his little girl. While the story is very touching and answers most of the questions they had, the MC can't help but feel that something is strange about the story. He still hasn't been able to figure out why Kelly would attack the village. He knows that it wasn't to get resources, so it doesn't make sense that she'd risk drawing out the zombies with that loud explosion. With these questions lingering in his mind, he feels that Bake and Kelly might have been working together. Apparently, he's not fully convinced by the man's story and still thinks that guy might be lying. But then again, if this man was working with Kelly, she would have appeared already. After telling them his story, Bake begs them to let him stay in their warehouse for just one day. He doesn't ask for anything more and promises to leave them and continue on his way afterward. By this time, Seon, Ah and Jae-sung seem to have been swayed by the man's story. They feel bad for him, so they're probably already willing to let him stay, but they don't have the final say, so they just turn to the MC, waiting on him to give her verdict. Judging by the looks on their faces, he can see that they want to help Bake, but he still doesn't trust E-Man, so he doesn't give a definitive answer. He simply tells the guy to rest for a moment, claiming that he'll think about it. Hearing this, Bake is already very grateful for the consideration, so he starts thanking Jin Song even before he decides. Our guy leaves the room, still looking very suspicious, but then his thoughts are interrupted when he runs into Mr. Beam, Ju on the way. But he's not surprised to see the old hunter waiting there for him. In fact, these two look like they know something the others don't. Sure enough, this is confirmed when our guy opens the storage room nearby. They both go in to have a private chat, and the old man immediately asks Jin Song how the interrogation went. The MC admits that he doesn't know yet, telling Byung Ju how Bake only says that he wants to stay with them for a day. Merely looking at the MC, the old man can tell that Jin Song isn't pleased about the arrangement, and that's when the office worker admits that it's because he feels like Bak is hiding something. At this point, Byung Ju asks him what he intends to do, so our guy claims that there's really only one way for him to verify if this outsider told them the truth. The old man is curious to hear what Jin Song has in mind, but he doesn't even need the MC to say it before he gets the idea. Just thinking about doing it is scary enough, but as it stands right now, Song Jin-song insists that going to the village himself is the only way to get the answers he's looking for. The same village where Kelly allegedly went on a killing spree. The scene shifts and the story continues with Sion helping the new guy get ready for bed. She helps him move his mattress in place, feeling that he must be pretty exhausted. I mean, the guy ran a long way to get here, so it makes sense that he'd be tired. He apologizes for any inconvenience, admitting that it's been such a grueling day for him. He's been through a lot in the last 24 hours, losing his family and almost getting killed, so you gotta feel sorry for the guy. But feeling bad for him isn't the only reason Son has been helping him out so much. You see, before Song Jin-song left for the village, he asked the others to keep an eye of Baekdong Yu while he's away. So far, they've done a pretty good job not letting the man out of their sight, but they're getting very tired from staying up all night as well. Sion is particularly tired of following the man like a bodyguard, so after helping him set up the bed, she tells him that he can go ahead and rest there. She wanted to take him to the bedroom where the others are, but the space is a bit cramped, so he'll have to spend the night in this room alone. She feels bad letting him stay in this uncomfortable place, but he assures her that it's fine and thanks her for the help. Before Jin-song left, he also instructed Beam Ju to stay behind and take turns to watch the new guy. Just as Son is about to leave the room, the old hunter enters the place, asking if everything is ready. She seems surprised that he's back so soon, while Jae-sung is more interested in keeping an eye of Baekdong Ju. He is pleased to see that the guy has already settled in well, but a little concerned that the floor might be too hard for him. However, Baek claims that it's actually fine, telling them that the sleeping bag they gave him made it soft enough. As per Jin-song's instructions, Mr. Beam Ju comes in to take over from Sion. He knows that the lady must be pretty tired by now, so he asks her to go get some rest while the two leave the room together, telling Beam Ju goodnight, and he does the same. But just as they're about to shut the door, he notices that there's someone missing. He hasn't seen Song Jin-song in a while, and since he doesn't know their names yet, he just refers to the MC as the tall one. As soon as Sion hears this, she laughs a little, realizing that he must be talking about their party leader. You see, before leaving, our guy came up with a plan for the others to follow. He doesn't want Baekdong Gao to know that he's going back to the village to investigate. So, he gave them a story to tell the new guy in case he asks about him. Sure enough, when Baek asks, Son tells him that Jin-song went to the restroom, claiming that he complained about stomach upsets earlier. Of course, he buys the story since there's really no reasons for him to think otherwise. Once that's out of the way, Son tells him to get some rest, preparing to leave the room for good. And once again, Baekdong Ju thanks her and tells her goodnight. The lady shuts the door behind her and meets up with her party members. So far, everything is going according to plan. With Beam Ju and Jae-sung manning the door, she can finally go to bed and get some rest before it's time for her shift. Apparently, Jin-song has such little trust in the new guy that one person isn't even enough to watch him. The scene shifts once again and we catch up with the MC, who is all alone in the forest at this point. It's pretty dark, but he has a flashlight with him, so it's bearable at least. His field of vision feels narrowed at the moment, so he figures that it's probably because he stayed up all night. After walking for a while, he finally comes across some zombie corpses scattered around, but he's not even surprised. In fact, he's been expecting to see the bodies since he knows that the zombies can make it this far. The fact that there are dead zombies around just means that there would be living ones nearby, so he decides that it's time to get prepared for what's next. It's no news that these monsters have an incredible sense of smell, so in order to avoid them picking up his scent, he opens the shop window to purchase a deodorizer. This purchase costs him 2 coins, and he's left with 26 just as the spray can appears in his hand. He immediately shoves the thing into his bag, but then noticed something else he might need. He feels that it might come in handy later since he can barely see anything, so he purchases a tracker. Unlike the deodorizer, this tracker is a lot more expensive, costing him 8 coins and leaving him with 18. As soon as he buys the tracker, he's asked to visualize the target he would like to track, and without even thinking twice, he brings up a picture of Kelly's face in his mind. And just like that, the tracker begins to mark the location of the specified target, and he's informed that the location will be displayed on his vision and map. Just then, he sees a green appear in the path ahead of him, so he figures that this must be the marking between his location and that of the target. From the look of things, it doesn't show the exact path, but even so, he's confident that this would be enough to find Kelly. So, with the green cursor above his head now showing the way, he runs through the forest following the line. Soon, it's morning, and by this time, the office worker is pretty tired. He takes a little break next to a big tree on the edge of the cliff. There, he catches his breath and also takes the chance to look at what is left of the village. He's horrified to see that the place is a total wasteland and realizes that part of what Baekdong Zhao said was true. He takes a moment to scan the entire place and notices the part that looks like where the LPG tank used to be. Based on the explosion marks left behind, he can tell where the blast originated from, and just as he's looking around, he also sees the green arrow above his head pointing to where Kelly is. You see, Our guy came all this way to catch the blonde lady, but now that he's here, he almost seems reluctant to approach her. The cursor points him to a cabin nearby that still looks like it's in good condition. He knows how dangerous Kelly is, so he's hesitant to go over there. Right now, he has no idea what condition she's in. He doesn't know if she's alive or dead because the tracker doesn't specify the condition of the target. Given the skills he saw when they were together, he feels that she should have been more than able to escape. Whether she's hiding in that building or dead, she must have had a reason to stay behind. With this in mind, he concludes that he just has to go inside the cabin. But then again, in his current state, he doesn't think he can make it. He feels that he'd be done for the moment he sets foot in the campsite. He begins to wonder what he should do because at this rate, he won't be able to tell if Bake was lying about everything or not. He looks above his head to see the duration of the tracker, showing 165 hours. The valid time has about a week left, so he feels like he should postpone going into the campsite. Since he still has a week to keep tabs on the blonde woman, he considers leaving and coming back another time. There are still many zombies lurking down there, and the fact that the explosion only just happened means that it's still pretty hot down there. Kelly might still be on a killing spree, and going down there to confront her may just be a suicide mission. While he's still considering his options, he notices something strange. The pointer moves all of a sudden, and he realizes that Kelly just moved too. This confirms that she's still alive, but then something else really gets his attention. Apparently, he's not the only one who hears the noise from a motorcycle running nearby. Because the zombies are also alarmed by the noise, they turn to the direction and suddenly start running toward it. He begins to wonder if Kelly has an ally or something, but of course there's no way of confirming that. Whatever it is, he knows that this is probably his best chance to investigate what's really going on in that building. The zombies are no longer paying attention to anything happening in the camp because they're all drawn by the motorcycle noise, so he makes a run for it without thinking twice. Soon the sun starts to come up, which means that he's been awake all night on this solo mission. For some reason, he still hasn't been able to make it to that cabin where Kelly supposedly is. Even though most of the zombies were lured away by the noise from earlier, he's still trying to be very careful. The worst thing that can happen to him right now is to get caught by the zombies, so he's doing his best to avoid that. At the moment, he's hiding next to a car, and weirdly, there's a grenade in his hand. Apparently, he got it from Mr. Jew earlier before he left on the mission. The old man told him that it was for actual combat, explaining that all he had to do was pull the safety clip and throw it so that it would explode. As far as the hunter was concerned, the grenade he gave Song Jin Song should be exactly like the ones used in the military. Turns out, he had a lot of them earlier, but kept them hidden at first because he wasn't sure he could trust the office worker. But after finding out that Jin Song was a good person, he didn't really know how to bring it up sooner. This is a pretty funny twist because our guy had no idea about this the whole time and was probably thinking the hunter didn't have any weapons. Good thing they're on the same side now though. Anyway, Mr. Jew gave him the grenades he had just in case he might need them, which the office worker was really grateful for. Upon receiving the explosives, Jin Song really hoped that he wouldn't need to use them if possible, but having them made him feel secure too. The flashback comes to an end, and we catch up with the MC who is still doing his best to navigate the village without getting detected by the zombies. So far, his stealthiness is quite impressive since not a single one of the brain eaters has spotted him. He's being extra cautious because he's right in the middle of their den, but just then, he comes across something that shocks him. It's a human corpse right in front of him, and he almost trips on it. As soon as he sees the dead body, he realizes that something is not right. He takes a second to examine the body and notices that there are no bite marks on the zombie. But the fact that there are no bite marks isn't the weirdest part, because there are literally no signs of zombies approaching the corpse either. It really confuses him, and after taking a closer look at the body before him, he concludes that the person was alive for a short while even after the explosion. Clearly, they didn't die from the blast immediately, and this makes him even more curious, so he quietly moves over to some of the other corpses to continue his investigation. He checks on the next one and notices gunshot wounds on the body. It doesn't take him more than a moment to conclude that this must have been Kelly's doing. At this point, his earlier guess is confirmed. The fact that these people have other possible causes of death makes him believe that they must have survived the explosion. Besides the fact that he now knows that Kelly was the one who killed them, he also fixates on the bodies being out in the open like this without any zombies approaching them. There's not a single zombie bite on any of the corpses he's come across, and it leads him to conclude that he was right about backstory being off. The guy didn't mention anything about all this when recounting what happened at the village, so the office worker is convinced, now more than ever, that the guy is hiding something. Unfortunately, he has no idea what it is, but he's determined to get to the bottom of it all. I mean, this investigation, along with finding Kelly, was the whole point of going on this mission. But now that he's surrounded by zombies, speaking of Kelly, the blondie is currently in a sticky situation. She can't help but feel frustrated because who knows how long she will have to hold out like this. You see, She's been hiding in that cabin for hours now and it's no longer even bearable. She heard some zombies leaving earlier to follow the engine noise, but she still doesn't know how many of them are left loitering about in the village. The blondie has also used up all her bullets, which makes fighting zombies a very difficult task. To make matters worse, she doesn't even have an alternative weapon since she failed to retrieve the pole arm after using it to take out a couple zombies that were after her. It's not looking good for her at all, since all that's left with her is the kitchen knife she picked up earlier. It's not the worst thing in the world, but the odds of making it out alive with just a knife aren't exactly in her favor. But then again, she's running out of time too. The lady figures that making a run for it might just be better than holding out here until her legs go numb. I mean, that would be way worse, since she won't even be able to run away from the monsters if they ambush her. With all this in mind, Kelly considers just heading out to face whatever is out there. But just as the thought crosses her mind, she hears someone entering the cabin. She looks out from her hiding spot to check who it is, realizing that her escape might take a little longer than she expected. Kelly decides to wait for the person to get close enough to her so she can strike them from behind. At the moment, she has no idea that it's Jinsong who she teamed up with a while back, and the office worker equally doesn't have the slightest clue that she's getting ready to attack him with a knife. The blonde woman moves stealthily behind the wooden board, desperate to ensure that he doesn't hear her coming. While Jinsong walks around to examine most of the things in the room, Kelly quietly creeps closer and closer to him like a predator, patiently waiting for the perfect time to strike. The closer he gets, the more nervous she is because she is surprised that he hasn't sensed her presence. But just as she thinks this, the MC casually tells her to show herself. She's shocked, wondering how he knew exactly where she is, but she refuses to believe that he's actually seen her. To her, there's no way he knows she's there for sure because he can't even see her from the other side of the wall. So, she tries to buy some more time, staying completely silent and hoping that he'd start doubting himself. But then, he shocks her again by revealing that he knows exactly where she's hiding. He tells her to come out of the attic above the stairs, which just happens to be exactly where she's been hiding. He demands that she just show herself, but the fact that he has located her leaves her very nervous. She starts to shake so much that the knife in her hand starts to vibrate. Kelly is smart enough to know that it would be foolish to go ahead with her initial plan to ambush him. He knows exactly where she is, and so she quietly keeps the knife behind her and surrenders. She reveals herself, coming out of hiding with both arms in the air. At this point, she gets to see that it's Jinsong, so she feels a bit relaxed since she's already outsmarted him once before. She tries to act all tough, asking him how he knew where she was since he shouldn't have been able to see her through the wall. But as you can imagine, the MC has no intention of letting her play him again, so he doesn't even let her talk any further. He points his gun at her and tells her to keep her mouth shut while making sure her hands remain where he can see them. He informs her that he's the one asking questions here, so she immediately gets the message. The cunning woman puts her hands back up and tells him to relax, claiming that she is not carrying anything. Of course, our guy knows that he shouldn't trust a single word that comes out of her mouth, so he bounty tells her to turn around so he can search her. Apparently, she's shocked at what he just told her, so she tries to protest, but he just snaps at her in response, warning her not to waste his time. At this point, the blondie begrudgingly obeys the order, not wanting to get shot in the head, and just like Jinsong suspected, she was lying about not having any weapon. The kitchen knife is on full display tucked at the back of her pants, and as soon as he sees it, he tells her to take it out and drop it on the floor. I mean, he could easily go there and take it out himself, but he knows how dangerous and cunning the yellow-haired woman is, so he doesn't want to take any risks. With her back still turned to him, Kelly slowly reaches for the knife, grabbing it in a suspicious way for a second, but the office worker snaps at her a second time, ordering her to drop it immediately. She does so without hesitation, and at this point, she probably knows that she's at his mercy, so she starts trying to talk her way out of the situation. Kelly apologizes to him for what happened between them back then, claiming that she didn't do it on purpose, but of course, nobody is buying that crap story. She claims that she was only doing what she had to do to survive, and then the office worker appears to be pondering over something. Seeing this, she figures that this might be her chance to get into his head again, so she suddenly asks him if there's something that he wants. She claims that she might be able to help him with it, but then he just yells at her again, reminding her that he should be the only one asking questions. Hearing this, she realizes that she won't have the opportunity to say a lot, so she calmly asks him what it is that he would like to know. At this point, he simply asks her why she attacked the village, and also asks her if there's anywhere else besides the village. As far as he's concerned, she's done something very bad. To him, the people she killed were supposed to be innocent residents who were barely scraping by day after day. And so, he asks Kelly if there was really a reason to go as far as killing the people in the village. And that's when the psycho lady starts laughing like a maniac. She finds it absolutely hilarious that he thinks the people of that campsite were innocent, so she bursts out laughing uncontrollably and tells him to spare her the bullshit. With a twisted look in her eye, She reveals that all the people in that village gave up on being human long before she killed them, and as you can imagine, this revelation leaves the office worker stunned. He's pretty taken aback right about now, but he remembers that the yellow-haired lady can't be trusted, so he stands his ground and refuses to be moved by her words. He keeps the gun firmly pointed at her face and then waits for her to keep talking. All of a sudden, Kelly asks him if he has any idea what the villagers were eating before she arrived. You see, after she got separated from him in the city, she actually came to this area and lived in hiding. She figured that since there was a village, there would be something to eat and was hoping to score some food. However, what she saw when she came was truly horrifying and just way too scary to ignore. Because in this place where they were supposed to be trying to survive the apocalypse, more and more people kept turning into zombies. But the craziest part was the fact that the villagers weren't alarmed by it. It's been over a month since Kelly arrived there, and even though she doesn't know if this was the result, what she does know is that every single resident there was turning into a zombie. At this point, our guy becomes really concerned. He asks her what she means by this, so the yellow-haired lady explains that even though these people weren't infected like the usual zombies they're used to, they just gradually became more and more like the monster. It's like they can't feel human emotions anymore. A few of the ones who joined late seemed to have fluctuating emotions, but the original residents were even worse, as they didn't laugh, cry, feel sad, or even speak. They just hunted, ate, and sometimes, some of them just stared blankly into space. On top of that, their bodies started feeling of rot, just like the zombies, and Kelly suggests that thus much have been the reason why the real zombies didn't attack them while they were in their state. And as far as the lady is concerned, this just made them easier prey. After telling Song Jin-song the story, she asks him once again if he really thinks that the people living in the village were human. To her, they were practically zombies, and she has a strong feeling that they might be up to something even more horrific than the zombies. On this note, she claims that this was why she had to attack. In her defense, she couldn't just sit back and watch the entire village turn into zombies and attack her, so she had to take them out first. The story makes sense, and it almost sounds like she just gave a valid reason for wiping out all of them. But Song Jin-song refuses to put the gun away. This isn't the first time she's telling him a moving story that just ended up being a lie, so he's being very cautious. Seeing that he doesn't believe her, Kelly decides to show him proof that she's telling the truth, so she tells him to go to the village entrance, claiming that there's a pit there. Of course, he doesn't get why this pit is important, so Kelly explains that the villagers blocked it off with a fence to keep people away because of what they were hiding there. The yellow-haired lady tells him that he will see human bones lying in that pit if he looks inside it, and this catches the office worker off guard. Kelly notices the shocked look on his face and teases him for being so surprised. She finds it amusing that he's taken aback and suggests that he has been imagining nothing but pretty pictures in this shitty world. At this point, he just tells her to shut up again, but she keeps talking, informing him that there are plenty of bastards out there that are worse than the ones here. And so, now that the law has collapsed, the world is crawling with all sorts of psychos acting like they own the place. Kelly expresses her frustration while saying all of this and concludes that it's only right that those kinds of people die. She's still trying so hard to justify her actions, claiming that someone has to step up and deal with the fanatics since the law can't punish them anymore. With a crazed look in her eyes, Kelly tells the office worker that he should even be thanking her because she took it upon herself to do the dirty work that no one else was ready to do. In fact, just thinking about the situation makes her feel that there's one more thing our guy should be grateful for right now. Hearing this, he has no idea what she's talking about, but he's pretty curious, so he waits for her to spill it out. And that's when she drops another bombshell. Kelly tells him that he must be starving at the logistics warehouse, revealing that he knows he's been there, and as if that's not scary enough, she also knows that his party has about 4 other members, including a young kid. As soon as Jin-song hears this, his grip on the gun goes soft and his eyes widen in horror. All of a sudden, he realizes that Kelly might be more dangerous than he thought, and for the first time since he started pointing that gun at her, he begins to feel like he might be the one at her mercy. The blondie informs him that she needs supplies, but didn't go to the warehouse, even though she could easily have raided them with her firepower. She chose to attack the village instead, so in her mind, she spared him and his party, which she believes should make them even. Kelly starts to think that she's gotten the upper hand in this situation, but then the MC refuses to put the gun away. He keeps it aimed at her head, which bothers her because she thought she would be able to talk her way out of it by now. In her mind, she's already told him enough, so she feels like she deserves to be cut some slack. Just then, we see the zombies outside heading toward their tent, and Kelly hears them coming too. She begins to panic, knowing that she'd be the easier target for them as she does have a weapon. So, she becomes desperate, snapping at our guy for not letting her go. She keeps trying to make him put the gun down, but he doesn't, and that's when a few of the zombies enter the place. They come at her instantly, and when she sees them coming, she realizes that she has no other choice but to defend herself. So, she quickly picks up the knife and moves to take down the zombie trying to get her. She tackles the first one and stabs it till it's dead, but the noise from this exchange just attacks the other monsters to her. They ambush her in a flash, and the moment she sees them coming, she gets a move on. This yellow-haired lady is determined to survive this apocalypse, and you can see it in the way she moves. She dodges the first few attacks and runs up the stairs as fast as her legs can carry her. She uses some of the broken wood to fight back the zombies while stabbing the ones that get too close as well. After some time, we see that she's been cornered by them. They're blocking her from going back down while coming up to attack her, and for some reason, this whole thing leaves her feeling strangely excited. There's a crazy look in her eyes when the monsters surround her like that, and she can't help but admit that it's driving her crazy. It's like Kelly is suddenly possessed with a bloodthirsty spirit that makes her very excited to slaughter all the zombies coming toward her. All of a sudden, all that fear she was feeling just now disappears from her body, and she goes on an absolute killing spree. She massacres the zombies coming at her, grabbing and stabbing them ruthlessly as soon as they come close to her. But she can only do this for so long because there seems to be no shortage of them. So, after fighting for some time, she decides to make a run for it. When the zombies become way too many to handle, she grabs the handle of the staircase and jumps over the railing to escape. He hands onto the railing to avoid falling over, but just when she thinks she's made it, the ones at the bottom of the stairs rush her. The first one charges at her, but she doesn't let it faze her. In a brilliant display of acrobatic prowess, Kelly uses her legs to strangle the zombie and then goes on to take out the other ones as well. By the time she's done, she is extremely tired. She sits on the stairs, trying to catch her breath, and that's when she hears the office worker's voice again. Song Jin-song comes back to continue from where they stopped, but first, he commends her for her skill. He admits that she was really impressive just now by taking on 6 zombies at the same time. It's not something that many people can say they've done and succeeded at, so he gives the lady her flowers. But while he's teasing her, she can't help but wonder how he stood there the whole time and not even a single zombie attacked him. She's so confused by it, so she asks him why, and that's when we see that he's still got his gun aimed at her head. Of course, Jin-song is smart enough to know that he should not tell her anything about the shopping window, or even the deodorizer that he used to cover his human scent, so he casually tells her that he has his ways. All of a sudden, he starts walking closer to her, and with each step he takes toward Kelly, she begins to panic even more. She's already exhausted from taking on the zombies, so fighting him right now would even be more difficult, so she tries to talk things over with him. Terrified, she crawls up the stairs as he approaches her and tells him to wait. She reminds him that she has already told him everything and that she knows the reason he raided this place, but he simply suggests that she's the one who knows the reason better than anyone else. And it turns out, our guy received a hint from the system earlier that their hideout was no longer safe. He discovered that an enemy who might attack them soon was scouting their base and their combat strength. And of course, this person was none other than Kelly. This explains why she knew that he was staying at the logistics warehouse nearby and how she knew that there were 5 of them, including a kid. With everything she confessed, Song Jin-song feels that he can't afford the luxury of leaving someone like that alive. She knows way too much about them, and he's already confronted her about it, so if he doesn't get rid of her right here and now, she'll definitely have her revenge, and she won't be as merciful as he is. We don't get to see exactly how the office worker deals with Kelly, but the scene changes shortly after, suggesting that he's taken care of the threat. On the way out, he deactivates the tracker, confirming that he doesn't need it anymore, and then walks out of her building with a cold look on his face. He opens the shopping window to see that he still had 6.8 hours remaining in the tracking period, and for this, 3 coins are refunded to his balance, leaving him with a total of 21 coins. The MC had to make a difficult choice right now, and even though he should probably be relieved that he's taken care of the threat, he can't help but feel even more uneasy now. Outside, we see him burying something in the snow, and as soon as he finishes, he remembers that he needs to hurry back to the warehouse. His fears were correct, so now he needs to get back to base and check on his friends. In his haste, he begins running through the snow, and one of the zombies nearby what's the noise. The monster tries to attack him, but he sees it at the very last second and is able to kill it with his weapon. As per usual, he gains coins for killing the 3 zombies near him, but just as he's taking down the last one, he looks up to see a bigger wave of zombies running at him from the forest. Merely thinking about fighting them is draining enough, and the fact that he'll have to fight them one by one makes him want to just disappear. This is why using a gun is always better. At the moment, he's in a race against time, so staying here to fight back the monsters would just make things much harder for him. It's even worse if he has to do it with this big hammer he's holding, so he concludes that this plan will have to change. Right now, what he had in mind can no longer work since the route he usually takes to the logistics warehouse has way too many zombies. And just like that, it becomes clear to him that the only path he can take back to his base is a road that he's never been on before. It's definitely not something he's looking forward to, but at the same time, he can't afford to stay here and start going back and forth with numerous zombies. He decides that it's wiser to run away from this fight, so that's exactly what he does without looking back. Now, Song Jin-song is on this new path, a route he has never taken before, so he knows that he has to be careful. He eventually stops running once he's sure that he managed to shake off the zombies. At this point, he decides to be more careful, because this is a road he knows nothing about. He can't be running along this route, because it would increase his chances of getting in trouble. The first step he takes to be cautious is purchasing another deodorizer, which subtracts 2 coins from his balance yet again. He sprays the stuff on his body to mask his scent as usual, and then resumes the journey as carefully as he can. The whole time, he can't stop looking over his shoulders as he has no idea what could be lurking in that part of the forest. To make matters worse, it's a lot colder in this part, and it's mostly because his body temperature dropped way too much since the sweat from all that running started cooling. The office worker can already tell that this is going to be an arduous journey, so he decides that he needs to find a place to rest for some time. After a while, he comes across a smaller route that looks like it leads out of the forest, so he happily follows it, and it doesn't take long for him to reach a place with a building. He's surprised to see it but also quite happy about it, because he's been looking for a place to rest and warm himself. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that this building is a restaurant, so he goes inside. Thankfully, the doors aren't locked, so he enters the place, actively searching for a part of the building where the wind would leak. He makes his way to an open kitchen, and figures that he can probably manage there since it might be better than the dining area, but then, he sees a door just across the room. He walks through it, sighing in relief because he feels that he can actually rest well there, but before he can even finish the thought, a zombie pops out right in front of him. He's taken aback by this, but his quick reflexes enable him to block the incoming attack. The zombie charges at him, but he blocks it with the sledgehammer and avoids getting bit. The monster bites down hard on the handle instead. Just like that, the both of them begin to wrestle. The office worker musters all the energy he can to keep the vicious zombie at bay. The monster pushes down hard on him, trying to overpower him, but he manages to hold it back. Just when it looks like it might be getting too close, he pushes it back with a mean kick to the gut. This hit sends the zombie flying, and it even loses a couple teeth as well. The zombie falls to the ground, with a look of disbelief on its face, as just as it looks up, Song Jin-song is standing right over it, swinging his sledgehammer once again. We don't get to see him finish off the zombie, but that look on his face at the very last second gives you a pretty good idea what he did. He sighs in relief once again, realizing what a close call that was just now. He almost got turned by that zombie. If it wasn't for the handle of the hammer that saved him, he would probably have been bitten. As much as the hammer saved his life in more ways than one, he knows now that he can't do anything with it anymore. The zombie bit off a huge chunk of the handle, so now it's just holding on for dear life. With the hammer like that, he knows that he can't use it properly anymore. All he has left is the gun, and that's not something he wants to use unless he absolutely needs to. For one, he has limited bullets and wouldn't want to attract the zombies with gunshots, so he decides that there's no other option but to check the shopping window. He enters the platform and immediately searches for the zombie skull-crushing hammer he saw earlier. This one has a metal handle, which means it's more durable, and it only costs 6 coins, so he doesn't even think twice before purchasing it. At this point, you can already imagine just how excited he must be to test out the new weapon on a few troublesome zombies, but before he can even think about this, he receives a notification that shocks him to the bone. As it turns out, this new weapon comes with an annoying limitation, because even though it's effective for slaying zombies, he won't be rewarded with coins whenever he kills any with it. Our guy is still trying to wrap his head around this when he sees another annoying message informing him that the durability of the zombie skull-crushing hammer is limited to 10 uses. Apparently, even though the thing is made of metal, it might not even last longer than the sledgehammer he was using before. As you'd expect, Jin-song almost starts crashing out on the spot. I mean, I'd be livid too if I just spent 6 zombies worth of coins on a weapon can't even help me get them back. Our guy concludes that the weapon is a scam, because why couldn't they just tell him all this before letting him purchase it? As annoying as the situation is, he knows that there's no point getting all worked up over it. There's really nothing he can do to change it now, so he decides that he'll just find a way to make it work. For the meantime, he needs to look for a good place to rest in the building. So, he goes into the room, only to discover that it's very dark. Before anything else, he decides to toss the zombie corpse outside so he doesn't choke to death from the smell. But as soon as he starts dragging it out, he notices something on the uniform that catches his attention. It's the logo on the badge, and he recognizes it immediately because, as it turns out, it looks very similar to his company logo. Which can only mean one thing. Whoever turned into this zombie was someone he probably knew before the Ice Age apocalypse happened. That's it for this episode. Until next time.